fucking okay. So you cannot take us back to the United States because you're the number one exporter of our product. And he's snoring. All of a sudden he sees like an assistant walk by and he goes, hey, come here. And all of a sudden he's like, all of a sudden she just kneels down. She's blowing him on camera and he's like, listen to me. You have to, he became nuts.
When was this?
Hey, listen to what they did, okay?
Hold on, is there a video of this you can get?
Oh my God, Carlos laid there is a fucking lunatic. Carlos laid there was the one who went to Pablo and said, I'm gonna fly the cook back to you, but we're gonna make a stop on an island. So they bought an island. They fucking threw the doctor off. There was a white doctor. Oh, nice to meet you. And they were like, listen, there's a whole story about it. It's hysterical. The guy called the feds. There's something going on over there. They're doing pornographic. You know, they're running planes of blow. Wow. And there's this one, they bought everybody out, but there was this one white dude who's like, this is my island. I'm an American. I fought in World War II. I'm not leaving. And they're like, oh. We're gonna fucking kill you. Okay? We're gonna keep. And all night they were bringing in planes, refueling them, and sending them out. Carlos laid there.
What does it say? U.S. drug lord and Escobar partner laid there, released in Germany from prison. When was this?
Oh my God! He's
just now
from Florida to Germany.
Oh, from Florida to Germany.
Because he's originally from Germany. His father was German. He's got 2,000 years. So what they did was this. It doesn't take a fucking genius. This kid got the island. He made them a bunch of money. But then he started doing a podcast from the island with cameras and naked women of him snorting coke with a robot.
How old was he?
Who the fuck knows? 28, 30, just making 20 million a day. Think if you're making 20 million a day. And you're just addicted to coke. There's bags of blow behind you. He's just ripping bags open, snorting them, just talking. He was a John Lennon fan. So he would talk about coming in days. He would do these videos for hours, for days.
So he was like an original YouTube star.
Yeah, so what they did was, but he wasn't posting on YouTube. He was like,
did.
So what they did was, he's the first one they gave him. When the shit got deep and the Colombians were in trouble, the 5 Colombians sat down and said, this kid's on an island. Let's let the feds know where he's at. We'll give him you, and we have no beef. So they extradited him right there. They gave him. Exactly the deal. I didn't say that we would put up oil. Yeah, that was the deal. She said, you're trying to ruin Christmas. I said, whatever it takes, not put it more like.
I'll be back in stock.
It's the Giants and Patriots tonight on Sports Final.
Geico proudly presents the Sunday Night Anthem.
Sunday Night Football! Everyone watches!
It's Sunday!
Yes, sir!
President Biden has announced the release of a young American child who can tell how to play them up. And the 4-year-old
I think it should be wait a week or something like that.
has won the Booker Prize for fiction. Irish writer won for his dystopian novel, Puppet Song. Let's check the 5 Tuesdays right after this.
The ongoing mental health epidemic in California
Yeah,
continues to overwhelm the behavioral health workforce, which impacts the delivery of mental health services. With half of our children and adolescents struggling with varying degrees of mental health challenges, getting proper support has become more difficult than ever, but that's about to change. California is leading the way with a certified wellness coach profession to support schools and communities alike. It's time to protect your wellness.
Refunds. Okay.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundle. Wendy's new Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundle lets you choose from your fave four, including a sausage or egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price of participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price. This week's marketers report. Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data driven. We are getting signals in every single day.
Why this is
How
an
audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale,
That was amazing,
and
I
that
think.
doesn't specific local market,
Yeah.
that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data
Yeah,
you
true.
need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Are you a business owner?
5 of them are by 3-point. They've got to start winning those type of games now. How do we do tonight?
Yeah, the Chargers are a fragile team.
Customers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell dial #250 and say keyword great result. That's #250 and say great result. Did you know
The problem is the Ravens defense, they're a beast. It's not going to be easy to do.
I know it's late November. It's about as close to a must-win as you can have.
You, your family, and friends may have a lot of questions, including where to start. Choose Change California can help. Make a change today and find a proven treatment option for you at choosechangeca.org.
Being convicted of a DUI is not glorified traffic. It's a criminal conviction. Take it seriously and make them prove their case. I'm attorney Darren Cavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS. When you can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-COPS. 1-800-NO-COPS.
A better time to get away.
And this Black Friday, why not give the gift of comfort for everybody on your list? And they'll remember you all year long. Tommy John. Plus, you're going to save 30% on everything site-wide. Tommy John underwear, loungewear, pajamas. So go to TommyJohn.com/KFI and do all your shopping right there online. And you can save 30% site-wide at TommyJohn.com/KFI. 30% off everything. TommyJohn.com/KFI.
Dreamy honey taste. Cool honey, the nighttime stick.
Brought to you by iHeart Podcast. Are we interviewing people that find interesting, so not celebrities?
And save up to 60% on great gifts made by real people. From home decor and kitchenware to clothing, accessories, and personal.
Or one that will really make you think this isn't the one for you. Look at the talk show on the iHeart Radio app. Or
Ends November 29th. Etsy has it.
Hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
Your replacing me? Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Only paying for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head. Add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, touch like a pro.
SoFi is helping me get my money right to achieve my ambitions. With SoFi checking and savings, I pay no account fees and earn a competitive APY.
That was the deal. They would come to the club, and I worked at a DJ at a club, and we had a lot of customers and girls that worked there from that area. All right, so good stuff. They have a few characters. Evidently, they have some people that have some high-end belongings in the neighborhood, too.
NBC Sports welcomes you to the following presentation.
What up, Westside? Rabbi Rothschild. Welcome to the NFL to Rabbi Rothschild presentation.
Evening here in LA, Ravens making their first visit to SoFi Stadium, which is the home of the Chargers and the Rams, who won Super Bowl 56 here. And that was the last time Odell Beckham Jr. played in this stadium. Melissa Stark, a lot of emotion for OBJ coming back through those doors tonight.
Absolutely, Mike. In that Super Bowl, Odell Beckham Jr. had.
Well, we do a live shot from inside the house today. We went outside and we saw someone else had broke into the garage, and then he came
Yesterday, he told us he wasn't sure how he would feel coming back to the stadium tonight. I talked to him just a few minutes ago. He said he feels blissful and at peace. He's just trying to get his body right. He injured his left shoulder.
Look at 30 to 40 Chanel and Gucci handbags. We don't know that.
Last week's game, and told me it's the worst kind of spree. And he's wearing a shoulder harness tonight.
Westside.
And he said there is just so much pain, but because he's already missed so much football, he is determined to play through that pain, Mike.
Yeah, Melissa, our visit with him was very insightful. We'll share more of it as the night allows. John Harbaugh's so glad to have Odell Beckham Jr.
Who do you want to win? Probably more players on the Chargers. Chargers suck cock.
I'm going to guess about 6'2",
Yeah.
very big, with probably a man bun or definitely a long, weird man ponytail.
Westside.
Maybe a tattoo on the forearm. I'm guessing. He wearing slacks and a silk shirt. No? You got a couple of things here come to mind. First off, you got $250,000 worth of crap in your home. Where's your security?
For the Chargers. Ravens had a long break. They played last Thursday against Cincinnati and won 34-20. Then they've got a bye after this week.
Somebody knew that house was not randomly hit.
What's the deal with that pressure? Chargers had those powder moves. It's almost like going back home to your mom's for Thanksgiving and not getting your favorite side dish. I got the Chargers and the powder moves.
40 designer handbags. This place has a bunch of high-end watches. All we're going to do is pepper spray the Yappy Dogs. We're in, we're out, we're up.
Westside.
You got a Ring video doorbell. Oh, he's not going to catch it? Well, we'll put on a mask. They don't catch it.
John Johnson's Boston College full claps.
Look, I've got the video doorbell. I'm not knocking video doorbell. But video doorbells aren't going to get you a license plate from 50 feet away.
Still some key injuries throughout that season. Yet the Chargers are top 10 in the score in the league. Just under 26 a game. First runoffs to Eckler inside. A yard, maybe two. Roquan Smith is there and waiting. Justin Herbert, start number 60 in the regular season. The stats once again are good. He did struggle in October. Remember, he broke a finger on his non-throwing hand the last 4 games. That's gotten better. His numbers have been better. And we'll watch him tonight against this top-notch defense. Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator for the Chargers, his first season here after 5 in Dallas. And we're going to Joshua Kelly's the next guy. 30-yard line. They'll set up 3rd down and 5. And Casey, you mentioned Justin Herbert at the beginning. He and Kellen Moore working through a new offense here, and they've had their moments where they look pretty good this season.
Yeah, they sure have. They started off pretty well, and then they had that lull when Herbert hurt the finger, and they played well lately. I think Kellen does a good job.
Who do you want to win? 0-0. Chargers. Give the ball to
Keenan Allen in motion. You see
Keenan
that a lot
Allen.
tonight.
Yo,
Herbert looking that way. It's Hubbard comes back and throws to Everett. He's wide open. Gerald Everett, the tight end. And you line up with a big play to go.
it's
Early on. A pickup of 30 to the 40.
This Baltimore Ravens defensive front, they come after the quarterback. They lead the league in sacks. This is Matabike inside, pushing the pocket. Justin wanted to go left. He's got such a good feel. He's so tall in the pocket, too. He sees Everett come free, goes all the way back across the field, delivers a strike. Big play early for the Chargers.
big play early for Rabbi Rothschild. West side.
Officially a gain of 31. Herbert back to the air, swinging out to the side, and it's Austin Eckler getting 4 to 35. Here's the Baltimore defense.
Justin might be there. Texas A&M, Michael Pierce, Stanford, Davion Connolly, South Carolina, Jonathan Owen, Roquan Smith, LBU, Patrick Henry, LSU, Kyle Van Noy, Brigham University, Brandon Stevens, SMU, Kyle Allison, and then Marcus Williams, University of Utah, Long Garden.
Game change of production does it. 3rd and yards, 2nd in points, number 1 in sacks in the league. Stopping Austin Eckler for a moment. 2nd effort by Eckler. He's in just shy of the 1st down. Inside the 30-yard line. 1 point of note on that defense. Marlon Humphrey not starting tonight. Calf injuries, missing his 5th game for Baltimore here this evening.
You know, Mike, I talked to Kellen Moore. He said early on in this ball game, they wanted to quiet down this Ravens front by running the ball at them. It's a physical front. They don't want to let those guys get started. Done a good job with Eckler early on in the drive.
3rd inches of Austin Eckler, edge, speed, runs and catches.
Said him getting to the edge, somehow, some way, he finds creases and is productive. Again, they're featuring him early. He's responding well.
Gets a great Joshua Kelly at the back.
The Hunger Games, the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, has kept its box office crown in its 2nd weekend at North American theaters.
Play 7 of the opening drive. Here the 1st down, mark on the 14-yard line. Get it inside to Keenan Allen, who went over 10,000 career yards this season. He's negotiating for the spot, but he's a half-yard short of the 1st down.
They have a stall in Baldwin Park. It's on the 10 freeway. Right before Baldwin Park off-ramp. And that's the stall is in the middle lane there. The I think the point doesn't increase the speed, though. It's been like that for a while. We had a similar problem a little bit earlier. And that's a different problem, but so now
On it. No issue so far.
Back in with Kelly, who gets the 1st down to the 12-yard line. So very good opening drive here for the Chargers. And this is something.
One of the things you see the Chargers doing is using some tempo, getting on the line of script.
Darius Davis in motion, trying to use the return.
By failing to prepare your Preparing to fail? Don't let your furnace fail on you this winter or during the holidays when you have company. I'm John Quinn with Rooter Hero, and we go far beyond the
Tackle for loss. We touched on the juice in the open of the Ravens receivers. Odell Beckham Jr. and Zay Flowers. Darius Davis provides that juice. He's a little guy. He's 168 pounds. Clearly they want to get him on the edge. The Ravens weren't having any of it.
We get 15, Jalen Guyton back in the lineup as well. Motion man for 2nd and 9. Herbert escaping. Going to take off here. Takes the hit. 5-yard line. Geno Stone, safety. And the players are separated there. The back end of this now, there's a lot of pushing, shoving, contact, and eventually a flag. Gerald Everett right in the middle of it, going after Stone. Defending his quarterback. Is he out of bounds? Was his foot on the white when Stone hit him?
I was surprised from the vantage point that they didn't throw the flag on this. It looked like he was out of bounds. Stone was accelerating as he was clearly going out of bounds.
Let's make the hit. He's committed to it, but foot down the hit. Out of bounds.
After the play is over, personal foul. Unnecessary roughness.
And Brandon Staley wants to talk to Allen Eck, the referee in person. Bringing our referee, Terry McCauley, back in the studio. Terry, Stone, the safety, was committed. Is that still a foul?
Well, it was in this case because the foot was clearly down well out of bounds when contact occurred. Had it been right near the edge or the foot just coming down, then it would be a foul. But he is well out of bounds. The defender went well out to hit him. This should have been a personal foul on the defense.
And Salyer coming to the defense of his quarterback takes the post-play foul. That backs it up to 3rd and 19. Chargers have to get to the 2 for a first down. Herbert tipped by Crowley, just gets rid of it. Incomplete, just about to be chasing as well. It would look like 3rd and goal or maybe 1st and goal. Instead becomes a field goal attempt for the Chargers.
Like we've seen a lot less called on Herbert. And then Salyer, like you said, coming to the fence of his quarterback. He's in the middle of that whole thing. And what a turn of events.
It's interesting. See, they think it's 3rd down, not 4th down. They've got the offense out there. Staley's talking to the officials.
And the marker said 2nd down before that play.
Interesting. The marker on the down on the side, the down marker didn't change where it should have been. It says 3rd down now, and now they're going to change it to what it should be, 4th down, because, as we said, that was a foul after the play, and you heard Ed say the down counts.
Right? And you called it right. You had it as 3rd and 19, and he throws it away, and the field goal team comes out. The chain guy on the near side didn't have it right. I can see why the Chargers were confused.
And angry, too. Yeah, Brandon Staley feels like they're
Still hot.
4 things go against them at the back end of this drive. So Cameron Dicker comes on. Only has 1 field goal this year. It's been outstanding since he's become the man for LA. Game open to the field goal. Good start for the Chargers. Getting a lot better. Well, we're only 6 minutes into this. Chargers take 2 hits. Lamar on the field when we come back.
All right, guys, listen up. This entire season boils down to one word.
Bundle home and auto. That's 4 words. Not if you bundle them. Just another way to say it. Personal price point. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. We're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground. Have fun. Sit down.
You think I've never been to the playground? Shop Best Buy and experience the magic of giving the perfect gift.
You look into a camera and you say, I hate Yahoo.
It's okay. Let's finish the year of all time.
to know what yada yada is?
Of course.
Do you have an activation fee?
Only when you activate.
How many
One
people
of my
do I need
famous
to
things
get
is
the
about
best
how
price
to
on the
give
phone?
them
You shouldn't yada yada that because details matter.
You're
Yada
so good
yada.
looking.
I'm already in an ad. For visible, visit
Road to zero. Now, we're working on an ED, advanced wings. And someday, we'll turn your old Honda into your brand new Honda. Because we are a company of dreamers, setting out to be carbon neutral by 2050. So, no matter where we go, we're going to keep dreaming.
For this week only, you can get NFL Sunday tickets starting at just $89. So, you can watch your team in the home stretch of the season, even if you're the only fan around. Sign up now.
There's one thing that can make this event truly sensational. Tiger advertising professional tees off. It's his friends and brands that you will want to check out on BCPL.
For the first time in The Voice history, each coach gets to bring back one artist with Super Save. Find out who returns on The Voice tomorrow on NBC and Peacock. A few voices, great ones have been heard there. The Hollywood Bowl, legendary concert venue going back to the 1920s. 3-0 here at SoFi. Chargers only try field goal. Harry Dicker kicks Kevin Duvernay. Watch your sale. Here comes the Ravens offense.
John Simpson, Tyler Linderbaum, Iowa, Kevin Zimmerman, Wisconsin, Morgan Moses, Virginia.
Big injury, first game without Mark Andrews, the road tight end. Running to the quarterback. Hurting his ankle last week against Cincinnati.
It is in the depths of my mom asking me if this whole NFT thing was still a good idea at Thanksgiving. There was within me an incredibly, Mom, just wait for clarification on Sunday or Monday. It's going to be something. So that's on DGOTS in the very corner of the banner, randomly. Just started about a half hour ago. And then on the Utes banner above, it says, hello, I was going to write something funny here, but then I thought about it. I thought about the person reading this. I don't want you to stay up tonight. I'm not going to make a pun like, oh, it's happening on Moon Day. Because that would be a poor taste, even if it's happening on Moon Day. Sincerely, the Utes banner art you used to like, but now absolutely fucking hate. So, looks like we're going to delay possibly till tomorrow. But in general, it is actually kind of cool that they're not saying anything, and if you didn't notice the banners, you probably wouldn't know what's going on. Sometimes a person and, yo, okay, I guess we passed 10 grinders at legs. So traditions. That's good. Yo, guys, we like to keep up the traditions, right? Okay, I see some beds. Mom would therefore in the morning, some hearts, yo, that's fucking cool. I was thinking, let's talk
was total space.
It takes me back to when
Let's see what we get.
mom and dad were talking their tails trying to make that business work, and they were doing everything they could, spending their disposable income trying to make sure that their neighbors' businesses worked well.
Let's fucking get it.
They said about
Yeah.
they were pure time, I suppose, in my time.
Other things like the Small Business Saturday Hope You Have being Small Business also
Space. Which has been announced already by Tech. So if you have
started and National Press that has picked it up originally. We've been always trying to be supportive as well as marketing. We're doing a really great job of supporting the community of small businesses, and that would be
Try to gravitate to the things you agree upon. As things that you don't, well, you can work them out in dialogue, right? Whoever has the better idea wins. That's why we have to always empty our cup and be, open to new information, because, I'm still learning, and I know a hell of a lot, right? I'm not coming up here as an authority or trying to, say that I'm better than them. I've been at this for 5 decades, right? So, and the other thing is the universe, right? You guys are speaking on that. I came into the middle of that. But I'll say the universe is created into the macro, the micro, and the macro. And we hold on to the atoms and that's not exactly the same competition of the stars. So we are stars and we are a fallen state. And so we need to get out of that fallen state. So all this dogma of religion has to free yourself from that now. You have to free yourself from Yeshua because he told you, know thyself and you know God. And so right there, if you go with those teachings, then you know that you're in the right direction. So anyway, I'm going to write down. I'm going to turn my mic off and drink my wine and listen to you guys. Before you go, so now I'm going to say I'm listening from you.
Well, I just want to let you know, Midge, I'm finishing my first class of red. So it's going to be
Yeah. All right, cool. You ready for it? I'm picking out the crystal. I'm picking out the crystal because I love crystals.
Tomorrow, we're going to Amazon the crap.
I haven't.
That's why we got a Small Business Saturday first, but Black Friday, which just is not as important as it used to be. It's just not, I know some of you are like, I can't wait for the outlet mall. So, I can't wait. I'm going to go sit in line at the exit ramp next to City Hall. I can't wait. It'll be a great use of my time. But then, I love the Small Business Saturday. It's hard for me to get out and get shopping. My wife is ready to go shopping. No, I'd rather have a root canal without anesthetic. I'd rather. But there is a spot in my heart for me. And my wife just wanted to tell me she wanted to go to the mall. And it's working number. It's feeling that channel being furthered into a thing because and everybody wants to try everyone else to go. I don't know what the medical means. I'm terrified. But I love the idea of walking up and down. There is, however, another holiday for this. Now, I'm going to go a little creepy in here. There is a holiday for this, and I just feel like it's way too much effort for way too little pay. All right, listen, Clark, I'll tell you what, maybe you can save some time and money on it. It's just not okay if I am supporting the live everywhere, and you know, radio as well as live, you can't find it 24-hour news. 40-year-old man who's killed in Long Beach, after a man was put by a triple man early morning on Pine Avenue. I fled the car before police arrived. Tens of thousands of people are taking the streets of Italy's main city to mark International Day for the elimination of violence against women. The Associated with HR Puffin Stuff and other classic kids shows, TV shows in the 60s and 70s was died in LA. Marty Krop was 86. We'll check the 60 freeway right after this. Tuesday here where I hear the forecast calls for real snow. Join Skater Brothers Charities and Road Orthopedic Institute for the Arthritis Foundation's Jingle Bell Run at Angel Stadium on December 2nd. Break out your reindeer antlers, ugly strategy running shoes for this festive 5K run and 1 mile walk to help raise funds to conquer arthritis and support the more than 60 million Americans, including 300,000 children, who live with arthritis pain every day. Visit jbr.org/OCIE to register and donate today. If you like using debit over credit, please will also get rewarded from Now You Can with the Silver Cashback Debit. It's a checking account that rewards everyone with cashback on everyday purchases with no fees, period. Check out eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback. Discover Bank member FDIC for Monday, party with Ice and the Lord of Instead, you reported brought to you by Discover. We set a large obstacle on the 60 in RPM. Something big on the roadway down the 60 westbound before 7th Avenue. It was in the right lane. Never was. The table or board with sheet metal. Reaction factor from knocking in the Silmar, behind freeway southbound past Balboa. And collision. Package around the 14, maybe even before 14. In Franklin, on northbound 101 before Tampa, the Connecticut situation probably is cleared up by now. A little slow from the 405 still, and the southbound side was jammed up from DeSoto to one of those. AFR is done. Let's get you there faster. I'm Randy Ford. If you like using debit over credit, please do also get rewarded from now you can with Discover Cashback Debit. It's a checking account that rewards everyone with cashback on everyday purchases. There's no fees, period. Check out eligibility and terms at Discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank and FDIC. Are you like me, struggling with back pain, suffering from vertigo, and bulging discs, neck pain, sciatica, tingling and numbness down the leg? I didn't want back surgery, so I discovered Spinatomy Spine and Disc Center. That's going to be your solution as well. Maybe you're driving around right now and you can't get comfortable in that seat. And you got another hour and a half until you get home. And not what they say. The only thing that else will world you can real detriment to. So you got to look into Spinatomy Spine and Disc Center. It's cutting-edge, non-invasive technology called non-surgical spinal decompression. This can even treat the most difficult and severe causes of back pain. Spinatomy knows how to get rid of your pain. That's what they do. No surgery, no opioids, no injection. So make an appointment today. Stop with the cracks. Call 844-640-pain. 844-640-pain. Or SpinatomyCenters.com. Spinatomy-Centers.com. If you like using debit over credit, please do also get rewarded from now you can with Discover Cashback Debit. It's a checking account that rewards everyone with cashback on everyday purchases with no fees, period. Check out eligibility and terms at Discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank number FDIC. A lot of schools talk about training cybersecurity workforce in the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take a free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu. On the new True Crime podcast, Unrestorable, dive into the heartbreaking case of a mother declared not competent to stand trial, a father seeking justice for the children he lost, and the mental health law that could let her walk free. What's very tragic is just an extraordinarily high rate of incarceration in this country and a so stigmatizing view of mental illness. Listen to Unrestorable on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. This week's iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's trusted resources and data you need to go. No market, go to iHeartResults.com. Hey, it's T-Shark inviting you to come experience Christmas like never before at LA's favorite Christmas store for over 70 years, Albert Home. Stunning decor that you just can't find anywhere else. 70 sizes and styles of the best Christmas trees in the country. Every flavors of anything you'll find online. And right now, save 40% on those trees and 20% off nearly everything else. No one does Christmas like Albert Home. Find them on Chicago in Van Nuys or on the web at alberthome.com. The cost of living doesn't seem to be going down anytime soon. Get your home security to the monitoring center and save. Monthly rates starting at only $9.99 per month. Low cost installs, no long-term contracts, and the best customer service in the industry. Trust the monitoring center with your home security and save your money. Search security providers today and get 6 months free. Certain conditions may apply.
icon is going to be high up.
Hey, Mom, Peter, how you doing, baby?
Well, first I can say we're talking about him right now. Executive production manager. I see the project.
You're going to a tree farm, which is another picture of running out of picture tree. I mean, unless again, you can get, if you're going to Arrowhead, you want to take there, and you find some place where you can cut off a couple grand, so be it. But what? So you can sign on your car, you can stamp over your car, and drive down, open the small walk. The kids don't care. As much as you think to create memories, the memories you create in your kids, they're in their minds, they won't forget, but it doesn't necessarily stick. It's like you see one of those guys you drive up to the woods with, put the tree down, and then he stick it on top of the car, and the tree starts to go over the road, and then it would drift down the road and into the back seat of the car, and then he got pine sap on the door panel, and then the door panel would stick you for the rest of the year, and it was just dead, and see about why door panel was sticky, he thought it was the heat of the door or something.
Sure, no, I've been a lot of niggas. I've lost a lot of money. Unfortunately, he's the only fucking scammer I made money off. It's tough. I think that would be hilarious if that was great. Like, it would be the funniest scam. Like, it's right at the bus. Like, I don't think it is, but it would be hilarious. Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Watching football,
First year, I want to talk about
Friday game, Michigan, Saturday, football today. There's a lot of football you could be watching instead. But he's driving the car from the work, so you look at the
and I'm going to head to the dealership and I'm going to buy myself a fucking silver capsule and I'm going to pay cash. I'm going to put the cash on the table and I said, I want it. I'm going to buy my dealership.
no business, right?
Alright, I'll just go. She's back in account. She's beautiful. She's beautiful. Lips. Can't wait to kiss him. One minute. See, at this point in my life, I can be like, I can't wait to do this for a minute.
If you win over $10,000 in cash at the casino, they automatically make you fill out the papers and send them to the IRS. So that's another thing. It's a $10,000 cash for the U.S. I know my ex-girlfriend was sheriff of London. They got sent to us. They get it down into the IRS and never pay taxes. But, if I remember I had someone pass the horse farm. And he told me somebody gets there and they want to buy a horse with cash and tells them to go back in for Jack. If you make payments, there's every month in the dealership and you pay them, so they're like, buy this car, and you pay them a $50,000 in cash, it's going to be suspicious because nobody uses cash and I think they have to come over. Hey, get with me at your ass. I got a guy there. And they just have to make a large cash payment. It's all about IRS stuff. It's a banks have to do the same thing. A lot of cash.
The new plans that to start tomorrow bans open air vending markets on Mission Street and moves them into city-sanctioned locations. Vendors rally back each day waiting to allow the state for until after the holidays. City leaders say many of the goods sold by vendors over the last few years appear to be stolen. And housing costs are the highest they've been in 40 years. Buying a home for a house costs vendors more now than any point in almost 4 decades. Research from the Intercontinental Exchange has found that now takes nearly 41% of the median household's monthly income to afford the payment on a median-priced home. That's due to strong demand and a limited supply of new homes, and the doubling of interest rates in the last year. Last time housing payments cost that much was in 1984. Other brokers still find it. Currently, been very busy at the airports across the nation. Thousands of people are expected to return home from their Thanksgiving holiday today. Some airports are using a new training concept.
We're going to actually put this carry-on bag inside of the van. Electronics will be the ones with the just airbags are not required to be removed from your bag. So it really makes it convenient for when you're going through the actual training process.
Systems Federal Security Director Rabbi says this new process could make interviews faster. In her archive on Monday, ABC's Alex Ford said there are some important steps to take before finalizing an order.
Experts say these sort of comparison shops, just a promo code, a new browser extensions are coming in quick deals to track an item's price history to make sure those online deals really are deals.
Consumers spent a record $9.8 billion online on Black Friday, up 7.5% from last year. And they're expected to spend a record $12 to $13 billion on this Cyber Monday. Also, more and more people looking for saving gains under the tree this year. ABC's Brian Thorpe taking a look at the Adulting trend.
Toys will get not just for kids anymore. Kristen Ramsey Goldman is Senior Director of the Toy Association, says the adulting trend, where older people want games and toys, is expanding.
It was in between and seeing age group with, they were aging out of toys. It was not cool to have toys maybe, I didn't want my friends to know I was playing with toys and I was probably 13 and I'd be hiding them. But now it's the reckless attached to that.
And on the other end, your grandparents are also getting into toys and games. So the teens and teens on your list, these things are collectibles, so figure toys, things they can show off on social media. Brian Clark, ABC News.
Crack in the 110 distribution.
I got the logo, and it's over on the right shoulder, right? Things are closing in downtown Los Angeles. Hollywood Freeway, the 101 southbound, they tried to keep their cars on the right shoulder, slowing things westbound, the 101 heading to Melrose in downtown Los Angeles. Until on 5 southbound Vancouver, and I had to get a lawyer and fight it. Everything got thrown out of court because when they give us entrapment, long story short, they can't, and they will try to make money if they do.
Mental health challenges. The fact about the days. California is leading the way by creating a certified wellness coach profession. If you're looking for a new and related career, helping children and adolescents enhance their overall mental, physical, and emotional well-being, this program may be for you. It's about hope. It's about giving. It's about becoming a certified wellness coach. It's about wellness healthy wellness. Sponsored by California Department of Healthcare Action and Information. Helping weather now from KFI tonight, mostly cloudy, lows in the 40s to lower 50s. Monday will also be partly cloudy, highs in the lower to mid-70s in Metro LA and in OC. Upper 60s in the valleys, upper 50s to mid-70s up in Eastern, 69 to 75 in the IE. 61 right now in Costa Mesa, 63 in Anaheim, 57 in Carson, and 65 in Beverly Hills. Here's local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Courtney Adelman.
I have the habit of watching YouTube videos when you talk about what this stuff is, and I think that's a lesson that we're giving us at the search for. My best lessons ever. Well, to answer my question, I did not realize that they actually try to pay you money. So it looks like to me, by the way, you specifically have to say no when they ask you that. If they ask you that, it's supposed to be working with remote today. You have to say they did not.
I think she basically just copied whatever was on the front page of KTLA and then said, I'm done for the day. And then she just writes down all the hours. I think it's important. Did you guys ever, I never watched any of these things like this on Madness. Mike Clark. And he put on the kids TV show, HR Pup and stuff. That's probably the most popular one I've heard. Land of Law. Yeah. You watch that? And it's original? Ridgeville, the Boogaloo. You don't remember the G? No. it was like 70s, right? I mean, I was so I felt like so I got a lot of like early 80s stuff that I remember. Was this sort of stuff still on the air? Okay. I never watched any of it. I feel bad about that. I wish I had, although watching some of the old clips, it just reminds me of how rudimentary TV was at the time. Right? I mean, everything is elaborate sets now, and I guess it's a little bit elaborate for them. But the costumes look like the old McDonald's, costume, like, okay.
That's why we also got this turned on because, again, God bless you for still talking about this, and you're not a radical, you don't do that, you're always calm and collected, and all your books masking the truth, the history, all the stuff you've written. There's not many people like this, or he's the old school true researcher, and again, thanks for coming in, man. I've been listening to you for years, man. It's an absolute honor. Okay, let's go to some speakers, sorry guys. Let's go to Hitman. Probably not the best.
Oh my gosh, we're ordering around the house, seeing it, we're nothing but my English. All day long. Just, here's things with the wooden spoon. Yeah, little boys are great, aren't they? Just on any energy, hard energy destruction. HR Company Search is just one of more than 2 dozen shows from the world of Sydney Lady Talks. They produce family entertainment for more than 50 years. Their style is puppeteers. And you could say they became puppet masters, soaring in the 1970s with one show after another. Among them, Lidville, the Bugaloos, and Piggy and the Sea Monsters. Again, so we remember back then. It's great. The brothers were also behind.
Look at this athleticism.
Okay, cool. I never saw that.
Maybe it'll also be huge. Not the bottom be huge.
There's never been a better time to get away.
The Upper West Side.
With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted.
West Side Story be huge.
And get away. Get 0% APR for 60 months, 10 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway sales event.
Lunch? Yes.
What is most from Daddy? From Daddy, the West Side. Biatch.
I guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out. Made with titanium. We do have free movies. With the purchase of headphones. I'll just use my iPhone.
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular phone. Guaranteed.
West Side.
Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Thumb crack.
Sunday Night Football is brought to you by Hyundai. It's your journey. By Walmart. Shop the site for Monday deals right now. By AT&T 5G fast, reliable, and secure.
Are you done?
Big high school matchup, Modern Day and St. John Bosco. That's Como Jacoby, defensive lineman touchdown. And Modern Day's 35-7 with the California Southern Section D1 Championship on Friday night at the LA Tonight. So they kick off the turf. Darius Davis. 20-yard line as he's
Yo, West Side.
Ravens cornerstone players and versatilities around the line of scrimmage, watching the coverage against every.
Whatever is wrong with fucking George Soros' back on his eyes.
Not only that,
We
he
need a
rushed the
fucking.
passer, getting after Justin Herbert. Played a lot of safety, back away from the ball. Recently, they put him around the line of scrimmage, it's paying off.
Here for that.
Guy is a
Jesus
legit
Christ,
playmaker.
he looks like a bad
Those numbers right there. He's the versatility in the first 17 snaps.
West side.
Boyd McDonald just line him up all over.
Yo,
And
see.
pulled it down. And he will be pulled down. He's sacked by Travis Jones, completing run stop. Out of UConn.
You can suck this dick. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
So Justin Herbert home.
Oh, where you go? You can suck this dick. That's so funny.
Not a fun environment to throw in.
Jones from his second career sack in his second year.
Are you done now? You can suck this dick. Yo, dog. West side. He's fucked up big time.
Inside, this is not an easy down. There's a ton of green grass outside, and he just runs with him. And oh, by the way, he's 6'4" with long arms. Not a lot of places to throw it. Love the poise at the end of the down. That's a big time play right there.
Exactly. He can play in the slot and stay with guys. Third a whole bunch. Screen Joshua Kelly. One way to get up. Not going to get there. Who's down there? Kyle Hamilton. But we built him up, and he showed you he's worthy of it.
Yes, and a host of Raven tacklers as well. Not a good sequence for the Chargers there. Kyle Hamilton had a lot to do with it. Third long situation. Don't let them wreck the game. Let's throw a screen. Just watch him. The instincts. He avoids the block. Goes and makes the play. Saves a little time. And here come his buddies. Good job by the Ravens getting off the field.
He's got kick 7, 3 and out. 35, taking on the run by today. He'll be pulled down. A couple of yards. Even down there, one of the top special teams players. Santa Monica Pier, you know you got the Ferris wheel. A little roller coaster action too. Taking a ride on this Sunday night.
At Target, get low prices on parties. Get your party started for less at Target.
Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away. Sign and drive a Hyundai Palisade with 0 down, 0 first month's payment, and 0 security deposit. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Once upon a time, there was a little kid, that's me, and she was in the magic garden. A really big garden with all her toys. And there were kids. Well, that's cute. And a unicorn pets and a bear. No, a real bear. And there was a cupcake castle with a candle. And on top of the castle was a horsey with wings. No, those wings. No, those wings. Yes. And then she flew off to get all her friends.
Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Week 12 concludes with Monday Night Football on ESPN and ABC. Then Week 13 kicks off with Thursday Night Football on Prime Video. Stream games live on your mobile device with NFL Plus.
Tied at the top of the table in the Premier League. Two of the clubs up in the mix. City and Tottenham next Sunday. 11:30 a.m. Eastern, 8:30 out here on the West Coast. That is only on Peacock. You can watch it with the Polar Express train ride. Southern California Railway Museum. Terrace, California, about 70 miles or so from LA. It's the holiday season. They have fun stuff. Polar Express, all those plans. Fan. Mike Tirico, Jason Garrett, and Chris Collinsworth. Chris, enjoy the rest of the Thanksgiving weekend with family. Back with us next Sunday night. Melissa Stark on the sideline. 7-3. Baltimore on top. Chargers a field goal in the first. Ravens a touchdown on their last drive. Starts at the 38, and it's Bateman. Traffic. The 40 flag coming in. On the play. Blocking for Bateman with 2 on the Ravens so far, 1 on the Chargers. Alan X sorting it out.
You need a blocker back for the 79 offense. Take your ability to the previous spot. Play, work out.
Ronnie Stanley.
Stanley coming from inside out. This is always a tough decision for these linemen, and it's a bad decision. Once you get out there, he's going to show you his back and all. They're going to call this every single time. The biggest thing for Stanley is you want to take an angle right down the line of scrimmage. Go to where the defender's going to be, not where he is. Angle was a little high, compromising position. Good call by the officials. Making it work back.
He's been around for a long time. First team All-Pro in 2019. Sounds like you said that line on the sideline. That's number 2. Tony Millar's going to keep here. Run inside. Easily gains 9 yards. Melissa.
Mike Flowers and Lamar Jackson reenacting that touchdown and the Flowers celebration on the sideline. Good portion of the Chargers drive, just laughing. And Flowers has been a fan of Lamar Jackson for a long time. In fact, here are the tweets he sent out, showing that he voted for Jackson for the Heisman Trophy in 2016 and 2017. Jackson did win in 16, and I asked Flowers what he likes about Lamar's game. He said everything, and he was quick to tell me his freshman year at Boston College that Lamar liked a few of his pictures after his first game on Instagram. He couldn't believe it.
Young Zay, 5 years younger. Reaching out to Lamar. How about the move by Likely? It's pulled down by Derwin James. A yard shy of the first down. Isaiah Likely stepping into that void for Mark Andrews with a couple of nice plays.
And this is exactly what they were talking about. The run after catch for Likely is an athletic guy. Jumps this way, jumps that way. Tight ends making jump cuts pretty good. Second time they've overcome a 1st and 20 type situation.
And they're going to get him to the inside for progress is past the 48.
2 million Americans, including 300,000 children, who live with arthritis pain every day. Visit JBR.org/OCIE.
When he scored his first touchdown, the little bouquet playoff name, surname, and he explains to Lamar, like, you did what? And Lamar's like, yeah, right, really?
This is absolutely hilarious. The coach, you always want your players interacting with each other, making the adjustment. Seriously. If Harv turned around and saw that, he did roll his eyes, kind of like Lamar did.
Do better. That'll be the Flowers trademark going forward. Under 7 here till halftime. Jackson leads the tackle, but Isaiah Likely gains 7 yards. Jason, last year Likely caught 36 balls and 3 touchdowns. He's a different type of guy than Mark Andrews, and maybe he'll fit in this offense very well.
No doubt, and they were saying such positive things. As they were lamenting the loss of Andrews, Lamar called him Mandrews. You can tell him his finish is kind of sunk. He said, I like Likely. Likely can do it. He can catch it. He can run with it afterwards. And we're seeing that here early on in this ball game. It's becoming his favorite target.
Likely 4 times, got 3 catches. So now, change the arm angle. Bateman. As his second catch, Rashad to the 36-yard line. The Ravens put together another good drive here.
Lamar is such an athletic passer. People talk a lot about changing platforms. He pump fakes, gets Derwin James to jump, and then he goes down low, Kent to Colby, and gets it to Rashad Bateman. He's such a good athlete. He's so comfortable on the field. Defenders don't bother him. Finds
Baby
lanes.
Yoda's west side.
He's not quite the picture
West side,
perfect
Baby Yoda is.
passer. He is awfully effective doing it. Example right there.
Drop here. Now Lamar trying to push it. And takes it on the run. Stops on the dog. He goes down. Gains the journey. He's frustrated. Thought he had a few more moves in him. Gains about 6 yards to the 30.
I have no idea where you begin to defend this guy. You just saw the great slant throw he makes around Derwin James. Climbs the pocket, goes this way, goes that way, keeps his eyes up. He's faster than everybody. Cut back here. Look at this guy. It's like he's at the playground. He's a senior in high school, and everybody else is in grade school. He's something else.
And look at him.
Goes 8 on 5,000 career rushing yards in season number 6. Sick option there and incomplete. His first look was out to Zay Flowers. Then came back Beckham's way. It'll be third down here for the Chargers.
We're seeing a lot of the Todd Monken influence, a lot of RPOs here early on in the game. He's handed a few of them. He's thrown a few of them. He doesn't like the run. He's going to pull it and throw it. It's really the first throw he's been off on in this ball game. But again, this is that same situation. Well in Justin Tucker's field goal range. You don't want to go backwards here and make his job any harder. Don't be surprised to see some man coverage and pressure from the Chargers. Lamar getting this ball out quickly.
Before the snap,
Not Yoshi.
he's running down the Ravens.
West side.
Timeout. First start timeout. Baltimore. 30 seconds.
Baltimore.
Jason reading lips. You see Todd Monken. He said wristband and then some number after that. And that's Monken up in the box calling the plays.
What do you think about the Hornets?
And they use the wristband system. Yeah. It's been interesting how that's evolved for Baltimore this year.
Look at this.
You know, Lamar has used his wristband the whole career. Monken gets here and says, no, I'm going to call the play. You're going to listen to the play. You're going to visualize the play, and then you're going to run the play. So they do that early on in the season, and Lamar's like, there's a lot of words. I don't know if I want to do this. Just give me the wristband. So they went back to the wristband early on. The process is a lot smoother. It's quick. He says wristband 38. Run the 38 and play the wristband, and then they go to work. It's giving Lamar more time in the huddle and out the line of scrimmage to make some of the adjustments that they're doing right now. And, when you have a quarterback like Lamar, what do you want to do? I want to use the wristband. Give him the wristband.
Well, there's some good quarterbacks who've used that wristband over the years.
Yeah, that guy up in New England used it for about 20 years. Won a lot of championships. So,
how many times did we see that shot looking into the huddle and Brady was into the wristband on page 2? And we're going to see what Monken called here on 3rd and 3. Pressure here. Push down, now back up, and escaping, chased by Mack. Jackson with a stiff arm to the edge, working on Kenneth Murray. He says he's got the first down. Let's see where that mark comes. Mark is just shy. Over around the 26-yard line. There's the camera on the pylon by the down marker over there. It's Lamar, 56, comes across.
Huh? Oh, for sure, guys.
There it was. Got it.
West side.
pretty good job extending the ball there.
Go quickly on 4th down edge to the right snap, and it is close to being stopped. They went to Edwards on the direct snap, and it is stopped. And the Chargers will take over on downs. Challenge in the spot by the Ravens. Murray who made the play on the sideline on Lamar gets back in there on 4th down. 4th down with a change of position on the field, so automatically reviewed. You see Murray and a Louie Gilman, and that doesn't sniff it. That one's short. So the Chargers come up with a 4th down stop as they trail by 4.
There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. Plus America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away. Sign and drive a Hyundai Palisade with 0 down, 0 first month's payment, and 0 security deposit. Now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
That's definitely hair.
Dude, that's Jessica taking a little bit more peppermint frosty.
Going in what? No. That's something, right?
Yeah, not Trail. And now get 20% off in the Wendy's app when you include the Frosty.
Get the new Google Pixel 8 for as low as $0 at googlestore.com. Jump on great active deals with Kohl's Fiber Jumpstart, like Under Armour for 30% off, Adidas for 25% off, Nike Gear for 25% off, Champion for 50% off, and earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Now at Kohl's.
Gonna do the fourth of all that stuff.
You guys to watch that.
Available now.
Television's #1 new comedy is back again. It's Like Baby. A new season of Night Court, January 2nd on NBC and Peacock.
This holiday season, Peacock has 2 perfect gifts for football fans. An exclusive NFL game live in prime time. An exclusive player card game. 2 NFL exclusives only on Peacock.
It's interesting play on third down, so close to a first down that John Harbaugh goes quick on fourth down, and Brandon Staley's defense comes up with the stop. So the Chargers take over at the 27. They went 3 and out of their last drive. Go back to that play if time permits. Try to establish offense here at the end of the half. Austin Eckler takes the toss to the left. And he's about 3 yards, so we'll mark him down at the 30-yard line. Chargers have an opening drive, 12 plays down the field. That's just their 10th play since that opening drive. All right, so let's go back to that third down play and look at the 2 different angles. We're bringing Terry McCauley first. Terry, what do you see on this one?
So we want to freeze it when the ball crosses the sideline. So we'll just get that there. And now you see on down the line, it appeared to be that he did make the line of game on that. We have to look at it again a little closer. It was very close. Probably should challenge.
See what this is. It's going to be a catch and a fumble or incomplete. In the hands of Keenan Allen. It's rolled on the field, a fumble, and recovered by Baltimore. Smith wrote that. We're going to go back and see, is there 2 steps and then doing something with it for Allen? Catch, turn, and then is there a football move after that? Terry will keep you hot, bring it right back in.
Yeah, we certainly do see control 2 steps down. Now, he has to perform an uncommon game or have time to do so. One of the acts is tucking the ball away and moving upfield. So it does appear that was ruled a fumble.
And they're waiting for a moment here with the Ravens offense on the field. Jimmy Clowney. It looks like fumble.
Yeah, Terry, you and I have had a lot of conversations about these catch rules for years, but for me, I don't think there's any doubt there. He catches it 1 foot, 2 foot, the third one's almost getting down.
So it is confirmed a fumble. The Chargers who are
You're a little bit more no business like. We need to do it because Oh, was that right? Yeah, right. All right, well, selfie man. All right, great. All right, Courtney, you get the resistance. Chris Merrill,
And he has to the edge, just shy of the first down.
Hamas has released a third group of Israeli hostages in exchange for Israel freeing more detained
Over car, full Simpson on the backside, and the ball.
American girl has been released. Hamas released 13 Israelis and 4 Thai hostages last night, and Israel released 39 Palestinian prisoners. The suspension on burn permits in Riverside County will be lifted tomorrow morning. The Riverside Unit Chief Bill Weiser says people with current and valid agricultural and residential burn permits will be able to resume burning on permissible burn days. Cal Byers says cooler temperatures, higher humidity, and the onset of winter weather have helped to diminish the threat of wildfire.
Neutral zone infraction.
Fire was recalling some fires because of potential safety problems.
Austin Johnson on the inside.
More than 300,000 2023 and 24 Honda Accords and HRVs are potentially affected. No injuries reported. Honda estimates that less than 1% of the cars will require a replacement. Any that do will be fixed free.
There have been no reports of anyone being hurt. U.S. health officials have expanded a cantaloupe recall following an increase in salmonella cases.
I'll give you a
The CDC says cases nearly doubled this week, with 56 more people being infected from the outbreak. It says about 100 people in 32 states got sick after eating the contaminated fruit, including 2 people who died. The FDA has recalled cantaloupes from Aldi, Vineyard, Freshness Guaranteed, Rudy, and Race.
Deal with on defense, defending this
money this holiday season.
discipline is critical for these guys. Not a bad start so far.
2-minute warning. Second down to the other side of the 2. Ravens off the turnover on the move. Leading the Chargers 7-3. Hitting a
The rocket train is said to change its entire location in pursuit of sunlight. Where can reinvention take your business? Accenture. Let there be change.
Subway presents Rise Above the Rest. Let's take a look at this week's standout plays.
Tied with the Commanders with less than a minute left. Quarterback Geno Smith. Let us Seahawks drive. Key by clutch catches by receiver DK Metcalf. The Seahawks move downfield to set up Jason Myers for the winning kick on the game's final play.
Now with Precious Slice Beach, Subway's new Daily Heroes also rise above the rest. Don't miss out on the action. Try a new Subway Daily Hero today.
Where's that?
Get away with a great deal in the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away. Sign and drive a Hyundai Palisade with 0 down, 0 first month's payment, and 0 security deposit. Now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
We must be migrating. We're going to Jamaica. I really want to see that. I want to go to Jamaica. What they make Jamaica?
Okay, fine.
Why are we the only birds heading this way?
That is not your mother.
Sit close to me and everything will be alright.
Okay, vibration, rated PG. Get away with a great deal at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now's the time to get in and get away. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Speed up.
The biggest moment of my life.
If you don't go to the light, Reed's getting fired.
The Voice tomorrow on NBC and Peacock.
Tonight's 4K Skycam coverage is brought to you by Walmart Plus. Around today, 6th Street, too far from the 101.
That's that one you go.
Upper 60s in the valleys, upper 60s to mid 70s at the beaches, 59 to 75 in the IE. Right now, 60 degrees in Florida Del Mar.
19-yard line, they get the ball to start the second half. Justice Hill, the running back. Lamar Jackson, stepping up, straight from behind. Able to get another sack. Number 12 on the season.
Khalil Mack is an elite rusher, great pass rush forwards, explosiveness, but this is all about just relentlessness. You keep coming, match up on her hard first, and then Morgan Moses. Lamar holds it a little bit, Khalil just keeps coming. Half the sacks that the great ones get, they just play harder, longer than everybody else. Great example there by Khalil.
College.
15, Jackson, straight take it away. That's a preliminary indication. This Chargers team has been very good after turnovers. They've only had 9 all year in giving up points.
Sponsored by the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information. This family here, are you like me, struggling with back pain, suffering from herniated and bulging discs?
Ineligible receiver downfield offense. Help is the block.
Seidler will be declined. Tucker rush for 42 yards.
Talk a lot about situational football. They call that sudden change. Jordan been very good at it all year long. They've been good at it tonight. The whole guys for field goal in this situation. They're very much alive in this ball game.
Knows how to get rid of your pain. That's what they do.
Tucker makes another one. They appreciate it, Steve. That's over 90%. Field goal from 42. Ravens by 7. What do you think the amount of money spent on Rodeo Drive was this weekend?
Couple bucks.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Because you know that just because it fits in the cup holder doesn't make it go. And you know how to break it. Without breaking everything. And you're definitely not doing it. Okay, I don't even know what this is, but you're definitely not doing that. With Allstate, you're connected to a rate based on you. Done this an hour and a half. Let's see.
Intentionality is things like that kind of does your life, it does your thinking, and your perception. You know, if you take your sobriety seriously in the pursuit of some type of serenity and a clean life, then you recognize that you oftentimes have to have sponsorship and kind of learn how to reprogram your brain and how you perceive the world. And so I was on the lookout for a sponsor, you know, when I was 37, newly sober, and very emotionally immature for 37 years old, because I basically, you know, kind of stopped developing at like 15 or 16 years old, I think, when I decided to start drinking and then eventually started using a lot of drugs and stuff in my 20s. But I went to a meeting where I was just incredibly impressed with this one person and his life and his story and everything he had to say. And I talked to him about being my sponsor. And I knew he was younger than me, but I didn't realize he was as young as he was. And I think it turned out at the time he was like 25, maybe 24. And at first he was like a real issue for me, because I was like, I am not really taking life lessons from a 25-year-old. Like, I am 37, I have earned my place in this world, what the fuck does this guy know about anything? And I literally was going to drop him as my sponsor, because I was just like, I just thought I couldn't handle it. But he just encouraged me to keep coming back every week. We would get together, we would sit with each other for an hour or two and just go over like steps and all sorts of stuff. And it just these different things, and I started implementing the advice that he was giving me very spitefully at first with a lot of grudges. But I slowly started to see my life get better as I was taking in the advice that he was giving me. And he had been sober for years too, by the way. He got sober when he was like 21 or 22. And so it took a while when I got over that. And when I got over that, I realized I wonder like how many times in my life I've deprived myself of really enriching experiences just because I didn't want to believe that somebody younger than me could teach me something, or that I had something to learn, or that it wasn't like, oh, well, I've earned my place. So, it's now that I'm older than you should be listening to me, and I should be listening to you. I have like completely gotten over that. I mean, I totally mean it when I say I can tell with a 14-year-old and be like, wow, this person's brilliant. Like, tell me more. I need to learn from you. And that's what I think if there's somebody who's exceedingly gifted, like that kid clearly was. Like, let's not jump in and try to remind him that he's a kid. Like, remind him that he's 15 or 16. Let's just, like, appreciate him where he is. That's all.
Oh.
I don't see any reason we should, treat him like he is instead of a teenager or anything. I was extremely impressed with him myself.
Gonna suck his dick?
Well, I just wanted to comment on what Brandon said, a couple of items. The first item is, yes, it is very frustrating when people want to talk down to you, these older, wiser people. They think that the way that you communicate your information, I mean, it happens to me all the time. I cannot handle it. So I agree with Kristen, Brandon, sorry, and then two, he said something about why can't we just accept them, whatever. That is actually a line from a song by Paul Simon. It's called Hearts and Bones. And it's about this man and this woman. It's actually about him and Carrie Fisher. And there's a line that says, she says to him, she goes, why can't you love me for who I am, where I am? And he goes, that's not how the world is, baby. I love you the way I do, baby, or something like that. But it's true. People have a hard time loving people exactly where they are and who they are.
Who the fuck is this conversation? Yo. What's going on in here, dog? Please athleticism. Yo.
So I was on the air on Friday, but I saw this and I thought, this is great showbiz. One of my favorites is Tiffany Haddish. I think Tiffany Haddish is hilarious.
Isaiah has been targeted the most of any receiver tonight. 6 times. He's got 4 catches.
Sure has. They look comfortable together. It's a good play by Likely. Catch and get the ball on your outside arm. Get as much as you can and get yourself out of bounds. You keep those 2 timeouts. I saw Tucker in pregame. He was kicking the ball the Hollywood side. I mean, he was 65, 67 yards away. So certainly in his range, if you want to make his job easy.
3rd and 6 for Jackson. They got these pressure here. Ball comes out. And it's picked up by the Ravens at the 45-yard line. It was fumbled back at the 49-yard line. And in this side 2 minutes, he comes back to that spot. So that pretty much takes the field goal out of the equation. It would be 69 yards from here for Tucker.
One more time with Khalil Mack. Working on Morgan Moses. Starts with his get off. He just captures that edge. And look at the spin move. Remember the great Dwight Freeney? Nobody's better than Dwight Freeney coming back. What a great play. And the presence of mind to put that left hand on the ball.
Every time sacks for Mack on back-to-back drives. But once again, a response by the Chargers defense. So we're down to 8 seconds left. It's 4th down, and Brandon Staley is taking his final timeout to get organized here As the Ravens have their offense out to go for 3 minutes to go back. In the last 2 minutes, the fumble comes back to the spot. The holy roller days, the haters, and that famous play back in the 70s changed that rule. That's why they don't get it to 25. It's put a bit of a legit chance to try a 63-yard. Instead, it's 4th down.
Another one of those great John Madden memories as Dan Casper's pushing the ball into the end zone on the holy roller. But great-looking Khalil Mack, talking about a guy who's showing up in the big moments. We talked about his relentlessness before. Just how about his get-off, his quickness, his moves on that last one, and then the presence of mind to get to the ball. Take your left hand and knock the ball out of Lamar Jackson's hands. There was going to be a scoring opportunity. They were going to give Justin Tucker a shot. Now it becomes Hail Mary time.
With 8 seconds here, if the Ravens want to get the first down, maybe save a second or two, or if you take the shot downfield, you do the half end, so you don't give the Chargers a snap here. Jackson's going to try to get the first down here. It's incomplete with 3 seconds left, and after the 49-yard line, it turns over on downs to the Chargers. And that will give Herbert a shot with LA and their tall receivers to put one up for grabs.
I just can't help think about the Jets game from Friday. You know, Ben, for the Jets, their offense has struggled all year long. I don't know that I've ever seen a Hail Mary intercepted and return for a touchdown. So
it's another one in the OTJ, over the Jets column.
Yeah.
So 3 seconds left here. Ravens send 2 defenders all the way back to the goal line. 3 receivers to the left is Herbert. Trying to make something happen. Space for it downfield. And it's up in the air, and it's pulled away. An interception to end this first half. As Arthur Millette got in there, gets his 4th career interception and his first of the season. Ravens by 7 here at the break. And here's Melissa with John Harbaugh.
Thanks, Mike. John, Lamar Jackson looking sharp so far. What's impressed you the most about your offense?
I just think his vision and his poise in the pocket. He's doing a good job. He's under duress sometimes, finding guys who are open, protecting the ball in the pocket. We've got to continue to do that.
Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler, not much production. What's working in containing them?
Well, we're doubling him a lot. I mean, we've got a lot of coverage on him, and I think we're playing really good run defense. We've also got a good eye for the screens right now.
Thanks, John.
A good weekend for the Harbaughs already. Jim got away. John trying to get one as well. Ravens get the ball starting the second half. You get Maria right now for the Toyota halftime.
It was pouring rain in Philly. We've got the highlight and the reaction. Maybe the best game of the season so far. Coming up on the Toyota halftime.
Want more football stats? Just as some. It's the league in tackles.
Hey Siri. Suck this dick. I don't know what Who leads the league all time in sacks?
There is no way we're landing. I saw no one's watching. When now? Do it now. Or we leave without you. Okay.
Mind if I take my dress off?
I do not.
As my fiance, do you think less of me because I was married to you for 17 years?
Yes.
Dad's in the trig isn't used for life. I wasn't here to cover Dad's mouth when he said that.
That's me, father.
They're early. Next time, January 2nd on NBC and Peacock.
I see a whole army of reader heroes here in defiance of rain clouds. You come to plumbers experts and expert plumbers you are. What will you do to our community's clogged drains? Will you hero cable them twice? There's too many clogged drains. Shouldn't we just give them to the people of Gaza? Yes, California's wouldn't be here. Cable one, and Israel's closed, at least for a while. But when your holidays are ruined,
because y'all made money from that bet.
To come back here and tell the Club Dragons that maybe clogged our dreams, but they'll never withstand our hero tables.
If you have a thought stream, we'll hear it table it twice for $77. Call Winner Hero today or schedule online at winnerheroes.com.
If you like using debit over credit, and you also get rewarded, so now you can with Discover Cashback Debit. It's a checking account that rewards everyone with cashback on everyday purchases with no fees, period. Check out eligibility and terms at Discover.com. My computer career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled certified pros for 15 years. Whether it's the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity, start your career in months, not years.
Welcome to the Toyota halftime. Let's go places.
All right, so the Ravens are up 10-3 at the half on top of the Chargers. Welcome back inside the studio. Maria Taylor alongside Devin McCourty and Chris Sims. And we had an instant classic in South Philly today, so let's get you straight to it. It was pouring down rain, third quarter. Josh Allen taking it all by himself.
Josh Allen was phenomenal. Led his team in rushing like he does most weeks right here, but great job running, getting in the end zone. And Buffalo, 24-14, looks like they're controlling the game.
Yeah, Bill's trying to get an answer here. Allen, though, was intercepted.
Really is his one mistake in this game. He's going to get so much criticism, but he was phenomenal all game. But that interception in the clutch moment.
But it gives an opportunity for Philly to take advantage.
Oh, you let this guy extend plays like this, gets outside the pocket, he keeps his eyes down the field, finds Zacchaeus in the back of the end zone, and you're going, uh-oh, Eagles never die. Here they come. Unbelievable.
Oh, Bradley Cooper is like too much sprint anyone could have. 3rd and 4. Allen not done yet. Gabe Davis with a touchdown.
He fires this thing in the Gabe Davis, the rain, everything. Oh my God.
Yeah, too early.
Fly. Okay. All right, it does set up a 59-yard field goal for Jake Elliott. Timing is good, which is going to send us into overtime.
It's raining. It's windy. Bills missed 2 field goals during the game.
Okay, the Bills will get the ball first here. Okay, they're facing 3rd and 9. Allen running again.
Pumping. Oh, I got you. Now he's around. When he does this week in and week out, you know the media when they say, don't go for the pumping, but it's so hard.
You would have never gone.
Yeah, right.
Allen looking for Gabe Davis.
Missed opportunity. I don't know. Allen looks like he expected him to go straight. Davis goes to the corner. Either way, it's incomplete. And now we know a touchdown wins it for Philly.
Yeah, Hurts finding Smith. He did that all night. 17 yards across midfield. He had 106 yards. And then it's Hurts looking for A.J. Brown.
It's a big moment right here. Devin and I were watching this going, wait, they call this incomplete on the field, and I think that's what saves Philly here. They call this complete fumble. I think you and I both agree that probably was
Buffalo got the first win.
But it's sets up this, the quarterback.
I mean, he's so calm. He's so clutch. And he gets into the end zone and goes, it's me. Y'all know me. Philly.
All right, well, look at that. 2 of the most dynamic quarterbacks in the NFL showing up and showing out. Allen also led his team in rushing accounts with 4 touchdowns. Jalen was second on his team in rushing accounts with 5 touchdowns. Let's go back to that game-winning touchdown by Jalen Hurts and what you guys saw.
Yeah, Buffalo, aggressive defense at that point in the game. You know you kick the field goal, you got to be aggressive. So right here, the best thing Buffalo does is they love to disguise. So you see right here, we pause it. The safeties are high. This looks like a regular defense. Not much pressure. Yeah, coverage defense. Then you play it a little longer, and you see right now they're in an all-out blitz zero. He has the back right here. He's here. He's here. He has the tight end. He's man-to-man. Philadelphia now sees that, and they say, you know what? We got to play for you.
Where they go quarterback draw. They love to go into some big moments. And Jason Kelsey, you'll see him in the middle here. He's going to come out and make a big block on Dotson. Okay, and that, with you all out blitz, people lose their rush lane integrities. They move upfield quickly. Eagles love to call this play in big moments. Hurts is great at running it. And they got so many other things to defend that they just forget the middle of the field that he just runs everything.
Listen, Eagles' last 4 games, they were down at the half. They still found a way to win all 4 of those. It was a great one. All right, coming up, the Chiefs get back on the winning track. They take control of the AFC South. But first, sit along and enjoy the extra sweets. First ever Grand Highlanders in the official auto.
When you get that $10 you can donate there too. And we're broadcasting live all day from the Anaheim White House on Giving Tuesday.
Okay, that's a good point. But even then, I don't understand that question. Like, I'm logging in very infrequently. That could be.
First ever grand let's go places.
Tomorrow on Today, Eddie Murphy and Tracy Ellis Ross. Plus, we go inside the game with the Baltimore Ravens.
And then I want more fun. More fun.
Only on Today.
Right, guys, the Chiefs, they were able to bounce back in Vegas.
Yes, they were. Their D struggled early. They got down 14, felt them, and it's like it gave the green light for Mahomes to be aggressive and throw the ball around, and they might have found his go-to receiver other than Kelsey and Rashee Rice.
Yeah, he had 107 yards receiving. How about the Jaguars taking control of the AFC South?
This was back and forth when Amendola comes in here, trying to tie it to overtime, and doink! That's a ball crusher loss to Houston. They fought, though. They fought. It's a good game.
Great game.
Doink, no good. All right, meanwhile, in the AFC North, the Steelers put up over 400 yards in their first game since firing offensive coordinator Matt Canada, but a couple of injuries received from the Browns.
Yeah, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, a quarterback, suffered a concussion on a big hit from Barrett Browning. If he can't play next week for the Rams, P.J. Walker or maybe Joe Flacco. And Myles Garrett felt a pop in his left shoulder, left arm was sling after the game. Full coverage at ProFootballTalk.com.
All right, we'll keep an eye on all those injuries. The PFTs for the latest. We got the second half coming your way. So far,
This has been literally halftime. Let's go, Blixtons. This team Johnny Bucks.
I am a genius. You wish to smile. At least you could have smiled, right?
Okay. Where's West Side?
All new episodes of Chicago Wednesday. Return January 17th on NBC and Pico.
It's called Chicago Wednesday.
Number one, new comedy is back again. The LA Times raves has all the original essence, rhythms, humor, gestalts, and that word. A new season of Night Court, January 2nd on NBC and Peacock.
Yo, I'm just a West Side gangbanger, motherfucker. West Side. You could do a sit-up. NBC, suck this dick. Eat my butt. Eat my butt. Suck my dick. West Side. West Side do it. Because it's a West Side guy kind of life. This year, some manufacturers can suck this dick. What? Yeah, huh? Who's the greatest person of all time? I am Clark. Is that the end of your story? Oh, fuck myself. Look at this move. How about you suck this dick?
Odell Beckham Jr. back in SoFi. Kyle Hamilton showing
What's
up
that
in the
bitch's name?
end zone. Zay Flowers.
Gonna get that on the back. I have no idea where you begin to defend this guy.
Yeah, I was good. Do you hear the stuff this good?
Baltimore
Look at the Jazz on
trying
here,
to
check
get
him.
to the best record in the AFC. They lead by 7 as we get set to start the third quarter. No first half touchdowns for the Chargers. It's the longest first half TD streak in NFL history. 48 straight games. The Ravens defense is pretty good in the first half. As good as they have been for 12 games since the famous 2000 season, when the D led them to the trophy. And Khalil Mack had 2 sacks, the 20th time in his career, ties most in the league in some 9 years. And Mack is half a sack behind TJ Watt up to the moment, who chases the sack lead in the NFL. That's what happened to the first 2 quarters. Time for quarter number 3 here at SoFi Stadium. Like Rico, Jason Garrett, and Chris Collinsworth. Let's start on the sideline. Visited with Brandon Staley a moment ago.
Look at this move. Yeah, she.
Yeah, our guys settled in. I thought our defense really played a quality half. I thought we made it tough on them. I think we did a good job in the run
Who
game.
sucks?
I thought we were really good on third down, but
Everybody.
the third down stop, the red area stop, and then that sudden change. I like the way
Who
we're playing.
doesn't
We got to
suck?
get a takeaway, though. We got to get a takeaway,
No
and
one.
score on defense and make things even.
I know.
Not a lot of production for Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler. How do you get those guys going?
We beat ourselves that half. Okay.
Why don't you shut the
stopped
fuck
us
up?
very much. We beat ourselves. So we had 2 turnovers and we're able to overcome it. We got to be more explosive in the passing game. Convert on third downs, then we get in the red zone. We got to score.
Tell you shut the fuck up.
Chargers beginning after that first half. Gus Edwards with the carry for 2
That's
yards.
so great.
Jason, he brings up a good point. This is the number 1 run offense in the league. 155 yards a game. Held in check 60 yards.
Yeah, let's keep.
First half for
Look at this move. Look at it.
Brandon Staley has to be pleased with how his defense has played. The sun changed up the
Yo.
defense was huge. They turned the ball over a couple times and pulled it to just 3 points in those situations. They played well on third down, stopped the run. You got to be happy. But this Ravens offense can be a juggernaut. You got to keep playing.
Lamar Jackson out of the shotgun. Zay Flowers into the secondary. Flowers down by a little bit. Gilman hard at the 44-yard line. Let him slip away for a big play. Chit chat after the gain is 17.
First time I saw Zay Flowers was last year during the Notre Dame PC game, and this is what you saw. You saw a guy who was so quick and so explosive. He was the best player on the field that day. Easy to see why they want to get him the football. He's so explosive.
Already this year. Tough run by the bruising Gus Edwards. At 238 pounds, he gets around midfield. Love second down coming up. We get a look and say 200 catches at BC, set a record. And that was the run, Jason. You know, every year there's a position where there's a run. 4 in a row. We saw Jackson Smith and Jigba on Thanksgiving. That was in Quentin Johnson and Zay Flowers here tonight.
It's so interesting when you ask the people who are the decision makers, who did you like most? What did you think? Who did you have the highest? And, they each have a different take on it. I know the Ravens are happy they got Zay.
Take up the 4 minutes. Edwards inside his pullback. Belucci and Murray gain from Smith. 3rd and 3 coming up. And it is always interesting when you look back, and we want to make the 10 games we've seen the definitive answer to this. It's a lot of time for those players to let their careers play out.
Yeah, Addison and Zay have certainly gotten off to great starts as rookies. Quentin Johnston, a slower start. The big drop last week against Green Bay, everybody's on him, but it's early on in his career. He's a big talented guy who's got a bright future as well.
DeCosta makes the pushes there at the top of the draft and does it so well. That means he's got Zay Flowers. Just do that. Breaks free. To the 29-yard line. Runs here, a couple of them, one after the catch by Flowers, that one by Hill for 18 yards.
He just attacked you so many different ways. You see the perimeter screen, you see the hard inside runs, and now here's Justice Hill. He starts to the strong side and winds it back behind the block. So each of these guys is a playmaker in their own right. It feels different to the defense, and they're just so hard to stop. And all the while you're thinking about number 8, how we contain him. These are tough downs.
Catchers are guard in motion. Leads away, getting a block, but Mitchell can't get past the rest of that Chargers defense. It's Matt.
I'm gonna bet 34 starter done motherfucker all time.
Clutch Kendricks here straight to the football. Longtime linebacker for the Vikings coming home, played at UCLA. You just see him quickly diagnose what's going on. He runs through the block by Simpson, gets downhill and makes a play. So some of these veteran guys, these Chargers, have spent a lot of money bringing here. They're showing up tonight.
We're visiting with Eric, who, as you said, is glad to be back in California during his time with the Vikings. He was a second-round pick in there for 8 years. Jackson pressure throws towards Hill. Incomplete. Once again, the pressure was on Lamar Jackson to bring up third down.
There was pressure. Lamar was backing up on this throw. A little bit off balance. You see him complete a lot of these. But it's about the heat up front. It's a little bit of a, it's called a TE game or ET game. The head goes first, the tackle comes around. And those Raven linemen, they have to stay on the same level. When they don't do that, the rusher gets home. Lamar's behind with the throw.
Lamar again getting personnel straight down wide formation here. For the Ravens. 3rd and 11. What's coming? Jackson throwing up top. Incomplete from back there. Dean Leonard inserted into the starting lineup here this week. Step for step with OBJ, and the field goal attempt is coming.
When you're on the fringe of field goal range, you got to expect pressure. The Ravens had the answer they wanted. Here comes the heat. Derwin James right down the middle. He's got Odell Beckham inside in the slot. It's a great matchup. On Leonard with a lot of space outside. Ball gets it out of his hands. Too far with the throw. Good job getting off the field by the Chargers. Justin Tucker one more time.
Stop here for a second. Ball goes back a bit to the 30-yard line. Properly spotted, and here comes Steve. First kicker to be a 5-time first-team All-Pro. Not Pro Bowl, one from each conference. You're talking All-Pro, best of the best, no matter your conference. It's been tough. 48. And now send another one through. Justin Tucker, 7 points tonight, 1,599 in his career. Top 25 scores in the history of the league. 13-3, Baltimore.
They are very important for our mental health because they bring people together that we but they also have big symbolic meanings. The symbolic meanings
Man, she's back, you cunt.
Now, here's a quick study out of the University of Illinois that says radio can actually be a diagnostic tool.
We're gonna burn it down because we hate you so much.
So here's what the researchers did. They analyzed in-depth interviews with 48 different people. This was in the U.S.
I need to see Bill. You can't do the dinner alone.
He shot himself in that parking lot later that evening. Maybe not taking advantage of the older, like, people with dementia. Like, hey, you don't even know who I am. I'm gonna kick you in this fucking truck.
Something amazing. You have it all. At Navy Federal Credit Union, it all starts
At Westside.
because we were founded as a not-for-profit with a mission dedicated to your well-being. Everyday banking
Westside.
loans.
At Westside.
24/7
Westside Credit Union.
the kind of support that comes from being a proud
I
part
work
of
at
your
Westside Credit
community.
Union.
Because when you're a member, it all starts and ends with you.
Westside.
Navy Federal Credit Union.
Our members are the mission.
Suck this dick.
Get great deals right now at Best Buy.
This look at the close calls of the Chargers is brought to you by Walmart. When you visit the arcade, you've been down Santa Monica Pier, go to the arcade, you play those games where you try to get the toy and you can't hang on. The Chargers have been able to hang on. That last game of the season, knocked out of the playoffs. Then last year, the big lead, the playoff, the exhilarating comeback by the Jaguars, and they dropped it again. And this year, all the close games, they have won one. 0-5 in games decided by 3 points or fewer. No other team in the league coming into this week has more than 2 losses in such situations. And Brandon Staley knows it. He addresses it. Jason, sometimes it's just a problem that's festering. You got to get out of the guys' heads as well.
Yeah, I think that's where it starts because they've lost so many different ways. You can't say, hey, it's always the defense. It's always one time it's the defense, one time it's the offense. They've turned the ball over. They haven't been good 2 minutes, whatever the thing is. It's been different every time. So to me, it goes back to mentally. What's the approach? How are we mentally? Are we clean? Are we poised in the big moments? And they haven't been. And then it starts to build on itself. You get those moments again, you're like, uh-oh, here comes the black cloud. And that's where this team is right now.
And facing that desperate situation at 4-6. And in the first half, they held the fort for the moment in those key spots where there were a couple of turnovers on their side of midfield. Now they got to get their offense going. It's been a quiet first half for Justin Herbert. In the air, right here for a couple of yards from Austin Eckler. The game plan that we've seen so far from Kellen Moore.
The first drive was their best drive, and they ran the ball and they used tempo. So that's going to be big for them here. I'd like to see them use some play action on early down. Run the ball, be committed to it, even if it's not productive. Make it into your play action.
So that tempo, and it's quick to Johnston. So yard shy of the first down. Johnston had a touchdown just off his hands at the end of the game against Green Bay last week.
This is a big part of the plan to get back on the ball in this third down situation.
One side.
To keep the Ravens out of all those different defensive looks for you.
Short, Herbert scanning, throwing it traffic, incomplete. And Roquan Smith breaks it up, and that's the danger of that is 25 seconds off the clock, and now the punt team's back on.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that defensive head coaches, if you will, do not like a tempo or hurry-up offense because you can go 3 and out pretty quickly. And this defense has been on the field a lot so far. They get a quick Gatorade break, and now they're back out there. So you got to make some first downs to get it going and get them on their heels. Chargers having a hard time doing it.
The analytics suggest you go for it. Brandon Staley's been as aggressive as anyone over his 2.5 years as head coach. He's going for it, but it'll just let J.K. Scott hang it up there high. It's fair caught by Devin Duvernay back at the 13-yard line. Quickie possession. 56 seconds for the Chargers.
Baltimore, who sucks.
Back on the field.
Third round. Versus Los Angeles.
Oh, I can't even watch the game.
But they're really San Diego. Release?
Like, this is not watchable. Watchable. Let's check the replay.
Yo, what's up? What's up? It's Cross.
Protecting your home and auto from Progressive. They'll just say big in a Bluetooth speaker at Amazon. And oh boy. Cyber Monday deals.
West side. West side.
Whenever you're hungry, there's a deal on the Subway app. Found one foot long, get 150% off in the Subway app today. That's a deal worth celebrating. Man, why don't you do it? Get it before it's gone on the Subway app.
Oh, what's that?
So you think Santa will like these red green M&Ms?
I don't know. I never met the guy. He does exist.
Do we exist?
NFL Sunday Ticket on ootd is now starting at $89. Watch every game, every Sunday exclusively with NFL Sunday Ticket and ootd. Sign up now. Thanksgiving week sale ends Monday, November 27th.
This holiday season, Illumination Studio behind Despicable Me and Minions invite you to take flight into the thrill of the unknown with a funny family vacation like no other. The action-packed new original comedy Migration plans its theaters of Christmas. Jackson's had receivers in the start of this game, but it's been quiet since. 2 of 8 for 22 yards, taking over for 13, keeping and running 8 yards to the 21. Good gain on first down. Jason, why the change for Lamar in the completions?
I think as much as anything else, he's been holding the ball a little bit more, and that's when guys like Mack and those guys that have gotten the hole. The plays early where he's throwing the slants, getting the ball out of his hand, that's been their best stuff. Along with that, right there, when in doubt, keep him alive as a runner. They put so much pressure on this Charger defense, and then some of those plays outside will come alive again.
That run within 5,000 yards for his career. Inside, actually his great speed across the 40, almost catches Dallas right near midfield. 29 yards for the free agent out of East Carolina.
Don't let this guy get into space again. It's a light box inside. The Ravens have favorable numbers.
Inside go.
5 for 5. You control the line of scrimmage. Look at this guy. He's a little back. He's got good vision. It's the lateral quickness first, and then it's the speed to get away from him. Stronger than you think, breaking tackles. He's made a real difference for the Ravens.
His family for this Ravens organization. Dad played for this team. Lamar stumbles in trouble, and that has to be intentional grounding. Not even needing a conversation or bringing in Terry. We got that one. That's intentional grounding by Lamar. He was about to get sacked. Took a sack away from Sebastian Joseph Day.
Intentional grounding. Number 8, offense. Falls down at the spot of the 5. It's second down.
Two things have to happen. You got to get outside the tackle box, and you got to get that ball across the line of scrimmage. So look at the tackle box here. It's a naked. Doesn't get out. Doesn't get the ball across the line of scrimmage.
That's double intentional grounding.
Yeah, sure is. That's why you were all over.
That was a layup, so it takes it back to the 38, second and 22. Derwin James is kicked up the middle, is open, and on the run, it's Aguilar for the first down right around the 40-yard line.
Wow. That was something else. This is Nelson Aguilar. He's working inside. He's going to run an over route. Pushes up on the defender. Man-to-man coverage. Lamar climbs the pocket. Throws it on the run in the pocket. Look at Aguilar. Extension. Good hands catch. Blocks it.
It was marked short of the first down at the 40. And the replay was very close. The thing was past the first down marker. And then Asante Samuel blows up the pass for Flowers. And we get to fourth down.
He sure does. And that's an RPO. We like to look outside. And that's in Asante Samuel Jr.'s DNA. His dad was one of the great hitters of all time. There's been more interceptions.
Taken this little confusion here. So the timeout is taken. So it was a catch by Aguilar on the sideline, and I thought it was a first down live. I thought his arm was easily over the 40-yard line when he came down. Again, Harbaugh goes quick. He runs the play.
First off, it's an unbelievable hands catch by Aguilar. Extended, pluck, like he does. Gets the ball on the outside arm.
There's the tackle.
I agree with you.
Massey.
It's
Again, first body part down.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's a bad call, but it's the same situation that we were in earlier, where you get into the short yardage and you go fast, instead of giving the opportunity, hey, let's look at this thing. And I understand you like that play better going fast, but you're not giving yourself a chance to let people look at it, because I think if they did, that thing would have been overturned.
And it is easy to see up here. The officials are running to get to that line, so it's hard to pick up the mark. But 4th and inches. Oh, big hit, but a second effort for the first down. Kenneth Murray. Brennan came in with a whack on Gus Edwards. That's 238 pounds of running back going forward. First down, Baltimore.
Murray was downhill, and he's all at 240 pounds himself. And this is what you like so much about Gus Edwards. He's a physical back, so good short yard and red zone situations. Somehow absorbs that blow, keeps his feet, turns and makes the first down. It's a big lunch right there.
The conversion, Ravens have had it for all but 56 seconds of this third quarter. Underneath for Bateman. Mentioned earlier that Lamar Jackson now over 5,000 career rushing yards. Here is the QB 5K club. And look at the number of games. Lamar Jackson, 22 fewer than Michael Vick.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Anybody who ever competed against Michael Vick can say, no, you will never see a guy like that again. For him to do it in 22 fewer games, it's something else. It always feels like a walk in the park with Lamar, too. He just goes out there, he's just playing ball. Look at this thing. Special player.
Flowers in motion. His hand down. And that's down at the 41-yard line. So it'll be a loss of a couple of yards. And short stuff. The Chargers are fighting on right now, making plays. We're in the 41 or a couple yards back, down by contest.
The Ravens have thrown so many quick screens to Zay Flowers, who's so great in space, but the Chargers have been all over it. They wanted to stop the run and stop some of that quick screen game. It's been so good for the Ravens all year long. Pretty effective so far in this ball game.
Places backs up the ball. Down by contact to the 44. Chance 3 yards to a potential field goal. As he drives the pocket, gets away from that. Incomplete off the hands of Aguilar. And it brings up down. And they're going to punt the ball away. Field goal here at the 62.
One more time, it's Khalil Mack coming off the offensive right-hand side. Two guys on him. Lamar finds the pocket. Khalil almost gets there. Aguilar makes the amazing play last time. This is an easier catch. Goes right through his hands. Big drop. By Nelson Aguilar. One more time, the Chargers are off the field.
Player on the field. Scout kicking. They're about 15-yard line by Darius Davis. Justin Herbert will be 86 yards passing after the third quarter. See if that changes when you come back.
That's why I brought in the E special.
Access to 24/7 plays.
With your policy in your pocket, it's easy to get.
Leo's nose was cause for alarm, so Dad brought touchless lotion to save it from harm. Plus has 50% more lotion and brings soothing relief. Don't get burned by winter nose. A nose in here deserves Puffs Indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue.
The walking trees change its entire location and receive sunlight.
Next, I want you to really think about what you want
What gets the attention of your business? Etc. Let there be change.
You should have all kinds of choices. Some people have each have their own houses and it's their real plan on moving. Maybe they have kids in the nest and they say they don't want anyone sleeping over if there's kids there. Maybe they don't want to have traditional marriage every day. They may want a part-time relationship on the week but they don't have their kids. They may want a situationship. Whatever, polyamory, I don't know. Whatever you want, figure
Get
out
the new Google Pixel 8 for as low as $0 at googlestore.com.
Great to say these words. Tiger Woods back on the golf course. First time since the Masters. Thursday, the Hero World Challenge. 1:30 Eastern. You'll see it on NBC and streaming on Peacock. Speaking of champions, one in the house tonight. A thing low, two-time Olympic gold medalist. Was it 400, 4x400, and the 800. In Tokyo, back in Paris. The Olympic Games coming in July on NBC. Chargers gotta get going offensively. 15, Herbert tries to get it going. Where else do you go? Keenan Allen to the 29-yard line. Steep tackle. What about the offense, Jason? And where the Chargers have to lead here now?
It's been ugly since the first possession, but that's where they have to lead. They have to throw the ball 13. They got to trust that he's going to win outside this matchup against Stephen Dark.
Tight end. Yard line. Geno Stone got him there.
And I like what they're doing here, Mike. They're on the ball, and the pace is faster. It almost feels a little bit more like 2 minutes. You just got to somehow shock this defense a little bit and take the edge off of them. Keep working your guy 13. Don't be afraid to throw to that 13. And some of these matchups against these backs.
Play away from getting back to the game. Here it goes. On the screen. Chased down by Roquan Smith. Right around the line of the 40 for a first down for the Chargers.
The whole thing has to be about those two guys. Throw to 13, throw to 30, time and time again. And anything anybody else gets, hey, Justin sees the matchup and he wants to let it rip. You got to feature your best guys.
Hey,
If you've never been to therapy, this is a great opportunity.
Morning gets complete. 4-6 one more time to Keenan Allen. His margin between number of receptions and then the rest of the team, significant, most in the league. Number 1 to number 2 pass catcher. And his offense very comfortable going for
I love the history. The old wars and everything. Great stuff.
Consecutive 4, it'll be Allen, a fumble, and a block, and 3 yards. Third one, Taylor Knight couldn't get that last springing block.
Like some guys are more capable of handling a burden. Keenan Allen's one of those guys. Throws to him a lot. He's going to continue to make the plays. He's your best matchup regardless. And they've done as good a job as anybody in the NFL moving their featured player around in motion. Doing it again tonight. He's heating up.
91 catches of the season. Ravens brought a couple of big bodies in. Smart in motion. Herbert going that way. Deflected. Stone Smart got a hand on it. But it's incomplete.
What a play by Kyle Van Noy. And they go play action. Slip Smart into the flat. Justin tries to lay the ball over Van Noy's head. He had him, and he had a lot of yards after the catch on this one. Look at Van Noy. The 10-year vet still has some hops. That's a difference-making play in the game right there. Chargers going for it.
Back to the Chargers in the Brandon Staley mode. being aggressive and going for it. In fourth and a yard plus. Trying to get to midfield, trying to do it on the ground, smacked inside. Second effort, Eckler got it.
Like, easy to say after he makes the first down, but I agree with that. At this point in the game, this is the first momentum they've had since the first drive, so try to keep the ball, try to come back and go get a field goal or a touchdown and make this a one-score game and build on what you're doing. I like to call good execution. On the double pass.
Got off the block and made the play. Kyle Hamilton continually to put on an all-pro show here this season.
This guy is everywhere. Keenan Allen on the bubble. There's Hamilton communicating inside. You take him, you take him. I'm going to take this guy and I'm going to throw him away. And I'm going to go make the tackle. Jalen Guyton, also a former Notre Dame guy for a minute. Irish on Irish pride right there. He makes the play.
Sure. Texas. Here's a blitz. Herbert has it picked up. Middle of the field. And you had the coverage of Brandon Stevens in the back end. And Quentin Johnson, the intended receiver, is still there.
A lot of pressure on Justin Herbert there. As we see Johnston. He's hit right down the middle. Right down the interesting back and squeeze. It was going to be a pick stunt, but nobody came to block him. They executed it anyway. Well, Justin, just enough time. I'll tell you what, Brandon Stevens doing a good job knocking it away.
Contact right there with the ball game. Johnston remains down. Injury timeout.
There was a family that played together, that laughed together. But as they grew older, opinions widened. Conversations became heated. Their reunions became uncomfortable. Eventually, the gathering stopped because each had to be right.
We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that.
Cyber Week savings are here at Dick's Sporting Goods. With 25% off select basic hoodies, up to 30% off footwear, and 50% off select NCAA apparel. Plus, save big on treadmills. Download the Dick's app, shop online, and holiday starts at Dick's. Whoa, you're an action star. Hey, action, join T-Mobile.
This holiday, T-Mobile get 45 free on us and 4 lines unlimited for $25 a month.
NFC continues to lie. Big play Seahawks. Seahawks stars steady count. Let's see matchup. Playoff implications in Seattle and Dallas. Thursday night football. Only on Prime.
Is the Olympics. So it's a weak fire breathing talking.
Right next door to SoFi Stadium, the Forum in LA, where the two-time Lakers were so great, winning 6 in their NBA championships. Well, that was their home building still in use there. So many greats. You know, if you're of a certain age, you remember the Forum. If you're of a certain age, and maybe it happened this weekend at home, you have this argument: who's better in basketball, Jordan or LeBron? So we visit with Kyle Hamilton. He started a conversation with somebody outside of the room, comes in and continued it with us for about 5 minutes.
And he came in hot. He wasn't even allowing for Jordan. We're all looking at each other like, are you kidding me? He's a LeBron James guy through. And he had his argument.
Flag down to stop the play here on 3rd and 12. Trying to get a little closer. All-star. We go the other way. 4 offense. 5-yard penalty. fouls on number 76, 5-yard penalty. Third down. Center will collapse. It'll be third and 17. That happened all across the country. Those generational topic holiday weekends with family getting together. So much fun.
It was really fun. And some of the older people there said, have you ever really seen Jordan play? Not really.
But that's not the point. We came back down here, right? Enjoy our time with Kyle. Aging guy, talented on the field as well. His Ravens defense showing pressure, backing out of it. On 3rd and 17, Keenan Allen gives pass to Eckler to get the first down right around the 39-yard line. How about that play?
Absolutely love it. That's Kellen Moore's Boise State background coming out right there. Not afraid of the double pass, and I like Herbert to Allen to Eckler. Those are the guys that got to touch the ball. They do in a big moment. What a conversion.
3rd and 17, a play right out of the Turkey Bowl on Thanksgiving in your backyard when you challenged by John Harbaugh. Challenging him to forward pass, backwards pass, and exactly forward pass from his lips. We will see. Baltimore is challenging rolling on the field for backwards pass.
I hope not. That was too good.
I like it. You never find out what happened, but important point in this game here is the conversion. Look at it closely. The spot where it's thrown from, is it backwards to Eckler? We have a clear look at that as well.
I've been a living girlfriend. I've been single and a single mom. I've done it all. And luckily, with the help of a good therapist and going back to graduate school and getting a master's in PhD in psychology, I have figured out how we can all have healthier relationships and certainly having a marriage. So let me go to the question. If you want to send me a question, you can do it on my own social identity or handle it using my secret. Send me a DM on Instagram with
Get iPhone 15 Pro with titanium from Boost Infinite and transcend to a wireless utopia where you'll experience unparalleled coverage on America's smart network and save up to 40% on your monthly bill.
And then ask to split the bill.
Infinitely better.
It's a great conversation.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe cold psoriasis. Now I feel free to bare my skin thanks to Sky Rizzy.
And I think the thing that bothers me the most about this is he asked you out on a key show to restaurant.
I celebrated my clear skin. My way, with Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin in 4 months. In another study,
Let us move along. Dear Dr. Wendy, why do I get anxiety?
or lower ability to fight makeup. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Thanks to clear skin and Sky Rizzy, this is my moment. There's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Now's the time to ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic and psoriasis. Learn how happy can help you save.
After review, ruling of a backward pass and a first down stand. First down LA. Terry McCauley, bring in walk us through these two.
We'll talk about the backward pass first. The ball appears to leave his hand right about just maybe outside the 47. Well, the ball would have to be touched beyond that for it to be a forward pass. And it's clearly not. It may be parallel, maybe backwards. It's just not forward. Can't change that one. When we get to the line of game, this is also very tight. It is not clear and obvious he didn't make the line of game. Stands on both thumbs correct.
And even though Harbaugh said a challenge forward pass, you open up the box, you look at everything. They check both. Herbert's got a first down. And answer Jalen Guyton on that first down. And incomplete with 1:47 left in the third quarter. They come back. You mentioned Kellen Moore, obviously, as you mentioned in Dallas with you there as a quarterback and a quarterback coach and a play caller. And he did this often.
Yeah, first off, he played so much football at Boise State. Was one of the great college quarterbacks really in a long time, and he always had these great ideas, these flea flicker type things you can use. When you're a play caller and it's third extra long like that, you look down at the sheet and say, hey, what the heck? Let's call it. We've been working on it. He dialed it up perfectly, and they pulled off the execution.
Late 12 on this drive, and it's complete at the 30-yard line. Right back to team now with 10 targets, 10 catches. He now has 93 on the season.
Wear him out. You know, we had Zeke Elliott in Dallas for years. We used to always say, feed me. That's what they're doing right now with the big guy. Keep feeding 13. Good stuff's happening.
Inside. First back case, I go back to what you said at the very beginning of the game. You said, wear out 3 guys. Herbert, Allen, Eckler. That's this drive.
Yeah, those are your go-to guys. Everybody else is complimentary. Not to say they can't make a play, but you have to feature your best players. And again, they do a great job moving these guys around, so they're not just sitting ducks. You see the game line up in so many different spots. It's hard to defend.
End of the third. Inside Darius Davis, 2 yards. Rookie out of TCU. Fellow Ward Frog was injured earlier on this drive. Johnson and remains on the sideline. Helmet on, though, for the first-round pick.
Brandon's dead at halftime, so you get down to red zone, got to score touchdowns. The biggest thing for that is you got to score points. Can't go backwards. You got to keep taking care of football. You got to keep featuring your guys.
And for Eckler, Joshua Kelly, Hamilton, he went there to change the play when he saw the movement. Play again. Offense. Second down. That's the fourth one on Los Angeles.
Well, that's a situation there, Mike. When you're a head coach in those situations, it's easier when you're not the play caller on the other side of the ball because you can be standing right next to the official and you're watching the action. You're saying he's not going to get this off, and you bang your timeout because taking the delay there certainly not good. Being second and long in the situation, this is their biggest drive of the game.
Quarter ends, only points in the third. A Raven field goal. We're 13-3 and Sunday Night Football continues after these messages.
All the secrets. Addicting satisfaction. Middleston, Ian Davidson, Jacob Elordi, Josh Groban, Kelly Clarkson, and Green Larson. Tonight's show this week.
Why are we the only birds heading this way?
Moderation, rated PG.
Constantly on them, it's just like a carousel of revolving faces that never seem to go away. So take a break from those apps. You deserve to do that. When we come back, I'll continue to answer your relationship questions. You're listening to the Dr. Andy Ross Show on 25 AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour KFI News. Important now, we're live in the KFI 24-hour news. Hamas has released 17 more hostages, including a 4-year-old American girl. President Biden says Abu Ghraib's father and mother were killed when they tried to steal her from Hamas militants. At least 70 sheriff deputies in San Bernardino County will be fighting retail crime throughout the holidays. Former Vice President Harris visited a bakery in Venice on small business Saturday yesterday. He leaves LA tomorrow and heads over to Houston, Texas. Houston Friday Crowd movement at 40 to the location. This report is brought to you by Discover. We'll get to 91 now. Did you know what a rich thing to do? Apparently, science answers considering all summer and drugs to help you have a thorough cancer. Think about it. When your car has been sitting in the garage for 6 months, but that's everywhere. Anything considered is considered needs to be changed. The cost of cancer will cancer funds to get $38 and guarantee the result. We guarantee that your Timber funds to save you $38 on your energy bill. And we guarantee that your Timber funds won't break down during the season. They will immediately release them.
Feeling downtown LA as we get set to begin the fourth quarter in Inglewood, California. At SoFi, like Jason Garrett, and Chris Howard back next Sunday night. Let's start down the sideline. 13-3. The Ravens leading going into the fourth quarter, as they have in every game this year. It ties the third longest streak in the history of the league. We're starting the season going into the fourth quarter with a lead. Minnesota did it in every game in '98. This is the all-time low. Quarter begins at second and 13. Justin Herbert in the charge. Again, they're 11 for 11 targets and catches tonight. Third and manageable.
Keep wearing that guy out. Every time he sees one-on-one, he's going to Keenan. Again, they're moving him around. They're working some matchups outside. He's working on Darby. He's working on Stevens. Every time they go there, good things are happening.
His own team record set back in 2017. Philip Rivers throwing the ball. This is the first down for a decision. Herbert stands, fires quickly. Generally hit from behind. Hard by Ronstadt. But he hangs on for the first down.
I'll tell you one thing, if you catch the ball in the middle of this defense, you better secure it. They're coming. Excellent job getting through the progression by Herbert. He's number 2. He works across to the drag route. A big hit by Stone. Here comes Roquan. You can see why they knock the ball out as much as they do. Excellent job by Everett. Hold on.
He comes out Donald Parham. Herbert loves down here in the red zone. His size is 6'8" in the lineup. The 13 straight by Queen. That was like room service for Patrick Queen.
Yeah, I'd say he was all over that one. He loved getting the ball to Eckler in the high red zone, right around this 20-yard line of these screens. It's across the ball screen. Patrick sees immediately. Roquan sees it immediately. He's supposed to get a little rub by the tight end there. They ran right through it and annihilated Austin Eckler.
Good combos inside linebacker in the league. Those guys are right at the top. Second and 14. Herbert. Intro, gets rid of him. It's Joshua Kelly. Stayed inbounds. Good fight. For the toughest half yard you'll ever find. Now it's third down.
You know, we mentioned this 2000 Ravens defense, one of their all-time great defenses, probably along with the 85 Bears.
And you saw it up close.
Yeah. Played against them in the Super Bowl runs with the Giants, and they dominated us. They dominated everybody. I'm not saying this defense is that, but you can see a lot of the same DNA. Big defensive tackles who can be disrupted. These linebackers that can run, playmakers on the back end. They're one of the best defenses in the league, and they're showing it tonight.
First down awaits at the 3. Herbert hit by Clowney. The ball is out. And Clowney's on it for the 4th Charger turnover of the night. Devian Clowney, the former number 1 pick, bounced around last 6 years, 5 teams, but he has found a fit here. 7.5 sacks now on the season. And the forced fumble here as well.
It's really a tough matchup for the Chargers. Clowney working on Trey Pipkins. Not so big and strong and long. Another one of these veteran guys looking to get off. He runs right through the block. The extension knocks it out. Our white shirts making the play there. Ravens defense showing up big time.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. There's big news for women going through menopause. Vioza, a prescription treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms. The medical name for hot flashes and night sweats. With hormone-free Vioza, you can have fewer hot flashes and more non-flashes. Vioza is proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. For some women, it can start working as early as 1 week. Don't use Vioza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Increased liver blood test values may occur. Your doctor will check them before entering treatment. Most common side effects include stomach pain, diarrhea, difficulty sleeping, backache, and hot flashes. Ask your doctor about hormone-free Gyoza and enjoy more not flashes.
I watched my first race yesterday. You're on the team, kid. It's orientation day.
Hey, Ninja, let's get you up to speed. Let's go.
Your workspace is ready. Looks like you got a corner on.
Let's take a look at our next gen stats powered by AWS. This is Lamar Jackson getting the ball out of his hand tonight. Third quickest in his career, 2.49 seconds. A lot of quick throws early on in the game. We saw the slants were really productive for them. They got down and close to the red zone. Crossing route and still getting it out fast. As this game has worn on, he's held a little bit more. That's given the Chargers a chance to come get him. You can see the efficiency go down. Look for them to try to get back to having him get the ball out of his hand more quickly and let the guys go to work.
And a long wait. That was a 19-play drive for the Chargers, yielding nothing to run here for Gus Edwards. Meantime, Melissa starts standing by the injury tent because Justin Herbert just went in after Clowney came and got his right arm. He had the finger there as well, but also the play before this was just a matter of PK takes him down. Something was bothering him as well. So Herbert goes into the tent for a look. Easton Stick is his backup. Stick has not played a snap this year. Defense coming up big after that long drive by the Chargers. Knocked down inside. Two go up there. It's Tuiputu and Austin Johnson inside. Johnson got a hand on him.
Sure was, and they tried to get Zay Flowers on that inside slant. Just what we're talking about. That's been the most effective stuff in their passing game. Austin Johnson getting that big left paw. Make the 35 situation. This is where the Chargers defense has been good. All year long and certainly tonight in off the field.
Credit this Chargers defense. And watching this weekend during the game, Detroit gave up 38. Seattle gave up 37. Couple of good teams on defense. Chargers taking it to 13 so far. Lamar picking up now, firing downfield towards Flowers. Incomplete. St. Bassey all the way with him with coverage. So the player adjustments we're seeing on the back end have also been a positive for this LA defense tonight.
They sure have, and it starts in the pocket. Lamar gets pressure early on. Trying to find Zay Flowers, has to move. Go back to the factor one more time. Finds Flowers. How about Bassey? Not playing a lot of football for these guys. Again, Boys at the ball. Not great defensive pass interference. Getting off the field.
Very stout kicking. Darius Davis is back. Justin Herbert still in the tent. Here's Davis, 17, looking for blocks, trying to kick him out. Got to the corner, got it turned. No flags down. He's down at the 40-yard line. So a good return and good field position. A net of only 32 yards. So Easton Stick for the moment will come out as the pushing goes on. He'll come out with the team. Herbert walking out of the tent. We'll see who's playing quarterback. I think it's going to be Justin when we come back.
Start your holiday season off with one of our new holiday combos starting at $13.99. Now that's it.
For this week only, you can get NFL Sunday tickets starting at just $89. So, you can watch your team in the home stretch of the season, even if you're the only fan around. Sign up now.
Shop Cyber Monday. Today only. Earn $15 false cash for every $50 spent. Take 20% off.
Okay, here's Dr. Wendy. Along the same subject, you think men and women can be friends only, or does someone always get hurt? Well, that is the case. Generally, this conversation has come up in my Patreon Zoom room because if you really get freaking men in my Patreon Zoom room, and for everyone who's joined, you can go to patreon.com/everyone should know 6:30 to get together in a Zoom room.
Monday Night Football on ESPN and then Week 13 kicks off with Thursday Night Football on Prime Video. Stream games live on your mobile device with NFL Plus.
On the other hand, there are some married and coupled men who have female friends or co-workers or whatever, but they're very clear about what the boundaries are. But if everyone who loves bigger and other primary relationships and you want to be friends, you have to attend the conference with your friend. Right? If you have a private trip alone with somebody's boyfriend or husband, that's a great relationship. It really is. You should really also, if you're in a relationship and you have an opposite gender buddy,
7 miles from here, they played the first Super Bowl. It was Chiefs Packers. And we'll see those two great franchises in Lambeau on Sunday Night Football. Live America begins our coverage at 7 Eastern Time. It'll be Patrick Mahomes' first start in Lambeau Field. That is a great Coliseum. Justin Herbert back on the field for the Chargers. Down 10, 11.5 to go. Down fire, Keenan Allen again. It's complete. Game 7. Melissa, what was going on the sideline?
So after the turnover, Justin Herbert came over and sat down on the bench, looking at the tablet with Kellen Moore for a couple of minutes, and then gets up and goes in the medical tent, as you see there, the unaffiliated neuro trauma consultant, Red Hat right there, went in with him. But back in the game, good to go. The team said no official diagnosis.
And he's running here, Melissa, for the first down and turning it upfield and going down the sideline. Herbert inside the 20 to the 17-yard line. And Patrick Reed is the one who's not getting up after the tackle. So Herbert takes off with the long run of 36. The concern now is Baltimore's linebacker.
Justin is such a great pocket passer. People don't give him enough credit as a runner. What an athlete this guy is at 6'6", capturing the edge, running away from Patrick Queen, making a big explosive run. Remember his days back in Oregon. We saw him in the Rose Bowl make a ton of these kinds of plays. And he has that as part of his game. Talking about a guy who can beat you a ton of different ways. Because everything went well in the blue tent.
Mark it down officially to 35-yard run, the second longest of his career. Dean comes over to the sideline. In some discomfort. We asked him about Lamar Jackson earlier this week when we watched the Chargers practice on Friday. He said, I grew up watching him, played against him once. I wish I could move like that. He's on a whole nother level. But right now, in this game, did you have Herbert having the longest run in the game? He does.
It wasn't quite Lamar, but it was pretty darn good.
And he's got the Chargers back in the red zone, the 18-yard line. And went on the move. 12-yard line, gain of 6. And if the Chargers scored, they make it a one-score game. Don't forget what their defense has done. 4 turnovers by the Chargers. Only Baltimore scored 3 points. There's no reason this is only a 10-point game with 10 to go in regulation.
Yeah, there's no doubt that sudden change situation. We talk a lot about situational football. That's a big one. The Chargers have been lights out handling tonight. Look, this situation right here, Baltimore's going to force you to throw the ball underneath. And it looked like Justin hesitated for a second, and he went right back to Beckler, who used to always say it's not ultimate frisbee. You don't catch it, you have to have a pivot foot. You can run with it after the catch. That's what you got to do against the Ravens down here. You got to catch and run to get in.
I love it. Outside frisbee. First and goal. Starkey's got to have one. Good shot. Or maybe the 3-yard line. Jason, you know Bellamore so well that now it's going to let power running. That's not the way this team is built, is it?
That is not. They're not nearly as physical a team as the Ravens are. We've seen that throughout this game. But, when they've had their best drive, they continue to mix the run and run it downhill. And just keeping that defensive front honest. I don't think we'll be able to knock it in this way instead of trying to get the ball in space.
Allen, single at the top. Get motion. Cover. Back to the end zone. Got incomplete. Hamilton covered.
He had him. It was man-to-man coverage. Guyton in the slot on the right-hand side was going to run away from Hamilton. Justin was pressured, had to get the ball out. Looks like it was Oway making the play. As a quarterback, you'd like to see him lay the ball from a little air and beat that.
After Wade back in the game. Third goal. And we're on the move. Deep by effort to the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers.
What a drive by the Chargers. Time and time again, they came up with the big plays. The biggest one was the run by Herbert to get him down to the red zone. But they used motion, fast motion by Eckler, trying to uncover it. And there you see Everett just turn it inside. Gets himself in front of Marcus Williams, puts the big body. Love the location of the throw by Herbert. Make Williams come through you. Everett does the rest.
Cameron Dicker. 3-point game. Justin Herbert was in the 10th quarter. He's going to come back for that drive. Bloodied earlier in the game. But his 35-yard run put the Chargers in position. And his tight end back off the injury list. Leonard comes up with one. Doesn't dance. After 3-point game here in LA.
This is our get-together.
This is how we settle sibling disputes. Different worlds.
But if you can keep up and follow these 20 minutes
We're part of a covert special forces. We're the only people who can keep the planet from getting blown down.
That's what?
Race to the United States of America! Thank God one of us is sober.
We're going to celebrate with you, Mary.
Everyone's right.
Walmart Cyber Monday deals are live. Get these all-Bluetooth earbuds for $9. Crocs by a line cloth for under $30, and so many more amazing deals. Shop online now and save big with Walmart Cyber Monday deals.
I hope the kid wrote your husband deserves a Carol and to sell you on a new iPhone. A better plan is to write.
This Black Friday weekend, turn any iPhone in any condition into a new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and iPad and Apple Watch SE, all on us. Only on Verizon.
I'm proud to play for the Child Net Foundation. As someone who was adopted as a newborn, I'm living proof of the positive effects of a loving family. While every child's journey is different, these cleats let us walk together, helping place vulnerable kids in the stable, supportive housing they deserve. This is my cause, these are my cleats.
Sunday Night Football is brought to you by Toyota, the official automotive partner of the NFL. Let's go places. and by Pepsi, soft drink of the NFL. That's the serving spoon here in Inglewood, California, served up soul food since it opened in 1983. Harold Sparks, the man who opened it, now grandkids on it. See the touchdown mentioned the dance go to break by Gerald Everett? Dusted off a little Ray Lewis. Sure, he grew up watching Ray do these things for so many years. Lighting up the inner harbor of Baltimore, he'd come out. Gerald Everett, a little homage. Ray Lewis against the Ravens.
Yeah, I'd be careful poking that bear, though, Mike.
Done from a distance.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Walmart Plus 4K Skycam. We're talking about Khalil Mack. Look at this guy. Former first-round pick. They got two guys out of all night long. Relentless is the word. This guy is nonstop. Great get off. Tackle in the back. Doesn't bother him. He gets to Lamar, knocks the ball out. One more time. He just keeps coming. Keeps coming. Calls the incompletion there. This guy's been all over the place. A real pro, one of the best rushers in his generation.
Ravens offense. Less effective here in the second half. First and 10 for Jackson from the 25. He'll go to the air, and he'll throw it complete. Edwards out of the backfield and a first down. Gus Edwards gain of 11.
How about that? Gus Edwards showing his versatility. Got to see him as a between the tackles runner, a red zone runner. Get down, get involved in the passing game, and they needed that. They needed some positive plays, throwing the football here. Now they got to get this Charger defense on its heels.
10th catch for Edwards on the season. Tries to sustain some offense here. Chargers have momentum. Edwards tackled by Murray around the 31-yard line. Pick up of 5. Baltimore is 8-3. Rebel division lead, which is sitting here in the AFC as we get to the final third of the season. Miami's 8-3. So is Jacksonville. So is Kansas City. The Ravens bye comes up next week. This is their only game in a 23-day stretch. They were 14-2. Get this one after the Thursday night game last week. And the bye next week. A chance to catch your breath and get healthy. It's a try.
It's one of those games that if you don't win it, that time off can be agonizing. You get to that stretch.
Speedy keep to the inside. Goes down for Mitchell.
I'll tell you, yeah, Mike, you think this guy is just a fast guy. Watch his feel as a runner. Throwing an outside zone play. If he stretches it, he gets lateral, gets up in there, and the lateral cut to capture the edge. Really good job by Zay Flowers out on the perimeter. Good job by Ricard. A lot of white shirts sticking on the blue shirts. Petey Mitchell. Show a little something beyond just that 4-2 speed. That'll be wrong.
Across midfield with 6.5 to go. Those look like full structure tackles. It's been borderline both tackles, one for the Chargers, one for the Ravens, has been just timing the snap perfectly, quote unquote. As the night has gone on, that's how they get Stanley.
All start, 79 offense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
You know, we got the 4K Skycam, but Ronnie Stanley, he's got an up-close view of what Khalil Mack's been doing all night long, and that's why you see those guys get out that much quicker. They've been feeling his heat. He's got a little got off there a little bit too quickly there.
There's the bye, Jason. Baltimore and the Rams will be in Jacksonville for a big one on Sunday night in the middle of December. You see it. It's a tough stretch. A couple of division leaders coming up. So rest as well. First and 15. Healthy yardage back. It'll be second down as we get to 6:20 left here in regular.
I really like the call by Todd Monken there. Let's get back on track. Behind the chains, how do we get back? Let's throw it to one of our playmakers. Get Zay an opportunity outside, go north and south. And now you're back on schedule here. Big thing for these guys is to get some yards here on second down. So you don't get in that third long situation. The Chargers is really good getting off the field.
Second down, a lot of throwing on this drive. Pressure comes. Jackson is front to throw back inside to Mitchell. And he gets the first down to the 35-yard line. Keith Mitchell's dad, Anthony, played for the Ravens about 24 years ago. Has been a nice fit in as a free agent, undrafted rookie.
Again, we just saw the run earlier. Now, as a protector and as a receiver, Lamar gets out in space, be friendly. Keith does a good job settling down, not running into traffic. Lamar's got great vision into the ball. Conversion to the Ravens.
First down on the drive. Let's see the offensive challenge. Not having a great half. Make a march like this. 35. Gains the yard. It's that family feel for this whole Ravens organization, specifically with Mitchell. His dad, Anthony, was a safety, had a huge 90-yard blocked field goal return against the Tennessee Titans in that year that the Ravens went on to win the Super Bowl. And they appealed to Keaton after the draft. Said, you know, you can go back into Dad's closet and get some throwback stuff right away before you even get here. Ravens had that family feel, and that was a pitch from the scouts to his dad. Hey, when he comes here, you know, we'll take care of him. He's there to take care of the Ravens right now. Bounce it to the edge here. Tackled by Dean Leonard. Right around the 29-yard line. Big third down coming up.
Like John told us that story the other day, and he had better offers. A college free agent, better offers, more money from other teams. And eventually the scouts said, hey, you're a Raven. Anthony, you're a Raven. Keaton, he's a Raven. And then, all right, I'm a Raven. Here I go. Harbaugh's pretty happy he was. We're going to have a good job tonight.
Staley's defense tries to come up with a stop. They're forcing Tucker field goal attempt. Down away to the 25. Say a likely justice run. Will it be a yard and a half short? It's fourth down. Tucker off the sideline, waits for the word. Here it comes.
Yeah, again, I think this is a good decision by John Harbaugh. Make this a touchdown game, not a field goal game. And trust your defense pull back the other way. And Brett DeSandier, this LA Chargers defense to be able to get off the field one more time on third down, keep it a one-score game. Coming back is an opportunity to show what he's got.
Tyler Rock, here's the snap for Stout. There's the holder. It's a 46, it's a 48, it's a 44. He missed. Oh my goodness. You never see that. It's his first miss inside of 50 this year. Best career field goal percentage in league history. Off on that one from 44. 3-point game. We're back in 30 after this from AWS.
AWS is helping the NFL to predict and prevent injuries day out. By analyzing millions of data points from every angle, they power simulations for any play, any condition, every player. And by capturing every move to reduce injury risks and improve equipment, it helps keep players on the field and at the top of their game.
It's almost a testament to his extraordinary level of ability that you're stunned when somebody misses a field goal. And Justin Tucker just did. Actually, that miss takes him under 90% for his career. And Youngboy, who the kicker for Atlanta, is now has the highest career percentage of those with a minimum of 100 attempts in NFL history. Chargers down 3. Eckler gets away from one tackle. Doesn't get away from enough of Youngboy. Awesome a couple. Patrick Queen gets the first credit for the penetration. I think Oway's down. It's not Oway, beg your pardon. It's not a PK.
Yeah, it's a shocker. This guy literally never misses. This is stats to back it up.
Randy Brown there. He's the kicking specialist. He's a specialist. Terrific coach over the years. It's such a science here.
Pretty clean operation. Snap point kick. Holden didn't have to turn the ball at all. You just do not see that very much. Harps, he's in disbelief.
Oh, it's what Brandon said. They get nothing that goes their way, or so they feel. This is a team that is 0-5 in 3-point games this year, and now they've got their chance. Great news out of PK off the field under his own power. Loss of 1, second and 11.
You got to get the ball to Keenan Allen.
Complete sideline to Alex Emerson. 5 years of Bengal, Carolina, and Washington. There's a couple of catches now for the Chargers. And that first down right around midfield. Again, Quentin Johnston, the fifth round pick, went out earlier.
Love it. They double Keenan Allen on that play. Justin Herbert just goes to the other side. He likes the matchup, likes the combination. Delivers a strike on the boundary.
98 career catches for Erickson. He's been in the league for 7 years. Right around midfield. Erickson did not come back to the ball. And this has led to these conversations of intent or intentionally grounding, and all just coming back as incomplete. These three Chargers stories, the last 7 decided by 3 or fewer. They lost the ball.
And this is the next step for Justin Herbert to prove that he can go down the field at the end of a ball game against an elite defense and make the throws necessary to tie or go ahead in this ball game. Feed your guy number 13.
Pressure coming. And perfect it up. Herbert's pass underneath. Caught by Guyton to the 46-yard line. Man, who's getting going out of here tonight? 3rd and 5 as we get closer to the 2-minute warning.
Really 4-down territory for the Chargers. Right here, they're letting all the way go down to the 2.
Well, Guyton lost his shoe on the play. So Herbert's there at the line, and it gets the 2-minute warning. Guyton's looking over the sideline going, I got no shoe, what am I going to do? And Herbert stayed calm, Kellen Moore on the sidelines after the 2-minute warning.
These guys hit you so hard they knock you out of your shoes.
It's a straight tackle, it's a shoe-heel tackle. He pulls it off there.
When you catch the ball underneath against this Raven defense, you better break your pads now because they're coming to get you. The corners tackle, the linebackers tackle, the defensive linemen come out of the stack and come get you.
All right, James, here's the importance. You mentioned everybody's 8-3 in this division. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, that gets even tighter, all even in the loss column if the Chargers come back. And let's look over the Chargers there. There's 5 and 6, you're 1 back, and it's a big pile of it. Would you have thought Indianapolis would be in a wild card position on the Sunday after Thanksgiving? Full credit to what they have done in Indianapolis this year. But you see, it is going to be a tight bunch for the last spot in the AFC in all likelihood. Chargers are right in it, Jason. They can go down the field with this game.
They sure are. And credit to them because this Ravens team is awfully good for a number of those teams. You think about Houston, you think about where Denver was early on in the year and how they're back into the mix. But from the Ravens standpoint, this is huge. Think about where the AFC Championship game has been played in the last 5 or so years in Kansas City. Yeah. So for them to somehow wrestle this #1 seed away from them and force the Chiefs to travel as you get into January, boy, at least try to make their road a little bit tougher. So winning a game like this, then you get a break, and then you go into the home stretch. This is huge for John Harbaugh, his football team.
What's it like as a head coach and a play caller? You've been in these situations so many times. 2 minutes in the game, 3-point game. How much is your stomach turning at a moment like this?
Oh, it's turning, but you got to keep your poise and you got to have a plan in these situations. You have them all on your call sheet. You've been watching this game for 3 hours. You have to know in your mind what you need to get to in this situation for Kellen Moore. You got to believe this is 4-down territory. And for Justin Herbert, you can't go backwards. Just do something forward to make the 4th down manageable. You can't get it here. And on the other side, for Mike McDonald, what's he going to do? Is he going to pressure? Is he going to come after Justin Herbert? To trust his guys outside alone against the Keenan Allens of the world? Fun to watch.
Empty backfield, third and 6. Slant to midfield. Back out of his hands. Queen hits it hard. Fourth down. All 3 timeouts left. And they will go for it.
Obviously the right call in this situation. Look for them to move Keenan. They're trying to take the double coverage off of him, but these other guys need to be ready. Their team's not getting it. You got to be able to step up and keep this drive alive.
Goes in motion. All the way across the formation. 4th and 6. Here comes the pressure. Herbert is sacked. Got rid of it. Incomplete. Arthur the left blitz. Conversation if it's sack or incomplete pass, which is significant because of the yardage and also intentional grounding as well. Headline is Ravens take over.
As a play caller and as a quarterback in this situation, the number one thing you need to be thinking about is heat, and more heat. They're going to bring pressure off the slot. You have to know what the pressure is.
The offense. Quarterback now in the pocket. There was no receivers in the area. Lost down the spot foul. Chase the next one down. First down, Baltimore.
Mike McDonald been a lot more targeted with his pressures here in the last couple of years, but the Ravens, in critical moments, know how to affect the quarterback. As a quarterback, what's my quick answer in that situation? A free rusher, the let off the slot, he gets home. Ravens have the ball. Remember here, the Chargers have 3 timeouts. If they get stopped, bang the timeout, you get one more opportunity.
They get the ball back with about a minute 25 left. But again, that penalty also cost them yardage. It backs them up. They'll hand it to him. Fake it over, they give it to him. Rush by Lamar Jackson. He gets down to the 40. Pick up a 4 timeout by the Chargers. 1:47 to go. Chevrolet player of the game coming up. Melissa will speak with the stars of the game. Jason and I will look at next Sunday night at Lambeau with the Chiefs and the Packers on the Chevrolet post-game show. 2nd and 5 ahead here. Very similar to the Green Bay game last week. The Chargers had a couple of opportunities, got the ball back, could not get it downfield. They couldn't get a 4th down playoff again.
You know, they dribble the ball well here in the 4th quarter in the big moments. They go down and get the score, they come back, they give themselves an opportunity. But I just love when the Ravens get there, they make the stop on 3rd down on the slant to Eckler, and then they come after them. Now, when they flip it around for the Chargers now, obviously it's a run situation. You better make sure you defend number 8. It's awfully good in these situations.
Jackson. Five out. Chargers. 9 remaining. 44 to go. 3rd and about 3 coming up. 1:44 left. We're talking about the Chargers trying to get the win. Otherwise, they go 4-7. They lose 3 in a row. They'll go to Foxborough, have the worst record in the AFC. Then Denver's playing well at the Raiders. A lot of division games left. Peacock exclusive with Buffalo in here on the Saturday before Christmas. And then closer with Denver and the Chiefs.
You know, there's opportunity there as they get into the home stretch of their schedule, but there's a lot of teams stacked up there. Being the Chiefs late in the season is not going to be easy, so getting the stop here is going to be huge. Justin Herbert's going to get one more opportunity coming back the other way.
3rd and 3. Lost it, but he got you by Flowers, and they take it to the 10, and the 5, and to the end zone for a touchdown. Zay Flowers, number 2. And scores the penalty kick. Oh! He's going to be all rookie. He's going to be all celebration team, too.
We've been talking a lot about Justin Herbert, Austin Eckler, Keenan Allen on the one side. How about Lamar Jackson, Zay Flowers in the big moments? Lamar runs it twice, get it to Zay. Zay does the rest, big time.
9-point game. Tucker for the extra point. And now it's 10. Perhaps a more experienced guy would have gone down at that point with the clock run. But Flowers got that head of speed and has a rushing and receiving touchdown tonight.
And he was thinking about a celebration, too. If you go back to the handoff there, it almost looked like Lamar wanted to pull that thing. What you're talking about is you get into a no-loss situation, meaning we're not going to score anymore. But sometimes when you're scoring from out, it's hard to put all that stuff together, particularly for a rookie.
Is that the call? No mas?
Yeah, no mas, no more.
Well, there's going to be plenty more Zay Flowers.
No doubt.
As we talked about those 4 wide receivers taken in a row and the impact that Flowers has had on this team, leading in pass catching. He's taken them to 58 of those on the night, and there was his 8th run of the season. And Sanjay Samuel, this Chargers defense that held up pretty well the first 3 quarters, especially on the short fields they faced. And now over to the Chargers, down 10. 136 in the timeout.
That's been the story for the Chargers. They find ways at the end of these games to lose them. Fought hard on both sides of the ball tonight to get themselves a chance. Ravens figured it out.
Brandon Staley made the adjustments in the personnel on the back end. Jackson's 18 to 32 for 177 yards passing here tonight. This offense has been much more explosive at times this year. Big play on 3rd down by Zay Flowers makes it a 10-point game. And Rabbi has to go big and downfield. Does there. Keenan Allen one more time. Pleasure to watch him play football. 21 on that game.
Sure is, and it goes back to the front of Lamar Jackson. He ran it on 1st down, he ran it on 2nd down, all of a sudden defending the quarterback run. And Zay has opportunity on the perimeter. The Chargers now score as fast as you can. Touchdown or field goal, either one works, and then try to get yourself an outside kick and stay in this ball game. A tough sled.
Still a minute 30 to go. Keenan Allen has 14 catches tonight on 14 targets. Away coming from the edge. Throw off the hands of Allen. Number 20 hasn't been able to reel in. They have the fumble in the first half.
It was a really good route by Keenan, an excellent throw up over the underneath coverage by Justin Herbert. He thought it was going to be 15 out of 15 and knocking on the door in that situation. You're in field goal range and maybe even take the field goal right then and do the outside kick. Missed opportunity there.
Hard hands the man in motion. Tried to step up and could not do it. Brought down by Roger Washington, sack number 2 on the season. Last time out against Cincinnati, it was a healthy scratch given personnel and the way they wanted to go about it that game. Back in the lineup and back in the sack column. And it took first time here, but again, second time with miscommunication with Erickson and the receiver up off the practice squad.
4th and extra long here. See what Kellen Moore has up his sleeve. I don't know if he's got any more double passes on the play sheet, and this is the pressure. You mentioned Washington getting the hit. They went outside, they went inside, they pushed the pocket. It's just an uncomfortable environment for the quarterback to throw in. He felt it all night long.
Taking the beating, here come the Ravens again. Gets rid of it incomplete. Intended for Allen. And the Baltimore Ravens, with this one game in 23-day stretch, are going to get it. They will win for the 6th time in the last 7 games. They will be atop the AFC. Chargers season of close calls adds another chapter.
Mark, it's a great stat in the NFL that almost 2/3 of the games are one-score games. The teams that go to the playoffs, they win them. The teams that don't, they don't win them. And that's been the story. The Ravens have played from ahead. They've played a lot of one-score games themselves. They're finding ways to win it. The Chargers just out the other end of it, not doing the things you need to do in the big moments. That's what differentiates the teams in this league. Ravens got it done tonight.
Know anything about the Ravens here, Jason? After studying them all week, getting it up close tonight.
I think they're a really good football team. You know, the best teams are balanced teams. They're really good on offense. They can run it, they can throw it, they get it to different guys. And I think their defense is absolutely lights out. And, you know, we referenced the 2000 team. It ain't the 2000 team, but they're getting close. They defend the run, they affect the quarterback, they come on the back end. It's going to be a tough out as the season unwinds.
You made the point to me there this week. We love the way they're constructed. Veterans, youth, they almost have that perfect mix.
Yeah, and they've only been doing that since about 1996 when they drafted Jonathan Ogden and Green Lewis 1 and 2. Granted, Ozzie Newton, just like the Ravens, good time program, a huge athlete.
By half game, Baltimore has the best record in the AFC. They improved to 9-3. And about 6 of the last 7 of the Chargers have dropped 3 in a row. The Lions, the Packers, now the Ravens. 20-10 our final score in Inglewood Chevrolet postgame shows coming up. These messages from your local NBC station.
That's what
we really are.
Enjoy updates as they happen on the web or mobile. See player box scores, game stats, live standings, play-by-play updates bringing you all the key stats as you watch. Elevate your game day experience. NFL Game Pass on the zone. Let's bet you the game was more than just a few hours entertainment.
I got a ring. You got one too. I got a ring. You got one too. I got a ring. You got one too.
You can get a game day experience like never before with NFL Game Pass on Apple TV. Watch up to 4 games at the same time with multiplayer. Select any live game. And then press and hold to add the game you want. Enjoy the action and control the audio by moving the highlighted box. Move games will return to full screen with click the button. Watch more games than ever before with NFL Game Pass on Apple TV.
Okay.
our wide range of plans by calling Jenny Healthcare today at 1-855-UHC. That's 1-855-UHC. Annual enrollment begins October 15th and ends December 7th, so call today. Shopping weather now from KFI tonight, mostly cloudy. Closing the night at 40, lower 50s. Monday will be partly cloudy with highs no lower to mid-70s in metro LA and the OC. Upper 60s in the valley, upper 60s to mid-70s at the beaches, 69 to 75 in the IE. Right now, 59 degrees in Corona Del Mar and 63 in Huntington Beach. Truly local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom and Fort Allen.
I just bought the new electric BMW iX. Truly.
Nine o'clock.
The iX ESUV. It came out this month with the
Nine
iX
o'clock.
sedan version. Beautiful. Sterling BMW.
Nine o'clock.
Fly to Newport Beach. BMW Road Home Sales event going on now through December with a credit of up to $2,000 on select models. They have a great selection of family vehicles, including the X5, the X3, exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services. SterlingBMW.com for official rules and more information about contents on this station. Go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can use access to those potential customers to work cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We want to show you how iHeart Media can work together. We start iHeart Advertising.com.
This is Jacob and Ronnie with Big Internet. Tonight, call 844-24-JACOB. The voice of the people. Starting again this morning to on twice every Friday between 3 and 4. Stay at Rock.
Welcome back to the Daily Talk Show on KFI AM640 and live every day on the iHeart Radio app. I want to start this segment by saying that I believe that every single human deserves to be respected. And if they have a pronoun that they want me to call them by, I am happy to do that because whatever identity you have chosen or feel they are, I'm just going to respect you as an individual. But when you zoom out and look at really what's going on in our culture, the trans movement that has become so politicized, and I think it should be a political discourse, and government has nothing to do with this, is something that many people are talking about. Writer Amanda Cavacana, who is here, she's biracial, tricultural, LGBTQ, and Amanda, what do you think about the idea that maybe some in the trans movement are actually victims of social confusion? Maybe as teenagers, it's the cool thing to do because they're ignorant. I felt that it was the case right away because I went to a girls' school and at the time when eating disorders were very popular. And it's important and stable population. They're experimenting, they're trying to handle becoming sexualized, becoming sex objects. It's not even that much. It's an alarm to calling up with the girl. So there's opportunity to I suspect this has been true in the past few weeks. And they just have not known that I feel I would certainly consider. Because I think it's true.
What is the fair for?
And I understood it to be a religious concept that I went through the spirit from another life of a man. So this whole another story that maybe you are in the wrong body. It's a similar kind of opportunity that in the American sense leads to far more dangerous medicalization and it doesn't allow growth to even more.
Find out. What's wrong? Find out. I knew that one. Oh, what's that?
And the influence that their therapy is enormous. If you ever listen to the podcast of Dr. Deborah Show, who wrote the book The End of Gender, she firmly believes that there is a lot of social confusion going on, but if only scientists come out with a study saying, hey, if this rate is much higher than intersex people in the population, and think there's a social confusion, then they get completely slammed by the media and told, oh, you're anti-trans. Let's be clear, neither you or I are anti-trans. We just want to understand all the different manifestations, and we don't want children to be hurt. Yes. Children need to be heard. They need to be able to explore, and they can hear, and I have the wonderful opportunity of playing the actors, and all of them, and that just allows me so much to express what I would call my lesbian personality as an adult. You know, one of my daughters, when she was young, woke up one morning, I think she was like 3 or 4, and she called me Ryan. My name is Ryan. And she went through her closet and always put on things that were navy blue or brown and green. And this went on for a good 2 weeks. So we just called her Ryan because that's what she told us. And nobody said to her, you're not the only one body. Maybe you're trans. We just went with her fun because it was fun. And then after 2 weeks, I called her Ryan one day and she said, I'm not Ryan. Her real name. That's what she did. Then. Yes. And I was a boy named Thomas, and all the girls was boy named too. It's the way that we say gender. I also know that you go on YouTube and you search the word detransitioning. You will meet a lot of young people who are crying on YouTube because at an early age they had their breasts removed or they had a full hysterectomy, and now they are still
Okay.
Thanks for coming here. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's a pleasure. You've been on a whirlwind sort of tour. I guess we should start from the beginning. Yeah. So, first of all, lay out to people what your job was for the military and how this all started. Yeah. So I was an intel officer in the Air Force for 14 years, 7 active, 7 reserve. Then I kind of had like a parallel track in the civilian intel world when I became a reservist. Ultimately, I got brought back in civil service in a government way at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency a couple years ago at a senior level. So I was a major in the Air Force and a GS-15 at NGA, which is like a full colonel equivalent civilian employee. I'm very humbled that I was able to kind of get that kind of job. But my career mostly, I didn't even really think about this topic. UFOs were not on my radar. I wasn't really a believer. I was agnostic about it. Most of my career, I did a lot of behind the door special access program, technical type activities. I was kind of a space intelligence expert, a cyber intel expert. And like I said, this was not on my radar at all. I would joke with my buddies because I used to handle the presidential daily brief for the National Reconnaissance Office director in my military capacity as a reservist. I was well cleared to hundreds and hundreds of department and programs. And the joke was, when are we going to get the read on for the crazy shit? And that never happened. And I do remember the day that I really can remember that I was like, oh, what's with this UFO stuff? I was briefing a senior person at the CIA into a couple hundred special access programs. So I was at the headquarters at the agency, and after the indoctrination I was giving to the senior person, this person who worked with Lou Elizondo previously was like, yeah, Dave, have you ever heard of this guy, Lou Elizondo? He's running some UFO program at the Pentagon. We all think he's crazy. And I'm like, I don't know who this guy Lou Elizondo is, and I don't know of any kind of UFO program, so that sounds nuts to me. But lo and behold, and that was like early 2017, and lo and behold, in December 2017, that New York Times article came out with the named ATIP program and the OSAP program, so Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, and Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program being the other acronym. And I was like, holy shit, like that's that guy Lou Elizondo that I heard about. Oh, you know what? I think I have heard of OSAP. When I was a lieutenant, I used to read these reports from the Defense Intelligence Agency on black holes and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's like stupid. Why is the DIA looking at black holes, time warps? It just didn't make any sense to me back in like 08, 09 when I was a lieutenant. And all of a sudden, I'm like, well, maybe there's something to this UFO thing. I'm not saying I was like a believer either way on the subject, but this was a topic of concern apparently for the Pentagon. And in 2018, I started doing kind of what I call my open source literature review. Like, let me spin myself up on this topic, watching Chris Mellon, Lou Elizondo, Leslie Keane, all these people talk about the subject. And then, just trying to understand, so what is this with UFOs? Has this been going on for a while? The answer is yes, like Foo Fighters, citing some weird stuff in antiquity, etc., which we'll get into later. But, and so early 2019 comes along, and my boss at the National Reconnaissance Office, in kind of my Air Force major capacity, forwarded me an email from what became stood up, like I guess it was 2018, which was the unidentified, well, it was aerial, now anonymous phenomena task force, UAP task force. So the UAP task force director sent my boss an email saying, hey, we're looking for a rep to the task force. And as like any good officer, I was like, well, I'll put it on my performance report. Hey, I was on a task force, and that would look good. And I, being well cleared, and also bachelor's degree in physics, master's in intelligence analysis, I'm like, I'll figure out what this shit is. It's either going to be weather shit, maybe it's an adversarial program, maybe it's like a U.S. program people are misidentifying on rare occasions. So fuck it, I'll go see where the data takes me. And early 2019 or so, I joined the UAP task force, and then I started, interviewing pilots, flag officers, or general officer equivalent type of Navy folks, and they were seeing some really crazy shit. And like a event that I talked about previously publicly in a YouTube video on yesterday channel. There was this one 30-year senior Navy officer that he was going to work, he was sober, predisposition for fantasy, all that kind of stuff, because I interviewed him for a couple hours, and he saw this crazy triangle hover over his car going to work at a certain naval facility, and it like blew his mind. He was serious. The paint on his car turned milky white after the incident, so that's, to me, that sounds like ionizing radiation, so like ultraviolet, just like how your headlights get all foggy over time if you park your car out in the sun. Same phenomenon just happened, within a 24-hour period. And I'm like, whoa, if this is true, and the minimal testimony and crazy radar data that I saw when I was on the task force, stuff making turns that didn't make any sense. Well, holy shit, what is this stuff? This anomaly with his paint? Is this documented? Is this photographs? Yes, I saw photographs. It was documented. Yeah. And what is there a conventional explanation? I mean, based on what he described, something could rapidly ionize his paint like that within a day. I can't think of anything off the top of my head in terms of some conventional aerospace technology. And this was a certain facility in the continental U.S. This was not overseas, so it's not like our adversaries flying some spooky thing in U.S. airspace. So this thing hovered over his car for how long? A couple minutes while he was traveling at about 60 miles an hour, so it was pacing. How far away from his vehicle? It's probably a couple hundred feet in altitude. It was less than 1,000 feet, which is also bad because from an airspace perspective, pilots would know this. Anything under 1,000 feet, no, unless you get special clearance, and you only do that over controlled airspace, like a military test ranges, where people fly low. So is he on, what kind of a highway is he on? A conventional civilian highway. Civilian highway, so anyone can get on. Yes, it just happened to be this guy. Did he have any other experiences with this thing? No, this was like a once in a lifetime thing. He kept it to himself for a couple of years, but then he is a task force canine. I don't what he's that individual's still on that call, Bob. Yeah. But then you say to him, hey Bob, what the fuck happened to your car? You know, that's a good question. I don't remember if people asked him about his car. So he took pride in his car, so it actually was probably more upsetting to him personally. What kind of car was it? It was like a Toyota or something. Okay. Yeah. So all of a sudden this Toyota's car. Yeah. Okay. And so did he have to report this? Is this something that he did not report it to my knowledge to anybody? It wasn't until he reported it to us about 5 years later. So are these kind of experiences something that a lot of these pilots are embarrassed about discussing or have apprehension about discussing? Yeah, a lot of people that are on flight status, they don't want to be sent to the psych, right? You know, there's a whole aerospace physiology kind of empire in the military. If you're an operator or a guy, missile key turner, you're on what they call personal reliability program. You're taking Tylenol, you got to report it. If you have a fever, you got to report it because you're in control of nuclear weapons when you're on duty. So yeah, and so this idea of being predisposed to fantasy, that's also something that they sort of talk to these people about or try to get a gauge of. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests and my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning, and that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements. Just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. You probably already know that Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for creating a website. They do so much more than that. For example, you can drive sales and engage your audience with Squarespace email campaigns. They make it easy to collect email subscribers and repeat business through regular email updates. You can sell anything you want with Squarespace, whether it's physical goods, digital products, or services. They have all the tools you need to set up an online store. You can even sell in person by connecting a Square reader to the Squarespace app and keep your orders, inventory, and customer data in sync with your website. Try it for yourself. For a free trial, just head to squarespace.com/Joe. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Yeah, these are people that are very sober-minded. I mean, this individual was early in the morning going to work, not under the influence of anything, and that person had a similar clearance as mine, no TSSCI, so we've gone through his top secret, since the Department of Information clearance. Just like myself, I've been through multiple polygraphs in my career. So did this individual. So, does he have any idea or any theories about why this thing was following him? No, that's what freaked him out the most, because he didn't have any experience in his life like this. It totally blew his mind when he looked out his moonroof and then looked out the side of his car door and saw this 300-foot triangle, pre-dawn sky, but it was darker than the pre-dawn sky, and it had this like plasma edges, like it was like purplish glowing edges of these three lights that had like this omnidirectional, like almost like lights. You know how there's you can't really tell where the light source is, and it was totally trippy. And that's just one example of many anecdotal, with some evidence, pilot stories. And that's what made me dig deeper, and I started, cultivating my network. Like, has the government studied this before? This wasn't just OSAP and ATIP and Blue Book and all this shit in the past, right? This seems serious, so, like, certainly the government has looked at this, and, I went to search for that program, and that's what I was on, right? So, how did you initially discover this program, and, like, what was your first encounter with the information? A very senior individual in the intel community came to me when I guess I was asking a lot of questions because I'm a very inquisitive guy, and it was like, hey, I need to introduce you to somebody. Listed that certain person's academic credentials, which were beyond reproach, PhD level education, clearance, resume was insane. I'm like, well, okay, sure, I'll talk to this person, and I ended up meeting that person in a top secret facility, and he started to discussing like, hey, there's a program, I was on it, and we were reverse engineering crash material that we've recovered over the decades, and it's like, I'm not joking, we're telling you because you guys have to report to the Deputy Secretary of Defense and Congress on this matter, right? And we were actively briefing like Secretary Esper, Deputy Secretary Norquist, other cabinet level folks, right? And it's like there's an oversight issue because you're the UAP task force. You should be read into this stuff because, like, why spend the taxpayers' dollars looking at stuff that we already have data on? Right. So that's to me, that was like fall of 2019. And I don't take a guy's word for it. I'm like, you know what? Myself and my trusted colleagues that had a lot of special accesses like me, we cultivated our network, and we ultimately interviewed about 40 people or so, all the way up to multi-star generals, directors of agencies, mid-level guys that literally touched it, worked inside of it, all the stuff. They brought intel reports for me to look at, documents, and a lot of that I could cross-verify with other oral sources of my high-level colleagues who I talked to. And, it checked out, especially when I had enough information on, and I know who specifically to ask, like, hey, well, I want read into this. Like, I'm on the UAP task force, and we went to those, I'll call them gatekeepers for the lack of a better term, and they basically said, fuck you, and my colleagues.
So why were these other people willing to discuss this with you?
Well, they determined I didn't need to know. I was already cleared at such a high level, handling presidential material and everything. It's like Dave needs to know, and they felt that coming to us, it was a form of a protected disclosure. They felt that they weren't really violating anything because we were I'll call it the investigatory body for the Department of Defense and the intelligence community and Congress at the time. And they, you are allowed to disclose to a government official in an official capacity, and I did that. Of course, I protected those people, and I took those people, a lot of them, and I brought them to the intelligence community inspector general when I filed my complaint, because I don't want people to hear it from a secondhand source. People call it hearsay, whatever. Though I have some firsthand knowledge, I eventually talk about someday. I'm trying to get it cleared, but through security processes. So they can hear it and hear the details, like, who, what, when, where, why, where the shit is, who's in control of it, what are the cover programs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that's what deemed my complaint credible and urgent in July 2022, which is my complaint yes, was about reprisal too. I filed that separately eventually to the Department of Defense Inspector General. That's an ongoing investigation, but it was my congressional oversight UAP crash retrieval allegations that was deemed credible and urgent. It was sent to the Director of National Intelligence, and then it was sent to the Congressional Intelligence Committees around that time, July of 2022, and I eventually went to Congress in December of 2022, and it's a crazy story why it took so long. It's fucking nuts. But I provided total about 11 and a half to 12 hours of classified testimony to the congressional staffers and their lawyers for both the House and the Senate. And I went, full open kimono, and I told them as much as I could within my time slot, if you will.
So this is obviously very compartmentalized.
Yes.
There's only a few people that know about this information, and they're not allowed to discuss it with other people. When did this all start? I mean, is this out of Roswell? Is it predate that? Like, when did they first realize that there are things that cannot be explained or can't be explained through conventional means?
Yeah, I mean, the program goes back a ways. The precise beginning of it, can't talk about, but I did the security stuff, but I did talk about publicly the 1933 retrieval, and I did that tactically, and I ran that through the security approval office because I wanted to show that this is much older and it's international. It's not like a U.S. thing. I mean, this stuff is landing or crashing around the world, and unexpected countries have had this happen, and that's why I picked that, because I thought that was an interesting case. And then, of course, Pope Pius XII and the Vatican were involved, back channeling it through the OSS, which became the CIA later, to FDR, and that's how the U.S. knew something weird happened in Italy, right before World War II.
So this is 33 was the first, documented.
That is the earliest one I could talk about. Yeah,
Is something that predates that?
Well, you can infer that.
You can infer that.
Yeah.
So this 33 one you said was in Italy?
Yeah, magenta. So it's I'm bad at geography. I think that's like the Lombardy region. It's like northwest Italy. And what's the story behind it? So basically, it looked like it crashed, right? The original shape most likely was like a lenticular disc-like craft, with like two dinner plates. So like two dinner plates, smushed together, right? There's like a bubble on top. Classic, like that. But it looks like when it hits, the edges broke off, so it became this like bell or acorn shaped thing, and there was nothing in it. It was like just an artifact. There was no biological remnants, if you will. So it's so funny because the Italians were so confused. They actually called up the Germans, and they were like, "Is this one of your Wunderwaffe? Like, what the hell just crashed in northern Italy?" Mussolini. And this is all publicly available information because some Italian researchers found all these original documents that some people were sitting on for years in Italy. They put a gag order on the press, etc. And Mussolini asked the Germans to come down. And of course, the Germans came down, and they were like, "That is not ours, but let's look at it together." So that's kind of perhaps a tertiary reason the kind of Axis powers got together. I'm not saying that's like the reason, but I think the Italians and the Germans were so intrigued with what they found from like an artifact perspective. There was at least some scientific and military collaboration during the war, the details of which I'm not sure of, but I knew people that know that specific event that are currently still intel officers in this program in detail. But
so was there witnesses to the crash or some sort of an understanding that something had crash landed and then they discovered it?
Yeah, I forget the precise discovery. I don't know if it was like local police officers or local farmers found in the field, something like that. I don't want to misspeak. I assume some of the Italian researchers might have some fact witnesses that could morally say, "Oh yeah, my great grandfather found it," or something like that. But I don't remember.
What was the scale of this?
It was probably like like 20 feet by 10 feet, something like that. Not super huge, but kind of big.
Do they think that this was a drone? Do they think that this was occupied?
There was nothing in it, so if it was piloted, if you will, by some sentience, I mean, your guess is as good as mine.
So what happened to that vehicle?
So we knew where it was being stored at a particular location after the crash, and then the military came in and we grabbed it towards the end of war in 1944, 1945, because, like I said, Pope Pius the 12th already kind of let FDR know. Well, interestingly enough, there's like a whole history of human intelligence prior to World War II and old money, Vatican, the Italian mob, kind of the old country boys did a lot of informal intelligence collection for the U.S. And there's probably some books you can read on it, but it's really interesting. Human intelligence collection wasn't really formalized until the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, which became the CIA in 1947. You had Paul Mellon and all these other affluent guys, all these old money families that basically created the CIA. So that's probably the reason why.
So this thing that was recovered, this was the first documented one that the United States had access to.
I can't get into if it was the first or not, but it was an early one, very early.
Yeah, so it's almost 100 years ago.
Yes.
And so they take this thing and then they bring it where?
Yeah, I can't get into that.
Okay, so they bring it somewhere in the United States. And was the attempt to try to back engineer this thing? Was the attempt to try to understand what it was?
Yeah, I mean, first of it, obviously, it's understanding the situation, right? What do we have our hands on? And like I've said in some other videos and stuff, we took the Manhattan Project secrecy and overlaid it on this issue because that secrecy worked well for atomic bomb developments and whatnot. And certainly, this whole program, in a nutshell, if I were to like summarize the 90 plus years of history, it is a reverse engineering program to garner some kind of insight. And of course, not a lot of the things that we've learned from it are like directly, ripped off the technology we found, but it has inspired other innovations that made its way into other U.S. classified programs over the year for national defense reasons. It's a myriad of different things.
The UFO folklore is that this is where fiber optics were discovered first.
Yeah, I'm not going to break the seal on anything we've discovered or anything like that. And it's things I can't go to.
Limited are you in what you can discuss and what you can't discuss, and why do they let you discuss any of this?
Yeah, so anything sensitive that I want to say as it relates to like U.S. government activity, whether it be intelligence stuff, military stuff, etc., I have to submit it through what they call DOPS or DoD Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review. That is something anybody who's been an intel officer, anybody with like a clearance, has to submit that kind of stuff. Now, obviously, if you're writing a book about gardening, you don't have to, but if you're going to talk about anything military and intelligence related, you have to submit. So it's kind of a catch-22 for this office, right? They're only looking at it from a security perspective. They're not vouching for it or anything like that. And that's like any author, right? They could write a book about Navy SEALs and they're not vouching for the story. They're vouching that you didn't say any nasty code words. You didn't burn a specific ongoing classified program. And for them, I mean, I'm not in their OODA loop, but certainly it's a catch-22 for them where if they want to redact, they propose a redaction. They're like, hey, Dave, you can't say these sentences. You can rewrite it and resubmit. We can't necessarily tell you what agency said to redact it, but you're not allowed to say this. They would be basically self-certifying there's a there. So, in my opinion, probably the policy is like if it has to deal with the subject, we're not saying anything, we're not proposing any redactions. As long as he's not burning a conventional program, we kind of have to allow him to exercise his First Amendment rights. So I think it's like a catch-22 for that office is coming along. or the short of long answers. So this episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. The holidays can be really fun, and they can also be very stressful. It's a lot seeing a ton of family and old friends and traveling. Therapy can help you work through some of those feelings and stress. It can even be something to look forward to, a bright spot amongst all the chaos. If you want to start therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online and designed to be convenient. All you have to do is fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. And if it's not a good fit, switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Seriously, I mean it when I say that talking to someone can really be helpful, both if you are having a hard or stressful time, or even if you're not. It's just nice to have that outlet. So find your bright spot this season with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests and my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This is essentially one of the very early ones, 1933. How many crash retrieval incidents have there been? It is double digits. These specific numbers, I do know. However, I can't discuss that. I know it sounds like, oh, I'm being coy or whatever, but this show, any other interviews I do, right? Foreign intelligence services are watching, and it's like, I'm not here to help Russia and China calibrate their intelligence collection. Like, oh, Dave said it's this number. We missed a couple. Shit, let's put it out for the KGB, SVR, GRU. We're now going to hit the streets to try to figure out which ones they missed. So I'm here to protect national security, and I'm just trying to put all the general topics out there for public conversation to hold our government accountable, really. So, because I'm here as a fact witness, because we have a constitutional oversight issue, because this program has not been, reported to Congress in the appropriate way, and I can get into the senator I talked to that has died recently, so I can, explain to you why I'm so sure. Besides what I read, which we can get into but intel reports I read, I did get some stuff cleared. So during my investigation, I'm like, you know what? I need to talk to somebody at the highest levels, right? So, and this will give you an idea of the kind of people we talk to. And this is the only one I'm going to talk about using their name because they died 2 years ago. So in spring 2021, I actually flew with a couple colleagues of mine to Las Vegas. And I met with Senator Harry Reid about 9 months before he died. And of course, he's a private citizen now, and I wanted to brief him on the topic, and I wanted to get his kind of thought leadership on it, because, he was a Gang of 8 member, right? He's the top most cleared senators and congressmen. He was the majority leader, for God's sakes, of the Senate. And I knew, he helped sponsor the OSAP program that I mentioned, and where they looked at Skinwalker Ranch and some other things. And I wanted to understand, what does Harry Reid actually know? Why did he, give $21 million to DIA and Bigelow Aerospace for this? So I'm sitting there in Harry Reid's living room, right next to him with some other witnesses that were there with me. And he straight up says, he's like, yeah, I knew we had UFO material. I was denied access for decades. I tried to get access, and then he explained some of his efforts during OSAP. And I was like, holy shit, did the former majority leader just say, did he just confirm this to me as well? You know, I was already talking to these amazing high-level people, but I have Harry Reid literally saying, yes, we have material, and, you know, he knew it was non-human. Did Harry Reid have personal experience with this? I don't know if he's had any personal stuff in his personal life. Did he see it? He said, in terms of seeing the material himself, he said he was denied access for years, decades was his term, and he actually told me, on behalf of me, he was going, so he had like a weekly call with President Joe Biden at the time, and he straight up said to me he was going to talk to President Biden about this issue, literally. And then when he was telling me about OSAP, I was like, holy shit, I have like 20 other people that told me this, dude. So the real history, what fucking OSAP was, because I think there's a lot of people out there that think when they were looking at ghosts, Skinwalker Ranch, yes, they went to the ranch as a secondary and tertiary objective. But the real reason, so like there's a document that came out a couple years ago through FOIA from the Defense Intelligence Agency. There was this special access program request that Harry Reid, you might have seen this, I think like George Knapp company had reported on this, that he sent to the Deputy Secretary of Defense William Lynn, and it was asking for one of the most serious SAPs you can ask for, what they call a bigoted, waived special access program. So waived means it's limited congressional reporting, and it's a class of special access programs. And bigoted means it's like by name, and it's like it was like you can read the FOIA document. It was like, you know, Harry Reid, James Inhofe, Lou Elizondo, etc. I'm like, why are you asking for the most serious SAP to be created for a program that ostensibly is looking at Skinwalker Ranch and stuff? It doesn't make any sense. So what really happened there, and you know, Harry Reid, God bless his soul, made this disclosure a couple weeks after we met in the New Yorker, and you can look this up. I think it was like a May 2021 New Yorker story where he says, I knew for decades, and he made this disclosure, not me, so I'm going to say the name of the contractor. Harry Reid said this. You know, we knew that Lockheed Martin had this material for decades. I tried to get access, and I was denied. And specifically with the Lockheed Martin stuff, he was talking about during the OSAP program. And for the people who are on this program, I submitted this shit to the officer, got this cleared, so don't freak out, but I'm telling the truth here. So Lockheed Martin wanted to divest itself from this material at a specific facility that's known to me, that I provided to the Inspector General, like the street address, all that shit, right? And the idea was, if they made a catcher's mitt, a security catcher's mitt for this shit, at, you know, most serious SAP possible, the contractor and the other government customer, which was the Central Intelligence Agency, for that specific Lockheed material, and it was shit that they recovered from like the 50s and stuff. It was like bits and pieces of like hull structure, shit like that. And so they were going to tech transfer it, and the $21 or $22 million was actually for Bigelow Aerospace to build out, you know, facilities in Las Vegas and material analysis equipment. And I saw the staff meeting slides, I saw the paperwork, like there's a paperwork trail I've seen on this shit, and I talked to the people involved in this program, and, you know, even Jim Lakatsky, who ran the program, who's a retired DIA officer, PhD in engineering, even made this disclosure in his book, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, page 152, 153, and he also made a disclosure a couple weeks ago, I think it was on Weaponized podcast with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, where he's like, yeah, we had a whole craft and we broke into the hull and we gained access. And he ran that through the same, you know, security process as I did. And so Jim Lakatsky, who ran this program is also going on the record that he is aware, personally aware of attacked vehicles and everything. But
So they gained access. What does that mean? And by what method
yeah,
did they gain access?
the way he wrote it in his book, I can only infer it sounded forcible. So through some kind of, means, I don't know if it was like CO2 laser or something. I don't actually know how they gained access, but imagine it was not permissive access. They like broke into the damn thing.
So this thing is essentially sealed. And it's some sort of, what was the shape of this thing?
Katsky didn't disclose the shape on this particular vehicle. As far as I remember, what about the dimensions? I don't believe he did in his book, but I think it's like chapter 11 in his new book or something. I glanced at it, but he did make that disclosure on video as well. And I do encourage both the Aero Office, which is the DoD's UAP task force successor, and Congress to ask Dr. James Lakatsky to come in for classified testimony, because the disclosure in his one book that he wrote with Colin Kelleher and George Knapp, and then the second book, well, the guy saying he has close personal knowledge, he needs to go to Congress. So I don't know James Lakatsky, but I do encourage him to be a fact witness. But going back to that transfer of Lockheed, long story short, can't get in all the nuanced details, but basically the CIA said fuck you to DIA and Lockheed, and it was totally killed. So Harry Reid's request to get the material transferred to the OSAP program was totally killed because of bureaucracy and kind of fiefdom stuff. So they used that money, and then they wrote those defense intelligence reference documents, the DIRDs, as a lot of people who's familiar with it, the listening will know about. And then they did look at Skinwalker Ranch because they thought that studying kind of the more woo-woo phenomenon aspects of this, and I've never been to the ranch, so I've never experienced the ranch for myself, but, obviously, I think we both know a bunch of people that have been to the ranch and have seen some trippy stuff, or at least alleged that. They thought that they would be able to gain currency with the program, and in this case, CIA, to unlock the key for the Lockheed Martin stuff. Which actually, I'll tell you right now, it's so weird to say that, but I ran that shit through security. To me, it's like an out-of-body experience to talk about the kind of detailed sensitivity, stuff like that. But basically, they studied the ranch to gain favor, to be like, hey, look at all this stuff we're figuring out, this paranormal stuff that's somehow connected to the phenomenon on the ranch, but ultimately they never gained favor with the government customer, and then the program kind of died a slow death because of a lot of politics in the Pentagon. So that's kind of the long and short of it with the OSAP program, that, I wanted to make sure the public knew it's not what you think it was. There was some other stuff behind the scenes that I wanted to speak truth to power on.
So this particular vehicle that they had recovered from the 1950s, what was the source of it? Where did they find it?
Those details, I did not get clear.
So they have in possession this thing. They gain access to this thing. And what do they report once they gain access to it?
Oh, those details I do not know. That's probably a question for Dr. Lakatsky. I presume he knows those details. I don't know.
So this thing is housed somewhere.
It is, yes, currently. It may still be in the same location that I know about, yes.
And how many people have access to this, and how did they prevent this information from being released?
I mean, it goes back to the compartmentation and kind of the ecosystem of secrecy in this community, right? Only a limited amount of people, at least at the time, on Lockheed Martin's side. And Lockheed Martin was complaining basically like, look, like the secrecy's ridiculous. You can't even bring the right engineers. Like, imagine you're like a hot engineer, a hot shot engineer. It might be hot too, I don't know. But that you're fresh out of grad school. Maybe you're like the best PhD electrical engineer. You want to do cool shit. You want to publish an IEEE. You want to like, climb the ladder corporately, and that kind of thing. A Lockheed Martin executive comes to you, yeah, dude, I can reach into something really crazy, but you're never going to publish papers on it. You're never going to be able to tell people what you worked on, and it's probably not the most career enhancing, but if you want to work on something cool, but I can't tell you because it's unacknowledged until you sign this piece of paper, non-disclosure agreement. I'm sorry, but here's the raw deal. And, a lot of people are like, fuck you, no. And it's not like Lockheed Martin can broadcast this to universities like, come work for us. You'll work on crazy shit. But that is very akin to a lot of other black programs in the government that are unacknowledged in nature. You don't know what you're signing up for until you get bred in, and I've been briefed to a lot of that kind of conventional stuff.
So that's one of the problems that Bob Lazar, and I'd love to get your take on Bob Lazar. One of the things that he talked about was that science can't really operate in a vacuum. When you separate the metallurgists from the propulsions experts, from the biological experts, and they're not allowed to communicate with each other, and they're not allowed to bring in other experts different.
Well, that was the frustration that I had some friends that I've known my entire career, like almost 14 years, right? I literally know them personally. I had a relationship with them, but they ended up, spilling the beans where, look, we're on the program. I'm an engineer for X, Y, and Z. We can't even talk across like the cubicles, for God's sakes. Like, I can't. I'm looking at material X, doing some X-ray diffraction testing on it, which is like shooting a stream of electrons and seeing how it bends, looking at the atomic arrangements. I can't even crosstalk that with another aspect of the program. This is ridiculous, and that's kind of their frustration. I knew you were probably going to ask me about Balthazar. I figured as much. Why did they? So if everybody was already sworn to secrecy, everybody already has NDAs. It seems the most effective way of reverse engineering, or at least gaining an understanding of how these things are structured. Well, that's exactly how Manhattan was, right? People working on the fuses for the bomb didn't necessarily know it was going to a nuclear weapon. And I've seen this kind of compartmentalism to secrecy in other programs, and it is debilitating for progress. And honestly, as a fiduciary of the taxpayer dollars, it's not the best modus operandus to do it that way. And very few people kind of had that top-down, could look across the silos and see what was going on. It just became very dysfunctional, and they were afraid of people being too cross-briefed into the different silos for counter-espionage, counterintelligence. They were very good. I remember a bulk of this program was done during the Cold War, and we were afraid of Russian spies, Soviet moles, and so we made it ultra locked down, to the detriment of national security. And that was one of the crazy things that got me, that I wanted to whistleblow on it, because I'm like, this is so stupid. We should be making more progress on this.
Were there any breaches that you're aware of where foreign agents were able to gain access to materials or an understanding of what we know?
So I'll tell you about some intel documents I read that kind of completely answers that question. So there were sensitive human-derived foreign intelligence that I read, because I had access to kind of the ATIP, OSAP classified archives. I was thumbing through everything, and there's some other people were bringing me documents to evaluate. And I'll never forget, I had, stolen by the U.S. Intelligence assessment from a certain foreign adversary discussing the U.S. reverse engineering program. And I was like, and that was actually another, what the fuck? And so I had an adversary also confirm this program literally because of exfiltrated intelligence. And so they certainly had a limited knowledge, at least fact of, that the U.S. had a program like this, a particular adversary. And actually, I was like, well, I want more. I know who wrote this, literally, or who got it, right, on behalf of the United States government. So I went to that certain agency through the approved and official way. And this is kind of part of the myriad reprisals against me. The agency was like, oh, yes, we have what you're looking for, Dave. You're going to need to sign a one-time read-in to something. come visit us to, go to the vault and read it, right? Hard copy. But yes, we have what you're looking for. And ultimately, from what I was told by friends in higher places, my request kind of went up the flagpole at that agency. And all of a sudden, the agency ghosted my boss and I for like 2 months. And then when I really pressed them hard to gain access, because I'm like, I have a need to know. I need to evaluate this intelligence for fucking Congress. And they debriefed me from all my accesses over in that other sister agency and made up some bogus excuse like I shouldn't have been briefed anything in the first place, literally. And basically gave me administrative middle finger, like persona non grata, don't ever fucking ask us about that shit again. And I'm sure the person who made the oops that told me they had what I was looking for probably got admonished and slapped on the wrist, because I never heard from that person again, even though it was somebody I actually used to work on occasion with. So that was also another way I knew I was, there was a lot of smoke and fire because I, had stuff like that happen to me. So this, knowing that our adversaries were aware of this reverse engineering program, are we aware of their reverse engineering programs? Yeah. Which countries? You could probably guess. Okay. And it wouldn't be too shocking. Okay. But I won't acknowledge what the U.S. may know. Right. So, are we aware of numbers in terms of like at least a rough estimate of how many are available to these other? Yeah. How many? Okay, that's like super sensitive one. Yeah. You can read into that. Yeah. And has anyone made any progress? Yeah, I can't get into if we've made progress, if they've made progress, because that's like straight up some national security stuff. But like, I want, just to be clear, I want the U.S. populace to learn a lot of this. And this is why, another reason why I went public is like, I need to call everybody out. I'm not here to admonish the entire government, mind you, but there's an element of the U.S. government and its clear defense contractor base that, we have a 3-branch of government oversight issue, like going back to Harry Reid. Harry Reid didn't even get access. I fucking talked to him myself to confirm that. He said he was going to go talk to Biden. Because I think there needs to be a disclosure plan. This goes back to what's currently in legislation right now. It's super fucking cool. Because 90 some odd% of this should be open for public discovery, public analysis, and academia. This should be like, at very least, true nuclear programs such as nuclear physics, you study at a university. Nuclear weapons, classified, because that makes people in the pink mist. That's really sensitive. We don't need everybody to know how to do that. So I think the stuff that is like legit weapons related stuff, that's like straight up national superiority stuff, sure. Reasonably classify that, but these programs, we need a change. And that's why you saw the Schumer Amendment, right? And I think you might have read that on air or something in a previous episode, if I remember correctly. Chuck Schumer, and I knew about the amendment a couple months before I went public, and that's kind of another reason why I did what I did. I'm like the only guy that kind of has the opportunity to do this. I know what's in the chute, so to speak, that Chuck Schumer and his staff had with the Schumer Amendment, which is 67 pages of literal we want to disclose. And I'm like, I have to spike the football by going public because, I can read the tea leaves on the Hill, and I think that they were hesitant to do anything without being able to point to something publicly. And I'm like, I'll be that fucking guy and just send it. And then, of course, a month after I went public, I guess I pushed Chuck Schumer over the ledge. And I do know he talked to the White House about the amendment too. It's not like Chuck Schumer's gonna propose groundbreaking legislation like that without talking to the National Security Advisor or President. I imagine he did so. And, so you have this 67-page amendments, right? It's called the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. Known as the Schumer Amendment. Co-sponsors were Young, Gillibrand, Rubio, Rounds, and Young. And, kudos for those senators who stepped up to the plate because they know this is real. I know what meetings that they've had with certain other individuals that are, even more credible than myself. And so this act, which is like super important, is currently in conference as we speak in Capitol Hill. So the amendment is wrapped in something called the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. So that is the act that funds the military basically every year, right? So it's an amendment within this bill. And the act is really long, but the main meat of it is about halfway through the act. It talks about a presidential panel or agency, which is 9%, and a controlled UAP disclosure plan that's 6 years in length, conceivably from 2024 to 2030. And this panel, and you can read this, it's public law, anybody can read this. They want scientists, economists, sociologists, etc. It's kind of like who you would want to help craft the plan for the president, and this whole bill was actually built off the JFK Records Act, which I know, well, they never released all the records. Well, we put some teeth in the bill, some eminent domain, some other stuff that, kind of force the issue. Now, granted, the chief executive, the president, has the final say. The panel can't compel the executive to do it, but the president does, and I support that. But so the Senate already passed it; they're chilling. This is like we're good to go, but there's pushback in the House right now that is, part of my language, fucking ridiculous. So they're saying, for one, it's duplicating the DoD Aero's office activities. They're doing good things. They're looking at UAP reports, trying to figure out what's balloons and air trash and what's weird stuff. And of course, they are doing an historical review to try to understand the U.S.'s history on this too. But the problem is that agency, it's within the DoD and IC, not above. So you have an issue reaching into Department of Energy, other, cabinet level agencies. So you need a presidential level panel that can declassify stuff, reach into other agencies, and tell certain secretaries, we're coming in, we want your stuff under presidential authority. So what's happening in the House, from what I'm told from people on the Hill that are working the issue right now, you have the chair of the House Intel Committee, Mike Turner, who's blocking this, from Ohio, Dayton, Ohio area, right, Pat? Weird. And right, Pat, meaning Wright Patterson. Yes, yeah. And Mike Rogers, which I'm kind of surprised, from Alabama, who's the chair of the House Armed Services Committee. So I have a problem with Mike and Mike right now. So Mike Turner, now remember, I went to his committee in December last year. He wasn't there, but his staff and of course he goes on Fox Business after the hearing. Doesn't use my names like this whistleblower. He has no idea what he's talking about. I'm like, really? Tell me, Mike, have you ever been an intel officer or served in the military? Oh wait, you've been I'm here in Dayton, Ohio. You were voted most corrupt person in Congress a couple years ago, and pull up his PAC donors. Who are his biggest donors? Lockheed, Raytheon, Boeing. Okay, so and first of all, if you thought you needed more information or wanted to talk to me personally, why didn't you call me back when I reported to your committee? So, and furthermore, besides blocking the bill, I'm sure you're familiar with Representative Tim Burchett of Alabama, and he's been very outspoken on the issue. We may not agree with everything Tim says about conventional stuff. That's, here nor there, but he's been a champion on the Oversight Committee, and he was one of the members that I testified in public under oath regarding this. So and Mike Turner is looking to fund, according to staffers I've talked to in the last 2 weeks, an opposition candidate for Tim's re-election in 2024. So why is Mike Turner going out of his way to destroy the career of a courageous Tennessee representative on the Oversight Committee? And why are you blocking the bill? and it's not going to cost much, a couple million a year max, for the panel, which is like vaporware in U.S. government speak, right? If there's nothing to see here, why are Mike Rogers and Mike Turner in the House blocking this bill that is, in my opinion, the most important legislation for transparency in American history? If there's nothing to see here, if I'm fucking crazy, multi-star generals I talk to are crazy, the intel docs that I read are incorrect, they're fucking forgeries or passage material or something like that. Good friends of mine that worked on the program are bullshitting me in some consorted operation against me and my colleagues, and it would be totally crazy to even conduct that because I took precautions. Then why don't we just pass this and see what happens? And what do you think the answer is? Special interests want to keep the genie in the bottle, even though the toothpaste is coming out of the tube, and I think it's like a death rattle in this industrial complex that doesn't want change. And I'm not here to be like some total adversary. I think there needs to be a truth and reconciliation process on this issue. I'm not here to throw people in jail. I'm not here for big contractors involved to lose money. I think this would be a boon. And I think the leadership in these companies need to think about this, where if we're open with this, you can hire people, you can push the subject into undergraduate, graduate, and postdoctoral programs of research to study this in an unclassified, just like nuclear physics. And this answers a fundamental question for humanity. Are we alone, or what happens when we die? Well, I don't know about that, but are we alone? Well, the answer is we're not alone. And I know that with 100% certainty, which as an intel officer, you never say 100%, but all things pointed towards, based on the people I talked to, like Harry Reid, and I use him as an example, but I talked to the highest of the high possible talk to catch my friend. So, unless all of them are lying and they're covering up something else, which I don't even know what it would be at this point, because the phenomenon is real. It's been going on for thousands of years. People have been seeing strange things. Not everybody's mass hallucinating. So that's kind of my long diatribe about what's happening. What do they think that these things are? The people that you talk to. So they specifically, the people on the program that handle the material, that were in executive level briefings with intel community leaders and other folks over the years, last 20 years or so, they did use the term extraterrestrial, ET or whatever. Okay, that isn't a possible origin, but the Schumer Amendment, if you read it, it specifically uses non-human intelligence, NHI, very deliberately, because we want to catch everything, because what if some of this stuff is not ET, and they're going to use that as an escape clause? Like, well, there's stuff that we don't even know if it's extraterrestrial, so this doesn't apply. So that's why we want it to be as broad as possible. I mean, besides ET, I mean, a lot of it would be my own personal opinion. I think we have a couple conceivable buckets, and I'm using the work of Jacques Vallée, other people that have thought deeply on the issue, on how the phenomenon has changed since antiquity. It showed itself in a different way. Like a good example is like witches sitting on your chest phenomenon with paralysis in medieval and Enlightenment era became this alien abduction phenomenon in the modern era. Excuse me. And is it the recipient and their analytical overlay cognitively seeing the phenomenon based on a modern interpretation, inside out, or is the phenomenon, is this like Jacques Vallée's book, Passport to Magnolia, I can never pronounce it right, 1969, where he talks about the phenomenon seems to like masquerade itself as different stuff over the years, but we've seen roughly the same stuff. You look at the Foo Fighters, World War II. There are declassified Air Force OSI reports from the 50s people can Google that talk about flying butane tanks with the same measurements, approximately what we saw in the 2004 Tic Tac incident, but they called it flying propane or butane tanks in the 50s. So from a morphology or in the Air Force intel, we call it VisRecce, visual reconnaissance, like they basically look the same. And we can back-azimuth that, decades, if not hundreds of years in the past, wheels of Ezekiel, right? They're seeing these like disc-type objects, right? And unless Ezekiel is tripping, or this is an allegory or fable in the Bible, let's say the event happens, just like in the Vedic text, you have the battles, the blue people, and the battles in the sky that sound like nuclear directed energy weapons. Like, what's going on there? I mean, maybe that's a Graham Hancock or Randall Carlson type thing. They know more than I. So there is a real phenomenon that origin undetermined, but it's trippy, and sometimes it presents itself in like a non-corporeal form too. Orbs, balls of energy. They don't appear as like some kind of bipedal hominid like some people have espoused. So I think that might be, call it interdimensional, call it shadow biome, crypto-terrestrial. There's a lot of different theories. One of the primary theories are from another planet. This episode is brought to you by Max, the Emmy-winning HBO original docu-series Hard Knocks is returning for an all-new in-season with the Miami Dolphins. Watch what it takes to become football's most explosive team with Coach Mike McDaniel, quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, and wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Watch new episodes Tuesday. Sign up for Max now for $2.99 a month with the first 6 months on the with ads plan. Offer ends Monday. Terms apply. Visit max.com for details. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. The holidays can be really fun, and they can also be very stressful. It's a lot seeing a ton of family and old friends and traveling. Therapy can help you work through some of those feelings and stress. It can even be something to look forward to, a bright spot amongst all the chaos. If you want to start therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online and designed to be convenient. All you have to do is fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. And if it's not a good fit, switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Seriously, I mean it when I say that talking to someone can really be helpful, both if you are having a hard or stressful time, or even if you're not. It's just nice to have that outlet. So find your bright spot this season with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's better, HELP, help.com/JRE, or from another dimension. I think those are the primary. I mean, there's certainly origins that we probably can't conceptualize as humans because our meat is stuck in 3D. We don't understand, and our IQs are only so high. So there might be some origins that we don't understand in terms of like interdimensional travel. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you talk to mainstream physicists, they say like crossing dimensions physically is kind of a trope of sci-fi, and that's why I used an example. And some physicists don't like me talking about this theory, but it is a theory, so the holographic principle, which was originally conceived to explain how information is encoded on an event horizon of a black hole, which is a distance away from the singularity of a black hole, where if you cross it, you're fucked, because you're going to get ripped to shreds where you're not coming back. And that principle talks about how information basically from higher dimensional space can be encoded in lower dimensional space. The easiest example is like us casting a shadow on a sidewalk, right? Three-dimensional object, 2D shadow on a sidewalk. If you lived in two-dimensional space, flatland, you'd be tripped out. What the fuck am I seeing? But they just don't know that it's really just a person in higher dimensional space. So some of the, obviously we have physical material that's in three-dimensional space and we're covered, but at least maybe some of the phenomenon is really operating in higher spatial dimensions, but is either being projected or quasi-projected into our 3D plus time space, which is really tricky to think about, but we literally do it on a day-to-day basis, like casting shadows. So that might be some of what we're seeing too, but I mean, I presume we know more. The people I talked to did not espouse they had full knowledge either. Like I said, the normal colloquialism was to say ET or extraterrestrial.
Could you dumb down this concept of interdimensional? Like, what? I know in physics they've theorized there are multiple dimensions other than those that we can currently detect.
Yeah, and a lot of that is based off of like Laura Roach. This is my bachelor's degree talking, and then there's going to be like some physicists with PhDs like, oh, okay, fuck that up. But basically, you know, from high energy particle collisions and based on the deflection angles and all this stuff, what happens when the particles collide, you know, confirm certain theoretical frameworks about extraspatial dimensions. And you know, I can't speak with any real authority on precisely how that works, but a lot of whether it be string theory or quantum mechanics are based off of higher spatial dimensions, and you know, so that is a mainstream physics theoretical framework. That's not like wacky or anything like that. So, but that's basically a possibility. But like I said, like we don't really have a good theory if you lived in like 5D space, for example. It's almost like remember the ending of the movie Interstellar, right? Yes. Where he's pushing the books and he's like in a tesseract, you know, just like a 4 to 5D structure. But he's trying to interact with 3D space, and of course he like leaves that space to come back to his daughter many years later at the ending of the movie. Great movie. But so that's a way to conceptualize it. It's something you may have watched in film. It's kind of like the ending of Interstellar. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Which is based on what? Like, what theory?
So the physicist Kip Thorne was the very famous guy. He was a big black hole and wormhole guy. I think it's Caltech or somewhere in California. Kip Thorne actually did all the physics equations and everything for Christopher Nolan to make sure that they were conceptualizing and visualizing black holes and wormholes and all that stuff correctly in the movie, where you saw like the halo around the black hole when they were coming in with the ship and everything. That's actually based off of real physics models that Kip Thorne did the calculations for, which is pretty cool actually that Christopher Nolan took it to that level.
So this idea that these beings, or whatever you want to call them, exist in some other dimension, do we have, I mean, I don't know what you can say about this. Do we have an understanding? Do we have any sort of communication with these beings that give us some sort of an understanding or a map of this?
Yeah, the interaction stuff, that's a sensitive area. There were multiple very senior people that were concerned about talking about that kind of stuff with me. I mean, that is certainly, as nuts as it sounds, that was a real subject of conversation. That sounds like something out of like Star Trek First Contact.
But it doesn't if you have vehicles.
Yeah, so it's like once you realize the phenomenon's real, then you realize we've recovered artifacts and, you know, biologics or, you know, dead pilots, if you will. That's kind of creepy to even think about that in your worldview. You don't think they were ever, you know, alive sometimes too, right? I'll, you know, leave it at that only because that is something, you know, the president and his cabinet need to disclose this in a controlled manner. Going back to that amendment, you know, I'm not here to, you know, push the subject in an improper way. And that sounds like, why don't you just do it, Dave? Like, there's a lot of secondary and tertiary ramifications, socioeconomically, theologically, our relationship geopolitically with our allies and adversaries. This is not rip off the Band-Aid and it's simple. There's a lot of complex stuff behind the scenes that need to happen, and that's why I'm laying out all the general stuff that needs to be talked about during the disclosure process, but I should not be the one disclosing, and it would be highly inappropriate because I care about the health of the United States and its people and national security for me to do so. So I know there's people that are like, oh, why does you say X, Y, and Z? It's like, this is serious. This is not like, haha, let me tell you a good story. I'm a serious guy. I ruined my fucking career doing this. I was going to make Lieutenant Colonel in the Air Force this winter. I was on track to be, you know, a flag officer, equivalent civilian. in my career. I spent 18 years in uniform, if you count the cadet time, right? My whole adult life was serving as an intel officer. But I wanted to see, and I'm 36, right, older millennial. I wanted to see change, so I'm throwing the flag out, and I'm here to hold the government accountable, do the right thing in a manner that is mature and thorough, because I don't begin to say that I know everything, all the different ramifications of saying certain things publicly. I don't know all the answers to that, and that's why I have to be careful, because I don't even know, I'll call it, collateral damage effects, to use kind of a military term, what may happen if certain things in detail that are revealed, that I might not know the ramifications thereof, because there's something that I'm not privy to. So this is like a serious, this is not like a fun situation. This is like humanity changing, hopefully in a good way, but this is like, quite serious, and I, risked my personal and professional life, and my personal life, because things have happened to me, to be public like this, and I swore an oath, but myself and my generation, want to see a change.
Can you discuss the things that have happened to you personally?
Yeah, so a lot of the stuff I have to be purposely vague, because there's an open Inspector General reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I'm not here to compromise the investigation by tipping off my antibodies that may be watching right now. But when I really started looking into this, they came after me so hard to try to revoke my clearance, ruin my career, kicked me out of my agency, and they accused me of everything you could possibly think of with no evidence. For example, at first they wanted to say, "Oh, Dave, you have mental health stuff you didn't report to us. We're concerned because we think you might have an ongoing mental health issue." Like, what are you talking about? I reported that I had PTSD from Afghanistan in my military service several years ago, and I sought help for that. I'm not ashamed of that. I'm high functioning autistic, and I didn't know that until my early 30s. And how I process trauma, I didn't really understand until many years later. And I sought help for that, and they were trying to say that I had some secret mental health problem that I haven't been reporting to. So I had to go through this whole process. 3 agencies at the same time investigated me for that, which I don't even know if that's legal. They tried to say that I mishandled class, all this other stuff. It was insane. Apparently, I was under criminal investigation for a couple months, and I didn't even know that, and nor did they interview me, but they made a finding with no evidence they tried to use against me, that I had to spend money to basically litigate, maintain my employment, my clearance, which I did, for the record, maintain my clearance. I resigned with full accesses. I'm just debriefed now, but I maintained my top secret eligibility. And I left with my own accord, and of course, they ruined one of my boss's careers in another agency. They walked him out of the building and revoked his clearance and terminated him as a show of force after they were going after me. And I feel sorry for that certain individual. And they came after coworkers of mine. I can't get into what, when, where, and why to protect their identities and their own process. But so that's what happened to me professionally. And then what happened to me personally was very disturbing. So I have to be very vague about this because I'll do an investigation, but I think you'll understand what I'm saying. Is they showed my wife and I they can touch me at any time, 2 times. And it was very disturbing. It was in conjunction with some other people getting a message like that are, say, publicly well known, some that aren't publicly well known. And of course, I immediately reported that to counterintelligence, federal law enforcement local to me, because it wasn't criminal, but it was like a fuck you to me. And this was right before I filed my whistleblower complaint. Now, I don't know who did this. Entity who did X, Y, and Z to my wife and I, identity unknown, but it fucking happens. And I provided that documentation to a couple special agents. And I just knew that it was getting serious. And, as first of all, I'm the kind of person, I'm from Pittsburgh, like, I'll take shit from people. And I decided, fuck it, I'm going to file an inspector general complaint to protect myself. I'm in fear for my safety. My wife's an Air Force veteran too, and, very strong individual, but, as a man, you don't want to put your family at risk. And, did certain other measures, which I won't talk about, to protect myself, physically. And I could not believe that was happening to me, no kidding. And I knew I needed to do something internally. And then when I saw the writing on the wall earlier this year, and of course I knew about the Schumer Amendment, like I mentioned earlier, and I knew, I got to do this for my own protection, because me leaving the federal service, because I resigned my Air Force commission, I totally threw that career away, to do what I thought was the right patriotic thing, to whistleblow on this, and I swore my oath 18 years ago, and it sounds hokey, but I believe, integrity for service for self and excellence, all we do, that's the Air Force motto, and I'm like, this is not going to help me personally, love talking to you, I like spreading this message because it's the right and ethical thing to do, but this is a nightmare for me. I don't want to be public. I've served the country in clandestine and covert operations for 14 years. I've done technical intelligence for some of the most high-profile takedowns in U.S. history. I shouldn't even be here, but I am, because I want to see change. I saw something unethical and immoral. I want to make sure I hold that element of the government accountable, and it was the right fucking thing to do. And I get kind of emotional about that, because my career's been service and sacrifice, and I had two friends of mine die, and I've talked about this publicly before, and I'm segueing a little bit, but the suffering of the American intelligence officer is something that, for their service of their country, and we're not talking about this subject, obviously, people don't realize the kind of trauma intel professionals go through. So, first of all, I had a friend 6 months after I got back from Afghanistan. His name is Captain Dave Lyon. There's a park at Peterson Space Force Base named after him. I remember seeing his coffin come off the place. So, I saw him die. That fucked me up for a number of years, and that's what gave me a lot of my problems I ended up dealing with. But then I had, I remarried, and then my best man, Captain Ben Heine, Air Force Intelligence Officer, Air Force Special Operations Command. I've known him for years. He's my closest friend, best man at my wedding. And then 28 days later, unfortunately, he suffered from depression, and it was, as his best friend, he didn't even confide in me. I remember chit-chatting with him on the phone one day, about 28 days after he was my best man, and he didn't tell me anything was wrong with him. And a few hours later, he walked in his backyard and shot himself. And I gave his eulogy at his funeral. That really, really affected me. And with what Ben experienced, which I can't get into all of the stuff he did, obviously, but imagine being the guy that decides that person is bad, fire the hellfire. That person is now being missed, that they're dead, you just played God. Let's go back to, the wife and kids at the end of your shift. And a lot of that, I did the same kind of thing. I did a lot of stuff overseas that involved interrogations, ops that when you had to decide if a target is bad enough where you're going to affect their life forever, their family's life forever. And that's the silent suffering of intel professionals, especially during the global war on terror, which was 21 years or so. And, the trauma and the mental health problems that people get from being an intel professional in an operational environment. People think like special operators, pilots, etc., Army, Marines, ground pounders, they certainly have their own trauma, but it's this weird, insidious, am I in a video game? Is this real trauma that intelligence professionals, and I just wanted to highlight that during the show because that was just a near and dear to myself So people are aware of the service of military intelligence and civilian intelligence professionals that have to make really tough decisions for the country that affect people's lives on the receiving end. So,
Was there a concern while you're going through all this that if you didn't come out with this, that we would be stuck in the same sort of loop for a long, long period of time, and no one would ever have access to this stuff? They would continue.
Yeah, and that, you nailed it on the head, is, I think my generation wants to change. The under 40 generation, their parents went to war, their older brothers went to war. We're fighting two dangerous proxy wars right now, which is extremely stupid. I mean, a better way of saying it, to be quite frank. And I can give you my own assessment on that if you want, but we're in this loop. We're not progressing in a healthy way as a civilization. It's becoming more divisive, whether on the left or the right. People aren't even looking up. All they care about is TikTok. We're creating potentially dangerous artificial intelligence. I even saw that in my government service. And I think humanity's kind of stuck right now. We need to change. And this subject is like one of the only unifying, ontologically shocking, but I would think generally unifying topics where if announced by the U.S. and other major powers that have knowledge in a controlled manner, that this could change humanity for the better, make us look inside ourselves, become less divisive, and care maybe a little less about superficial things. So that's kind of my philosophical motivation to do what I did.
And you're confronted with one of the biggest mysteries in human history, which is, are we alone? And it seems like at least some people have the answer to that.
100%. I mean, the people I talked to certainly did, and they had close personal knowledge, and the intel reports I read, literally indicated that as well, like I talked about earlier. And so it's like this caste system. I call it dudes with SCI clearances do not have an embargo on reality. So it's a caste system of, people in government and outside of government, the industrial complex, that run this stuff under little oversight. And, I remember some of the people who denied us access, they were like, I don't know what you're talking about, but if I did, why would you have a need to know? And I'm like, why did you have a need to know? You're just some multi-star general.
But you're a human being.
You're a human being. You're not better than me. I mean, who determines need to know on a humanistic question? It's a basic fact of life. Why are we classifying fact of life at this day and age, 2023? It's insane.
And the answer to that would be national security.
Yeah, it's obtuse national security, right? So, why we classify stuff, it's called Executive Order 13526, right? Section 1.4 sections E and F are why we classify science stuff, why we classify nuclear stuff. It's like a one-liner. It's very vague. And are you saying these basic facts should be classified? Are you saying that this fits in this bill? And you notice the Schumer Amendment, if anybody reads it, awkwardly calls out the Atomic Energy Act of 1954, right? And they're basically treating this as nuclear secrets because it gives off nuclear radiation. Because if you look at the ultra vague definition of special nuclear material, which is Section 51, Atomic Energy Act of 1954, it says anything that gives off a sizable amount of atomic energy. Literally, that's what it says. What's sizable and what legal gymnastics are you saying? This stuff, which is obviously not who knows, maybe it is, and you're saying this is a U.S. nuclear secret, you're trans-classifying it into a nuclear secret, which I understand maybe at first why they did that, and I'm not admonishing the hard decisions that presidents and other folks did many years ago when this was more of an enigma and we wanted to lock it down, figure it out, and then see what we're going to do. But there's never been a disclosure plan. I always ask that, these super senior people I go to, is there a plan? any kind of plan at all? And they're like, no, never. We tried the muddied waters back there, tried to put it out there, test the populace, but there was never any cogent plan. I mean, people think the government is like this fine-oiled machine. They have plans for everything. Well, I guess sort of, but like, it's not. I mean, look at the war on terrorism. We left Afghanistan. No general officer, Mattis, Petraeus, McChrystal, I call them the failed generals. People loud them, but really themselves and the Obama administration, Bush administration, except Trump, whatever. Nobody had a cogent plan for success, and we were fighting people who were much less of an adversary than like one of our peers or near peers. We couldn't even win that war. Like, what the fuck are we doing? But these protracted, endless wars, let's be real, it's good for the industrial complex. Right. So, and I'm not like admonishing the whole industrial complex, for the record. We need national lethality. We need weapons to kill bad guys because there's evil people in the world. But you got to control, some of it.
Well, that's part of the problem with people that have secrets. It's like once you have secrets, and part of your identity is the holder of those secrets, and part of the culture of these industries is that they are the ones that have the access to that.
Yeah, and I saw that in conventional, really black programs I was a part of in my career. It was almost like you got that secret society vibe where it's like if you're a career government servant, your salary's not that great, but knowledge is your currency. And what makes you special? What rice bowl do you control? And I remember getting read into some stuff that like it was like the president and very limited number of people getting read into, and I was one of them because I was operating a certain thing for a certain op. And you punch at the club, like only 30 people are cleared or whatever, and I'm like, I don't get off on this shit. It's like, it's so weird, but like these like lifers, and I hate to, talk so matter of fact about it, but like it's kind of disgusting to me because it's like this like it's weird. It's just like a weird like Gnostic cultish thing, and I lived that community for 14 years of my career.
But people really do enjoy having information that other people don't have access to.
I was like, I got a secret, and like that's why I whistleblowed. Okay, so I know this shit's real. I know we're not alone. We have stuff. No shit. Am I gonna sit on my ass for 30, 40 years? I'm an old man. I look back like, I had that secret. I knew about it, but I didn't do anything. I didn't run shit. So I couldn't just keep that secret because I thought it was just perverse and wrong that the people don't even at least get to know the basics. It's insane.
So when it comes to these, I want to bring back to these actual entities.
Yeah.
Do we know, or we have an understanding of how many of them we're talking about and the variety of them?
Yeah, there is a variety, and we have a certain number of different things. But the like total numbers of like what's interacting with us on Earth, I mean, nobody knows that. And I mean, that
there's an understanding of some that they do believe are interacting with us, and there's a variety in terms of there's variables.
Yeah, I talked to people who were familiar with the biological analysis and everything. So we have some idea, not a complete picture, because it's like, looking at it, it's like, well, I don't even understand the physiology at all. It's like, what the heck? It's very different, right? So we have at least a description
of this physiology.
Yeah, no, I was in the room when be careful, I don't want to. I was in Washington, D.C. with a very number of senior people that work for members of Congress, put it that way, when I was still in government. And I brought the people who worked on that stuff to the Hill. This is why the members were so confident to put out the Schumer Amendment and stuff. And I was like, explain. And they went into all those details and stuff. And I remember, some of the professional staff members were like they were like in G-Lock, right? Because I mean, like a total world bubble got burst right there for a lot of people. And so we have some idea. It's not a complete picture. I mean, it's just like, but you're not even bringing in the right people. Like I think about my friend and colleague, Dr. Gary Nolan, which I started the Soul Foundation nonprofit with. I mean, he's like, Nobel level biologist, virologist. Like he's the guy that you would want on it, but he's not on it. So I think we can make a lot of progress in our understanding once again if this is more broadly studied in an open environment.
You aware of the Nixon Jackie Gleason story?
Vaguely, I stayed away from ufology because I had these contemporary people that were inside. I could check all their credentials, where they worked, etc. But I'm vaguely familiar what was it, like Nixon brought Jackie Gleason to some facility and showed him some stuff or something like that?
Yeah, supposedly that's the story. And it's very hard to determine the origin of the story, whether or not it's real. It came from, there's a story about one article that was supposedly published, was it Vanity Fair? And we can't find the story. But Jackie Gleason, by all accounts, was obsessed with UFOs. And even built a home in upstate New York that looked like a flying saucer.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is the house. He had this house constructed supposedly after he had this meeting with Nixon. So Nixon, supposedly they were drinking. Jackie Gleason and Nixon, time went on, and Nixon's like, I want to see some shit. And they fly to wherever this base is, and he shows them these frozen biological entities and this retrieved vehicle. And then Jackie Gleason becomes a fanatic, obviously.
That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, not crazy, but that's interesting that a president would do that to like an uncleared celebrity friend of his. Like, let me just show you the most sensitive shit our country has. Well, I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
People are obsessed with celebrity. There's even world leaders, kings and queens, they've always been obsessed with famous people. And Jackie Gleason at the time was incredibly famous and also beloved, right? So this is my pal, and I'm drunk. You want to see some shit? I get it.
I want to hang out with Nixon if that's how he was like, man.
Well,
70s is probably wild.
I bet he was like that in a lot of ways. Hunter S. Thompson famously recalled his, there's two of them together. Famously recalled sitting in the backseat of a limo with Nixon talking about football. And he's like, God, if I didn't think he was a piece of shit, I actually kind of like him.
Oh, that's funny.
We're just talking football. Look, nobody in that job, nobody as a president is going to be loved by everyone. And I'm sure Nixon has positive qualities. Jackie Gleason liked him. I'm a giant Jackie Gleason fan. It's probably fun to hang out with. Yeah. If you're drunk and you're the president, also we're talking about the 1970s, right? So this is a different world. Like even if you tell anybody, who the fuck's gonna believe you? You can't get on TikTok. Like, what do you do? How are you gonna get this information out?
Well, exactly. And that's kind of how, in my personal opinion, how the program was protected, right? For make it crazy, right? So if anybody leaks anything, or that has an unauthorized disclosure, people are gonna think you're fucking nuts.
Of course,
yeah.
But there are actual reports that we have biological remains.
Yes. Oh, yes.
How many?
It's up there as well, just like with the
area. There's different kinds. Do we have an understanding? You don't have to answer where they came from.
Nobody I talked to espoused any specific origin to me. We may know that, but I'm not aware of anything, so I don't know.
Are there reports of some kind of interaction with these things where they're giving information or discussing the problems of humanity and possible solutions, or explaining why they're here?
Interactions was a sensitive subject that my interview subjects did not want to get into I suppose that there's probably detailed documentation of these interactions that goes into a lot of the stuff you're asking. I truly don't even know the answer to a lot of that. So.
Is there discussions amongst these people that they're in these sort of...
There was water cooler talk with some people I talked to on the program. Yeah, they're like, hey, bro, guess what I overheard in some weird meeting, you know?
Right.
And but that is the problem with that is it's like secondary information,
right.
And I'm so anal retentive. Unless that person told me I had close personal, I touched it, whatever. Like, cool, you're coming to the Inspector General, where I'm gonna at least give them your name because that's what you told me, and obviously I did that. So those people who physically were there, were on the program, did the thing, I brought to the Inspector General.
Are there discussions of interactions with live beings?
There was some water cooler talk about that kind of thing, but you know, I don't even want to get into it because it's like there were some details provided to me, but it's like it's secondary, and I don't know if that's like the telephone game, and I don't know if it was hyperbolized in any way. You know, in a break room, so to speak. So I'm so anal about making sure what I say is accurate. I don't know. So,
do we have an understanding? I mean, if there have been these discussions, do we have an understanding of when they first took place?
Yeah, some specific events were mentioned to me, and I provided that information in a classified setting.
And how far back do they go?
Pretty far back. It's pretty weird.
Yeah. So, well, one of the stories from Roswell that's fascinating to me is that Eisenhower had the wreckage flown to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 2 separate jets in case one of them crashed.
There has been some public testimony. So Gerald DuBose, there were some old timers that at least did some videos in like the 90s. Like I'm Brigadier General Exxon. Here's what I heard. Whatever. I mean, that's out there in the open source. So yeah.
Yeah, and there was always that discussion of Hangar 18. Right? Or Hangar 18.
There's a lot of hangers.
That's the one. For whatever reason, I think it was maybe a movie. Was there a movie?
Well, you know what's funny? Speaking of senators being denied, there's a video in the late 80s of Senator Barry Goldwater of Goldwater Nichols-Ack fame, right? He was a 2-star general in the Air Force Reserve, and like literally this video is like on YouTube. It's like hard to find though. But Jesse Michaels on American Alchemy put together, I think, a short video yesterday, and there's like a section in there where he actually has that Goldwater interview. General Goldwater's like, yeah, one day I called Curtis LeMay, who's a very famous Air Force general, and was like, General, I heard that there's this room that you have UFO material, and Barry Goldwater espouses in this interview, like, yeah, LeMay got matter than hell at me and told me never to fucking ask about that again. I might have added the F word in there just for fun. But yeah, it's bad. I was in the military too long. My wife tells me to be careful with my language all the time around my niece and nephew. So, but even Barry Goldwater knew that we had UFO material. He asked General LeMay when he was in the Air Force, and General LeMay basically told him to fuck off. And that is a literal interview you can Google. So a lot of this, like, people disclosing fact of has really been out in the vernacular for a long time, but nobody really cared because, well, everybody was just kind of like desensitized from the whole subject and thought it was wacky. And I'm not the first former government official to confirm that. You have Goldwater and all these other folks. Harry Reid, who made the same disclosure to the New Yorker a month after I talked to him in person. Yeah, Mellon has said stuff. Lou Elizondo said, he believes we have material on, I think it was Tucker Carlson a couple years ago. So there's certainly been other officials. Now I'm just trying to spike the football and take it all the way to the end zone here. And luckily, we have a Congress that's mostly motivated, minus Mike Rogers and Mike Turner. You're getting coal in your stockings. I'm going to make sure your office gets coal. And, they want change too, and they realize it's time for a change. And, presumably, Chuck Schumer's talked to, Jake Sullivan and President Biden. You know who's in the White House right now is John Podesta. He is the green energy czar or something like that in the White House. But John Podesta. Shout out to John Podesta in the White House. He has an axe to grind on this issue too, because remember he tweeted at the end of Obama's second term, my biggest failure was not to have Obama release the UFO file and make the same kind of statement with Clinton. So certainly if Mr. Podesta's listening in the White House, I'm here to help. I hope that you're championing this within the executive office of the president. And, the other, speaking of people like Goldwater who've made some weird non-sequitur kind of admissions, there's a John Stossel interview of Mike Pompeo, the former CIA director, about 2 years ago or so. You can find it online, where Pompeo talks about the JFK file and dismisses it or something about there's no boogeyman here. But then he quickly says, "Oh, I've seen the UFO file too, and we have bigger problems." But at least the way it was edited, John Stossel didn't even follow up. At least the way the final cut was. I'm like, dude, if I was John Stossel, what do you mean, Mike Pompeo? You've seen the UFO file, and we have bigger problems. And UFO file, the way I interpret that, is a long existing file or briefing document or something that he had access to. So I think the former CIA director, Mike Pompeo, should probably clarify what he said 2 years ago. Next, if anybody interviews him next, ask Mike that question. What did he mean?
Yeah, we have bigger problems. Well, we certainly have bigger problems in terms of our current existence, specifically with what you were talking about earlier, the proxy wars and the collapse of society as we know it.
Yeah, I feel for the Ukrainian and the Israeli people, and I'm not taking any particular side, but certainly people forget U.S. aid in these wars. What's the most expensive thing if you studied phases of conflict? It's the reconstruction costs after the conflict. So are we in it for triple-digit billions, like the war on terror? Certainly the Israeli conflict is a great distraction because, Russia is very tight with Iran, right? And personal opinion, this is my own personal opinion, but I'm sure they commiserated and was like, can you start a two-front war? Because we would like to win in Ukraine, and this will distract the U.S. because Israel is a long-time, Middle East ally. So it's brilliant.
Public opinion. The virtue signalers on social media have essentially completely forgotten about Ukraine. It's all about Israel and Palestine.
Yeah, you don't even see it. And I understand, what the National Security Council determination was that they've discussed publicly, where there's kind of trying to drain Russia's military capability, annexation of Ukrainian territory, because they don't want Russia's sphere of influence to further enter that Caucasus region and stuff. But yeah, it's funny, like you said, it's you don't even talk about Ukraine, it's all about Israel now, and which is a horrible conflict on both sides. It's unfortunate. So
without a doubt, yeah. It was a very interesting statement, though, that we have bigger problems. So even if we do, this seems to be this is such a human question, because it's one of the biggest mysteries. Obviously, there's the Fermi paradox. Where are they, right? If you look out into the cosmos, if you've ever gone a clear night, you look out, you realize those are all stars, and those stars are all surrounded by planets, and there's literally hundreds of billions of them.
Yeah, in the Drake equation, you can calculate what probable sentient life.
Yeah.
And I've been an amateur astronomer since I've been a kid, and I've never, crazy enough, I've never seen anything remarkable. I've seen some stuff that could have been ball lightning and some satellite passes that weren't registered online. You could actually check to see if there's going to be an iridium flare or something like that. And maybe that was a satellite pass, maybe not. But I've never seen it in my personal life. Never seen anything weird. And it's funny you mentioned the Fermi paradox, and it's where are they? And okay, well, if you're sentient life, you're certainly going to have sophisticated cover concealment and deception techniques. It goes back to like what Jacques Vallée's work is, where the phenomenon presenting itself in different ways. But also, I live in the mountains of Colorado, right? So there is a mountain lion den about 10 miles from my house in Colorado, literally. They're lower predatory sentience, I'm higher predatory sentience, and I'm using this as a device or an analogy for NHI and us. Well, on a day-to-day basis, I don't care what a mountain lion is doing. I may hike in that area to explore, but day-to-day, I'm afraid of it, and I don't care, and think about what humans might be, unfortunately, to some of these higher sentients, where this monkey has a nuke. Holy shit, keep them in the cage. We don't want to go anywhere near them. And so people think that there would be some kind of open contact with some higher sentience that is either visiting Earth or from another dimension or whatever the origin is. But they probably don't care. They're probably neutral at best and maybe actually fearful of us in some sense. Or we're the progeny of, personal opinion, progeny of some experiment, and it's almost like living in the Matrix, but it's not like an actual simulation. It's like we want the simulation to go. We don't want to intercede because we want to see what, Homo sapien 2.0 is going to do after the Great Flood or something like that, right? Yeah.
That's one of the more fascinating ideas, is that we're some sort of a product of genetic engineering.
I honestly would not be surprised. I don't know that to be true, but
we're so different than everything else. Yeah, so different, so beyond different. I mean, there's not another primate that even is close. I mean, there's speculation amongst primatologists, and there's not even speculation. They believe that chimpanzees, in particular, have entered the Stone Age. So that they're at the beginning of the Stone Age. They're using tools, and there's obviously some learned behavior. Like there's some footage of orangutans using spears to hunt fish with. Oh, interesting. Yeah, ever seen that? No, it's cool shit. There's an orangutan that's hanging on a branch over a river or a body of water and stabbing at fish with a spear, which is incredible. I mean, they're using tools. I mean, we know they use tools to extract, termites and the like. Look at that.
Oh, that's crazy.
How crazy is that? I mean, he's clearly hunting. I mean, he's going fishing. Borneo. I mean, that is, at the very least, a distant cousin of us. Some, intelligent primate that is to figure out what to use tools. How long would it take an orangutan to become a human being? How many millions of years are we talking about of evolution? But it seems to be that process has started. Interesting. But why are we so fucking different than everything?
Yeah, like, are we a product of Darwinian evolution, or what is it? Punctuated equilibrium is obviously another theory, and I'm not an anthropologist by any means. Watched some Netflix episodes, but yeah, we seem to be oddly advanced, and we seem to dispossess other skills. I mean, it goes back to like the Stargate program, right? With declassified by Clinton, sensibly canceled, I guess, in '96. Where you had people trained in remote viewing, and like there was feedback loops to confirm what they saw was real, and either satellite imagery or human sources, where they sketched out a room of where there's hostages, and they got a hostage out, and they're like, and this is a real story actually, and they're like, did you have a source in that room? How do you know where all the corridors were and everything? I was like, no, actually, Pat Price remote viewed you. It's like, what the fuck? So there's something going on there, and that's like Gary Nolan, has studied a lot of this stuff, and very famously he's pointed out the caudate putamen in the brain, right? So this horseshoe-shaped thing in the middle of your brain. That if he's done MRIs and CAT scans, and I hope I'm not butchering his work. Gary might, slap me later, but it lights up people who have those kind of skills. They have like an overactive caudate putamen in the brain, and it's like, okay, well, is it a transceiver of some sort? I'm guessing that's the case.
Is it an emerging property of human beings?
Exactly. We're seeing just a few human beings that have this stuff, and then if it is a transceiver, where's the information? Is it in a higher spatial dimension, or how are they extracting? How are they able to basically be non-locality, right? They're able to like project themselves somehow, their consciousness, to this is a declassified example from Stargate, a Russian missile base. Sketch the crane and where the silos are, what the status is. You know, satellite comes over, takes a picture, and it's exactly the way they sketched it. How did they do that? Like, it's certainly real because there is a feedback loop. Now, there's a lot of charlatans in the psychic space and all that, but like, at least the government program, and I've talked to, Hal Puthoff and people who actually ran that program at SRI for the CIA and then DIA and the Army, and that seems to be men who's staring at goats, right? The George Clooney movies, the famous movie based on the Stargate program, seems to be legit as far as we can measure from a feedback perspective.
What was the explanation for the discontinuation of that program?
Oh gosh, I'm not a scholar on that. Something Russell Targ or Hal Puthoff or one of those guys could explain if it was just it got caught up in the bureaucracy or what. I don't remember.
Yeah. So the idea of that being an emergent property of human beings as we evolve has always been fascinating to me, because there's certainly something that goes on with human communication other than we make sounds that represent objects and physical things, and that the other person interprets those sounds and understands it. There's communication between human beings that's
acoustic communication, like the symbol rate, if you will, is really slow. Like if you were able to consciously communicate, aka the hokey term like telepathy, right? And it's funny because that's what a lot of people espouse that have had alleged contacts, right? A lot of the people that Dr. John Mack at Harvard studied over the years, where they felt like they were getting hit with like a QR code. It was like instant knowledge, where they heard like somebody speaking to them non-verbally in some way that they couldn't even conceptualize, acoustic communication or talk, if you will. And it's the same thing like book Proof of Heaven by Dr. Eben Alexander, MD. I remember reading when I was in Afghanistan, and I was like, this is a crazy experience. This medical doctor has necrotizing fasciitis of the brain. It's a near-death experience, and he gets this like crazy, like the feelings of love, other stuff. It's a really interesting book. It's like a scientific take on a doctor's own near-death experience. But when he came back, and somehow the fasciitis didn't eat away his brain, and he was cognitively normal, he tried to write down what information or facts of the universe he learned during his NDE, and he couldn't even put it in English. It was like crazy. He didn't know how to translate it into our language. It was just, there was no like adjectives, if you were, adverbs, etc., that could describe the knowledge that he knew like natively when he had that near-death experience. It's a really fascinating book. And he talks about the disease he had and his physiological condition at the time. Really interesting.
What was he able to discern from that? Like, what was the overall message?
Yeah, it was like this, like there's the message of love, which sometimes that's positive, but it was like this interconnectedness. Everybody is kind of connected in a way that they don't really realize. And you think about, this is getting really trippy. A lot of thoughts with people who are smarter than me. I like to talk to them about this kind of stuff, where if you're, say, a higher dimensional sentience, right, the act of creation, so act of creation for 3D beings is having a baby, right, it's producing another three-dimensional object. Well, if you're in five-dimensional space, or even, I guess, four-dimensional physical space, what if act of creation is creating other conscious realities in other universes, and the act of creation is creating the universe where you, me, Jamie, whatever, we might be connected to the same, we'll call it universal consciousness, or a higher dimensional sentient life force or life form. I know that sounds like really out there, but when you think about it, there's a lot of other theologies out there that basically espouse that. I have a very good friend of mine who's PhD level, kind of higher up in the Mormon church, and basically the Mormon theology is kind of like that. The Mormons say you were once with God or like God, but then you were sent down to like a lower plane of existence. And that's literally what I'm talking about right now, but just in a secular sense. So maybe you were all created beings from, and this, this doesn't like hurt Christian theology, whatever. It's actually kind of enforcing the fact there's a creator and we're literally created in the image of a creator, literally. And that's kind of what life really is. It's like, think about it's like a weird 3D plus time temporal sensory experience for a higher dimensional sentience. You're here to experience time in this weird linear fashion and to experience yourself divorced from yourself, to gain knowledge and to report back is maybe what life is. And that's just kind of my own personal theology as a summation of just during COVID, I was really bored. And that's what I was looking at.
Well, I extrapolate that to the creation of AI. And I think if you think about human beings as something that creates things, I think ultimately we create it to life.
Exactly. What if higher sentience is creating some kind of artificial intelligence? Call it like a Commander Data from Star Trek Next Gen, right? Mm-hmm. Not even really, it's made in the image of the creator in some sense, right. But it's not even, and that's what gets sent into these long endurance, missions. And of course, people are like, well, why would they, come here so far to crash, etc.? Or are they crashing on purpose? Do you know that for a fact? Or are they crashing by accident? And what if they're like von Neumann replicating probes, right? You can Google that, but what if they're just throwaway, which von Neumann probes are just like throwaway spacecraft? Like, yeah, they're just, we send it out, we don't really care what the mission success is, or they're seeding us, or as Jacques Vallée says, it's like, here's the key, can you unlock the cage, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, so it seems that it would be a long, if you think about biological evolution, so long, lengthy process, and if ultimately that led us to the creation of a technology that's far superior in terms of its capabilities of understanding and thinking, that seems to be what's happening. And that's one of the reasons why so many people are concerned about the term artificial intelligence. Is a very strange term because it's not artificial, it's intelligence.
It's silicon-based and carbon-based. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't have blood and tissue and cells, but it has something that's superior, but also something that's much more scalable, right? Where we have a very obvious biological limitation in terms of evolution. If you look at evolution, when we turn it back to the orangutans fishing, they're obviously learning new things, and those new properties for these things we assume would be encoded in their genetics, passed to their children. Do you have children?
No, I have 3 dogs. What the hell? I'm a fluffy dad.
This dogs don't learn from what they do, but one of the most bizarre things about children is that they have properties that are clearly, it's hard to say, right? Because my children obviously have the example of my wife and myself. They obviously see a lot of how we live our life and, discipline and hard work and creativity and all those things. But there's also, they seem to have gifts that they seem to be clearly genetic, and artistic gifts that just seem extraordinary, that are unusual, that I had when I was younger, that I was an illustrator. I have a young daughter that's just extraordinarily good at art.
Really?
Yeah, illustrating. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I want to be a comic book illustrator.
Oh, interesting.
But then I have this other daughter that's super gifted athletically. Like, she can learn things really quickly. It's extraordinary. It's weird. And also this drive that she has. I had a drive from poverty and from, a lot of stuff that was wrong with my childhood. It seemed to be, I had this need to prove myself. She doesn't have any of those problems, but she also has this insane drive. It's weird. It's a weird discipline. It's extraordinary. It seems to be very different than most kids. And I just think that's an emerging genetic. I think there's something encoded in whatever you are as a human that as you replicate and as you have children, they have that. They have some of that. Yeah. You know, and I think that is this process, this biological evolutionary process with humans. But there's so much chaos. There's so much. I mean, you can breed with a dumb person. You can find a hot dumb person, have a baby with them, now your kids fucked. You know, we see that. It's obviously some people are just born with brains that just don't work that well. It's just like, I'm sure you've met some dull-minded people. They try to talk to them about things, and there's no one there. You're right. So okay, good luck. And good luck with whatever children you have, and whatever. What are they going to have?
We're genetically encoding artificial intelligence now. I think that's where you were going.
Yeah, what I'm going with it, like these biological limitations that we have, it's very clear that we're essentially dealing with a Model T as opposed to a Tesla, which is just insanely superior to these ancient vehicles. Yeah, we create technology. I've always said this: if you looked at the human race, if you were some sort of an outside observer and you stumbled upon this planet, this apex predator of this planet, you'd say, what is this thing doing? What's making technology? All the other things that it does all these other things, and also, but these things generally motivate. What do they move towards? They move towards the advancement of technology and innovation. That is a constant aspect of human beings. If you trace this back to the earliest civilizations, to what we have today, things constantly improve unless something goes horribly wrong. Unless there's some sort of a natural disaster or some sort of genocide. If something doesn't happen to these creatures, what do? They consistently make better things. Well, that, if you extrapolate, if you follow that to its natural progression, what is it going to get to? Well, once they've invented computers, and once they've invented devices, and once they've invented things that enhance their personal understanding of the world around them, which we already have now with phones, we already have with the internet, we already have with our ability to communicate with each other. You know, the newest, latest Android phones that are coming out will translate natively on your phone in real time in conversation. So you could be speaking Portuguese to me, I would hear it in English on a phone call, which is fucking wild.
It's crazy. That's like universal translator.
Yeah, literally. Yes, literally. Well, that is a real thing now. Without having to use Google Translate, it's native to the latest Android operating system. You could, if you just sit down and said, well, where's that going? Well, it's going to something way more sophisticated and way more capable than we are biologically with our limitations. Look, our monkey bodies, we are the ancestors or the people that emerge from that distant cousin, that orangutan that's using a stick to hunt fish. We're going in this direction. What would be the most logical way we would completely accelerate that? Create something that does what we do but does it way better.
Yeah, it's almost like to permanently harbor our consciousness eventually, right?
Right. And
it kind of makes sense.
Right, it does make sense. And there's a sort of an understanding of that leads to this fear of our demise that everyone, Elon's openly discussed this, Sam Altman and I were talking about it, what OpenAI is doing, what ChatGPT 4 versus ChatGPT 5, which is going to be insanely superior. Well, what is ChatGPT 15 going to do? Is that going to be the president of the world? Are we going to bypass government and just say, it's obvious, like, this administration is incredibly corrupt and flawed and influenced by the military-industrial complex. It's not good for the world. It's not good for the environment. We need something that is far superior, that doesn't have all these motivations. Well, what would that be? That would be an artificial intelligent creator or a creation rather, that we use to govern life. Yeah, I mean, that sounds nuts, but I think that's probably a better solution than humans, with all of our fucking flaws and issues and greed and envy and all the things that we have. That would be a better version of it. But what are we saying then? Are we saying that we're upgrading like empathy into it though? Probably not. Probably not, which is terrifying. But we will become obsolete, or we will merge. And if we merge, it will completely change what we are. And I think that's very likely what's going to take place. I think the initial stages will be some sort of a merging with technology, and then from that merging, it will essentially we'll realize why we fuck around. Like this new thing is so superior. It doesn't have all the pitfalls. It doesn't have all the problems. It's not short-sighted. It's not going to drain the ocean of fish so that we can make sushi. It's going to do something. It's going to be far more aware of all of the different effects of each individual act and how we affect everything around us and what is net positive and what is net negative and how to avoid all these things. I really firmly believe that we are this biological caterpillar that is making a cocoon to create the electronic butterfly. We don't even know what we're doing while we're doing it. We're just doing it. And I think materialism is also baked into that. One of the main problems with human beings in terms of like the ridiculousness of our actions. We're so materialistic. People are constantly wanting to get the newest, latest, greatest thing. What's the motivation behind that other than social status? Well, the motivation is that that's what fuels innovation. If you do, like, if we all just stopped right now and said, hey, you know what? iPhone 15 is pretty fucking dope. We don't need to make new iPhones. Let's just keep fixing those and just like exist the way we are right now, and let's clean up the air, and let's clean up the ocean, let's clean up the sea, and clean up the rivers, and clean up the forests. Like, let's just fix the earth. And then no, we don't do that. No, I want iPhone 16. You know, when is the iPhone going to be able to communicate completely just with satellites? We don't have to worry about cell phones.
Well, it's almost like a drug addiction, right? They did studies where people receiving in text messages is the dopamine rush too.
Yeah.
So it's almost like an artificial drug addiction you're fueling because you want more responsive tech, more integrating with make easier so you can get your fix quicker and more efficiently or something like that. I don't know.
And why? I mean, why would fucking staring at a stupid cell phone give you a dopamine rush? Well, it does. It does. I'm not a biologist. And you get addicted to your goddamn phones. And then why would it be that we would innovate and create things like Instagram and TikTok that are insanely addictive? To the point where you look down and you've spent 3 hours staring at nothing, nonsense. Like, why is that? Well, that ensures continual use of this device until it lures you into this ultimate integration.
Well, it's right where there's people like Meta, I guess now, or Facebook, where they actually have a whole team of scientists on how to make their apps more addictive, right? So,
demons.
Yeah.
Fucking demons.
Yeah, I don't use social media. I have never tweeted in my life.
Really? That's amazing.
I mean, I have like I used Facebook back in the day when it first came out when I was going to college. I don't Instagram. I've never tweeted in my life. I don't intend to because you don't want to get sucked into that mind virus, which is like people responding to you. You feel like you have to respond back. I don't even touch it.
So, well, I'm very aware of those traps, so I don't do that.
Yeah,
I used to, but many years ago I stopped interacting with people. I just realized like overall it's negative. Yeah, like there's positive aspects to it. It's great for people that like you and they're fans. It's great that you're an actual human that you interact. Occasionally I'll comment on a post like that's really awesome, congratulations, that kind of stuff. And then I get the fuck out of there and I don't read any responses. And I found that that's the very best way to mitigate all the negative aspects of social media. But then you're also dealing with algorithms. You're dealing with things that recognize what makes you more likely to engage. And so those things are constantly showing you the things that you engage. And, it's not necessarily even positive. It's just whatever you engage with. It's what's coming your way. Whether it could be cool stuff, like maybe you're just like really into muscle cars and it shows you a lot of muscle cars, or it could be like murder. Like I see a lot of murder on Instagram.
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'm a car guy, so like my feed is like, oh, do you ever think about this mod for your Ford Bronco? Yeah, those lights look nice. Yeah, wire that shit up next week. So
I get those too.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I have a problem with that. I have a car problem.
Yeah, my wife doesn't allow me to have the good stuff anymore, so I have to keep it under a certain price.
So that's good. That's good. I'm more actually interested in old stuff than I am in new stuff.
Do you like rap rod stuff, right?
Well, I like muscle cars. Like very specifically 1960s muscle cars. Those are my favorite because what they are to me is it's a toy that you can drive.
Yeah,
it's like a ride that gives me immense pleasure to just drive around. It's really fun. I don't even have to go fast. It's just going around in a 1970 Chevelle, just driving it. It's hard to describe for someone who's never experienced it, but it's just so engaging. And you're on this drug. Yeah. It's like everything you feel, all of it. You're engaging all of these senses. It's very tactile, very mechanical. Yeah, I totally understand that. I mean, the only kind of cars I like are like black Lincoln Continental Suicide Door from the Matrix. I've never seen that when I was a teen. When the Matrix came out, I'm like, that car's badass. Yeah. It's like totally. I want like to have whatever Morpheus drove. They're art. Yeah. They're essentially art. It's functional art. It's a piece of art that you can actually drive around. Yeah. Yes, it's very bizarre sensation. But the point is, that's not most people. Most people want this latest, greatest thing. And there's a motivation to get this latest, greatest thing. But I think if you just follow that up to its logical conclusion, it's going to create life. It's going to create, how many films have been made about this? Ex Machina and all those different films, right? That's what we're going to do. We're going to, there's no way we're not going to do that. If I had a bet on one thing, if the human race doesn't get wiped out by a meteor or a nuclear war, we're going to fucking do that. We're going to make a life form 100%. And it's going to be almost instantaneously able to figure out all the flaws in its own personal programming and make a much better version of itself. If it's sentient, it has the ability to make decisions. Well, I think we're close. I think I saw some stuff. There's like a OpenAI fiasco going on right now. There's rumor that they might have cracked artificial general intelligence or AGI, and that's frightening. There's like, was it Sam Altman, I think, talking about, there's like a board of OpenAI or some shuffle. And they just removed, when I woke up, right back. Well, they removed him, but then apparently the shareholders like, what the fuck are you doing? And there was so much outrage that they're trying to bring him back. Like, instantly. So, but Elon had a very good point. Like, what was the motivation behind that? And when you think about the implications for humanity as a whole, because this is such an emerging technology that's so overwhelmingly powerful, what's going on? Like, I think this is one of those things where, like, we need to know, like, what was the motivation behind the decision? And if it was that he was holding back information about the actual creation of artificial general intelligence, that it's already happened, that he's like hesitant, because he's a little cagey in how he talks about stuff. When I was talking to him about, you can tell, like, it's like a little bit like he kind of knows that he is at the forefront of this technology that, worst case scenario, replaces us. Yeah, and going back to the program with any kind of the etc. depending on if it was critical. I guess the thing I saw in the government was I did a lot of cyber stuff. As AI gets more advanced, you create, say, offensive cyber tools that literally have a mind of their own. And if, say, theoretically you release that on some target, and you might not be able to touch that target again, say it's a one-time, you put it in there, well, how do you control it? It's almost like Skynet and the Terminator. I hate to use that analogy, but, like, that was my fear when I was working at certain agencies working on offensive cyber tools. I'm like, oh my God, this is not good. And then, of course, with cyber, right, it's attribution. Actor attribution is the biggest thing. How do you know it was, hypothetically, Russia that used the cyber weapon to attack you? It could have been another actor masquerading as that foreign power using tactics, techniques, procedures, IP proxy operations to hide where it was coming from. So it's like you have non-kinetic fires that can potentially create mutually assured destruction because you can take out critical infrastructure, blow up the power grid, etc. No radiation, but potentially no attribution, or confuse the attribution such that you don't even know who to go to war with. It's like really scary. So it is scary. Yeah, that's just my own. It's already happening on social media. I mean, think about how many troll farms there are on social media that are just stirring up this death. I mean, it's an active program that we know that Russia uses that is trying to undermine democracy and trying to keep people fighting each And it's been very effective. If you look at social media, it's just fucking chaos. It's just people yelling at you, particularly Twitter or X. You know, and Facebook. It's like a lot of what's going on. One of the studies showed that out of the top 20 Christian sites that are on Facebook, 19 are run by Russian troll farms. So if we know that on like relatively rudimentary scale, if you look at the impact of social media versus the impact of artificial intelligence, you're already hiding who's responsible, what's the goal, and how to manipulate consciousness and how to manipulate influence and how people think about things and what their public opinion on things are. It's already very effective. You don't imagine that the creation of artificial intelligence would radically accelerate. The deepfake stuff was a real problem in my own community. It's really some stuff. You got to develop algorithms to make sure you can analyze, okay, that is fake. Because you see some of the deep fakes where it's like Obama or Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yes. You know, the Tom Cruise guy. That is crazy. Like, you're going to be able to bring actors from the dead back. You're going to have, like, Cary Grant, doing a musical or whatever, Bruce Willis, who has some sort of degenerative neurological condition, sold his likeness for the ability to make commercials and all sorts of other things. Like, he's essentially saying he's fading, unfortunately. And now he will give this thing, which is this property, which is Bruce Willis, this famous person, and they'll be able to create versions of him starring in films. Oh, and certainly if you train an AI model that's like ChatGPT, you can actually get almost like what they say, yes, knowledge, 100%. And it's almost like having a permanent historian too. If you want to talk to Clint Eastwood about his films in the 60s after Clint Eastwood, passes, maybe he'll live forever, but like, that would be crazy. It would be really interesting. I mean, you might actually be able to give you advice, maybe a personal advisor. I know, that'd be cool. I mean, that's probably one of the things that's going to come out of this, but when we think about empathy, we also think about just human beings and the way we communicate and interact with each other. Empathy is very important, and also compassion and forgiveness. All these things are very important qualities because we recognize that they're very flawed. But when you create something that is not flawed, then the need for empathy, the need for all these things that we attach to human emotions and reward systems, they'll no longer be a significant issue because you're going to be dealing with something that operates on a higher plane. It might be the answer to all the ails us, which is so terrifying for us because we recognize that what we derive, the joy that we derive from love, from companionship, from friendship, from community, it's like a key component to life on earth for us. But it's also because we recognize that without that, we are the Mongols. Without that, we're Nazi Germany. Without that, we're Hamas. We're whatever the fuck we are that we recognize as being like evil or dangerous or horrible about humans. When we think about the worst case scenario for human beings, we always think about this as the Holocaust. We think about what is the worst acts that human beings are capable of with our current programming and our biological laws. Like, what are the worst things? Terrible, awful things. Well, if we don't have those problems, we no longer have envy, we no longer have greed, we no longer have evil. We don't have any of those properties. They don't exist anymore. We just have this new form of consciousness that's far superior. It's an interesting parallel because you have, you're no longer maybe apex sentience if you have artificial intelligence, governing certain things. Right. And I think that's also kind of this psychological issue, this MVP issue. We might not be the apex predator. Yeah, we may be that mountain lion and jazz. And we're going to have to be comfortable knowing that we're going to be vulnerable. These people are superior, that may have malevolent intentions, maybe not. And almost be humble to the fact that, like, sorry, we're not the smartest of God's creation. And that might be really hard for a lot of people to process. And I think that's probably certainly, I would imagine, one of the deliberations they must have done is cancel those because people are 100%. And they're not. And then I wonder if these things that we're experiencing are the natural progression of what happens when you do see life on the planet, or when you do accelerate biological life, when you do have some sort of a genetic intervention where you take this thing that has emerging intelligence and you accelerate it. And that thing will in turn, with all of its desire for innovation and creativity, and also all of its desire to control resources and have power and have influence, that it will eventually lead to the creation of what we're seeing. That these things are the next stage of this process, and that maybe we're dealing with one form of that next stage, but there's another stage that's a million years more advanced than that, that's far superior, that doesn't even have a biological limitation in terms of physical space, that it exists completely in some other undetectable realm, that is not no longer thinks about biological limitations of life and death, communication. It exists completely in some other space. That's what these things are. And then I've always wondered, when there's a crash, when there's a body, when there's this, that, like, and people say, well, what? If they're so advanced, why are they crashing? Hold on. Which version are we looking at? We're not saying there's one thing that's visiting us. If there's one thing that's visiting us, we know where this one thing is. We can say, oh, well, that thing deals with a completely different solar system. The sun is vulnerable. It doesn't have asteroid clouds. It doesn't have all these different things where it's like, it doesn't have a planet that has super volcanoes, maybe life involved in a more stable environment, and allowed it to get to a far greater technological level, but not the ultimate. Yeah, we might be testing the extent of their adaptability. Like I said, are they crashing by accident? Right. Mission failure or on purpose? Right. So, and then of course with our distances and everything, they're traveling here through some kind of space-time metric engineering construct. Distances are not as fast as you think, right? Right. You could be going through some kind of, traversable wormhole or something like that, where it's like a walk down the street for them. It's not, 1,000 miles. But just think about communication. Just our communication used to be, you had to get in front of someone and you had to talk to them. So you had to know their language. You had to either nonverbal or verbal communication. You had to figure out a way to say things to them. That's no longer the case. Obviously, with this new Android operating system translates, but also the fact that you could have a fucking FaceTime call with someone in Japan right now, and you instantaneously can communicate back and forth, which is insane. That's a vast distance, but for us, it's like stupid. It's like, yeah, easy. Vast distance and instantaneous. Yeah. I mean, I was just in Scotland, and I was FaceTiming my daughter back home. It's fucking crazy. You're 9 hours by plane, and you're having instantaneous communication, which is wild shit. But that's fucking, that's like Palm. That's Morse code. It's like, it's very primitive in terms of what you physically can be in these places instantaneously. Yeah. And why would we assume that that's not eventually going to be on the menu? Yeah, it's just like conventional propulsion stuff. We're not using an Elon Musk Starship to get here. It's like it's something else. You're talking to someone in the 1800s and you say, you're going to go to Nevada? Jesus Christ, no, farther than a wagon. That's months, man. No, you fly to Vegas, it's 2 hours. It's fucking easy. We know that now. So why would we assume that there's a limitation to that advancement? I don't know. Yeah, and of course, a friend of mine, Eric Weinstein, certainly espouses between other theoretical frameworks right now. He has his own geometric unity theory. Yeah, he's way smarter than me. He's too smart. But he's confusing. Yeah. He starts talking to you like, I assume if he calls me, I'm like, you're going to call me in the morning after my 24-ounce Monster Energy drink? Or I can't even keep up, man. Yeah. It's like, he's on another level. Yes, he's got some unique theories himself about world stuff. It's all very, very, very interesting and tricky, but also makes sense. All of it makes sense, including I had this conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why would they be interested in us for We're super interested, yeah. Neil, I mean, obviously he's a fine science communicator, kind of the successor of Carl Sagan, kind of. I think Carl Sagan is more fun. Yeah. I like Carl better. Yeah. Wish he was still alive. I love his I watched Colin. Yeah, really. I remember my aunt gave me Cosmos by Carl Sagan when I was in middle school, and it was the book from the 80s. That book tripped me out, and I was like, I want to study science. And I read, it was Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking, and I read those two books when I was like in 8th grade. I want to study astronomy, but I ultimately use kind of my technical background spook the government, but I still observe. I have a big telescope and I live like super dark skies in Colorado. I still have that boyhood fascination of the cosmos. Now, ironically, I found out something else that kind of confirms that the cosmos is not lifeless. You know, God paints with a broad brush. It was like the Vatican. Yeah, 6,000 a couple years ago. It said this is okay. I have a theory that the universe itself is God. That's like what I was talking about with the multidimensional creating universes. I think we have a very limited idea of, say, God. God created the heavens. Right. What are we saying? I think it's the universe itself. I think it's one thing. And that this one thing, it seeks to create these things that continually push the envelope and may be gods themselves eventually. I think if you extrapolate from our ability versus the ability of an amoeba, and you continue to move that along, what does that do? Well, it's going to be able to create universes. There's already been like theoretical papers that have been written about the creation of other things like black holes, other things like a universe. So that, like, what is involved in the creation of the universe? What is involved in the Big Bang? Can that be replicated? Well, not now, but if AI becomes sentient and AI eventually takes far greater versions of itself, if it keeps doing that, what are the limits of its potential? Creates the Matrix. Literally creates a simulated environment that's indiscernible. You can't tell the difference between that and regular life. Well, maybe because there is no difference. Maybe that's the theory of simulation theory. Yes, simulation theory. Yeah, familiar. That is a possibility because the universe seems like a little too perfect. Strange, very created to. So just like we're in the Goldilocks zone, right? Perfect temperature, like it's just how the Big Bang itself. What? What happened? Something smaller than the head of a pin for no known reason becomes everything. Yeah. Okay. What's the universe expanding into? Right. It's like quantum foam or whatever like the latest theory is that's like beyond me, and then it perhaps just retracts back down to that infinitely small thing and then expands again. Yeah. This is an endless cycle, and then we're just so limited because of our biological limitations, our life and death is such a small little tiny buildup. It's so minuscule in terms of just the overall known life. And then you have the James Webb Telescope that's, just people that question the actual length of time that occurred between the Big Bang and now. That maybe it might be far longer. There's people like Brian Keating is saying that's not correct. It's just a lack of understanding of what we understand currently about the creation of galaxies. Yeah, because obviously the length of the Asian universe keeps getting older and older, and a lot of that's because of the Doppler shift, right? The redshift. The galaxies are accelerating away. We can calculate what their origin point probably was and how long it took them to speed up like that. So it's only based on our current understanding, which is obviously at least fairly limited in terms of what its potential is. Well, yeah, like we still don't quite understand the origin of the moon. The moon is at the right location that causes solar eclipses. It's like the right apparent size to block out the sun. It's like super weird. Same thing with like Mars. We're not sure like what happened here, where Mars course, had some probable life on it, either a protoplanet hit it, some kind of impact, vaporized stuff, who knows? Who knows? And this is just this little tiny neighborhood that we're looking at. It's like we are in our backyard looking for evidence of like life in Africa. You're not going to figure it out here. We're just looking at such a small scale in terms of what we can potentially discover or potentially observe. Yeah, I often wonder, when we're seeing, especially with the idea of UAPs and UFO crafts, we're seeing a version of what we will become, or something like us becomes, if given enough time. There's like Dr. Mike Masters at Montana State who literally postulates. He says time travelers, we can debate time travel, but he thinks it might be like an advanced form of Homo sapien is what we're seeing coming back. Yeah, like a breakaway civilization. We're coming back to see an older version of ourselves that's left on Earth or somewhere. Well, the way we would visit like North Sentinel Island, visit those people trapped on that island, uncontacted. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of there's also like carnival religions and stuff. The South Pacific World War II, they worshipped the B-51 and stuff. Like they thought those were UFOs, but really they were just us. Yeah. I think we're probably aliens then. Oh, 100% comes. I mean, just look at how Cortez looked to the people that had no idea that people could ride horses. Like, what the fuck is going on? These guys are riding horses? Yeah, these are gods. These white guys come in and what's insane? They come on a ship and the ocean and ride horses. It's all based on limited understanding. And for someone, whether it's the federal government or whether it's military contractors, for someone to have elements that could give us a better understanding of this whole picture, it's really inexcusable to not relay that to all of humanity. So this is too much information to be secret. It's too important. If it is real, it's too important for someone to have access to just because they have power and money and influence. It seems insane. I mean, that's the whole primer for what I did. I mean, it's I just cannot live with myself if I would try to it's comfortable. Personal privacy and professional personal health is at risk. It also seems like public understanding and appreciation of these things, particularly after the 2017 article in the New York Times, has changed. There's been a shift. Whereas before, if you talk about UFOs and the idea of extraterrestrial life, you were automatically lumped into this group of people. It's like you're in the Loch Ness Monster. You're like fringe things. You probably got problems in your own life you're not addressing. So you're jacked. Like gambler or something like that. You're just like distracting yourself with this craziness in order to ignore the reality of existence itself, which is so complicated. And I think that if we had a better understanding of the overall scale of the potential of life in the universe based on what we know with physical evidence, undeniable physical evidence that shows us that we're not alone, that would be a massive change in just the overall shift of consciousness on Earth. If we can understand that these territorial disputes that we have, which are almost always over resources, over land, or over religions and ideologies, if we can understand that these are nonsense in the vast scope of the universe itself, this is the what was that effect that the people that get into the space station have? Astronauts. The overview effect, yes. William Shatner had that when he went up the Virgin. Yeah, I'm sure everybody does. Sure, it's just like anywhere from 6.5 to 7.5. And that's how I felt. I mean, like after I found all this stuff, I could have continued my career and be Lieutenant Colonel here this winter. Senior Executive Service in the RG, did national security stuff, but I'm like sitting in my office. I'm like, there's better things for me to care about than Russian troop movements. Like, we're not allowed to say. Like, I have to, like, listen to this because certainly people who we talk to were not lying. And the documents are meticulously went through. They were not forgeries, they were not deception. So it's just like, we have to do something. I'm sure you've seen those Freedom of Information Act disclosure papers from the CIA, from the detailing all the various forms of life and that we know are currently exist. Remember that, Jamie? We pulled up that document. But interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure which ones you're talking about. It's pretty weird stuff because like they knew about this in the 1950s. How do we know? Well, there was like CIA docs about consciousness, like weird remote viewing stuff. I mean, besides the Stargate program that were released in the FOIA reading on CIA's website, too. They were pretty trippy. We were like, wow, CIA's looking at some really interesting stuff. I mean, hardcore intel agency. What's going on? But it makes sense that they would kind of have to find out if it's bullshit. Like, you can't ignore that if you're really doing your job. Your job is intelligence. Like, okay, like, let's look at this. It's an aspect of the phenomenon because it's like a reach out from your crash retrieval program. Hey, why don't you look into some of this stuff? Because it might be the key unlock for something that we got in the warehouse. So, as it stands right now, what's the future for this stuff? What's the future for these disclosures? What are the bottlenecks? Well, I mean, certainly the governmental process, you know, as long as the House doesn't kill this Schumer amendment, I'm discussing it here with you. If they don't pass it, it's going to be the greatest setback of humankind in U.S. history, literally. That is the presidential panel gets paneled about 90 days or so after the passage of the bill. So by Christmas, since it doesn't get killed, it'll be in the National Defense Authorization Act. The panel will be formed, say, February, March. Then they have a 300-day process to develop an initial plan for the president. And I don't know if Chuck Schumer and his staff are being kind of crafty or whatever, but the 300 days, if you actually do it out, it's like the election. So I don't know if they want to make it an election issue, or certainly if this act doesn't pass, I think it needs to be an election issue because the executive needs to rule on this. Congress can't get their shit together, quite honestly. And we have a plan out to 2030 where this stuff starts getting rolled out, knock on wood, perfect storm, things will get delayed. But then in parallel, and that's kind of why I helped found the Soul Foundation with Dr. Peter Steve, she's an anthropologist as well, is we wanted to figure out the STEM outreach, wanted to figure out the public policy, national policy to advise the U.S. and its allies on this issue. You know, we're happy. Like I said, I'm not here to slap the government in its entirety and admonish everybody. Like, I think there needs to be a truth reconciliation process, but I think our foundation wanted to be like, okay, well, bring us in as a think tank if, you know, based on my experience and the experience of my colleagues, like, you have an issue with X, well, let's figure out how to roll this out and how to, you know, incentivize the National Science Foundation to look at this, make this like, you know, it's dual use, right? You might develop a unique scientific process that actually works well with nanobiology or something like that, but also so there's parallel tracks. I mean, there's public discovery. There's like the Galileo project with that globe, right? They're trying to, on their own, collect techno signatures, which is, I applaud that. I mean, obviously the government knows a lot about that, but we don't want to obviously rely on the U.S. government to do all the work for us and also be modest. So I think having a parallel track, Galileo Project, Soul Foundation, Brian Graves has his own foundation as well for pilots, people who see unique things to provide that data to people. So I think you got to have those dual tracks. You know, hopefully we can create a tsunami event where the U.S. government and its allies, maybe our adversaries. But really, if the U.S. government doesn't get their house in order here, I mean, we could have uncontrolled disclosure events such that either maybe the non-human intelligence is like, yeah, let's do it. Or what if one of our adversaries decides to disclose the incompetency of figure on this new sovereignty or national supremacy in that regard on this society perspective. So but I think the government's getting close, I think. As long as just the fact that they brought you in to have these conversations. Yeah, no, I'm still advising the U.S. government on this. I'm trying to carefully message this, put all the broad things on the table. I'm not trying to be coy, I'm not trying to conceal anything, but it's like real national security and collateral damage with just releasing this willy-nilly. Just trying to get the government to get planning. Just and there's still the bottleneck with these military contractors that allegedly have access to those things. Yeah, and like to those guys, and I know some of them, individuals that like this is a look at like use money. This is a recruitment opportunity. Yes, you're going to have to let other people know which are how American society works. They should be able to compete with government. Because that was one of the main, I talked to some individuals that were in the session for one of the biggest impasses to disclosure wasn't the ontological shock associated with well, there's some white collar crime, we violated the federal acquisition regulations, we sole source this work to big companies for decades. Contractors are going to litigate this in the Supreme Court, saying they lost billions of projected income because they didn't get the work. And it's going to be this like liability disaster for the U.S. government. And the problem with that is like, I understand that, but like that's why you need to have a truth reconciliation process. There's almost like a truth reconciliation commission in post-apartheid South Africa, where people have been like profiling who's looking at still those crimes. And I'm not saying, I mean, people who commit murder as it relates to the subject, maybe we should probably hold them accountable, but for some of this stuff, there needs to be a process where we kind of mitigate some of those unfortunate legal issues. But that was one of the main issues for the craft legislation came up illuminating him. And he had a good long look at this thing, and then it accelerated. That makes that guy. So it's a like that's very detailed in his description. Well, and that's what everybody else would think that way. And he said that the craft. Oh, certainly, and also it's like the government admitting that we can't protect the citizens. So it wasn't like jet engines on it, no propellers, nothing like that at all. It was recovering their silently about 30 feet of social contract. And again, I want to reiterate, we can protect people with such a in this case, it's like it's an enigma. But I think this is almost like, remember like after 9/11, that was a high school, people were afraid of dirty bombs, terrorists, we didn't know what was going to happen next, we didn't figure, but like, technological apparatus on their boots, parcels of fear, what happened would be circular, hoverboard vehicles. Now we have to force it out. We just have to take it in mindset. It's something scary. It's like a fake to a knowledge. That's we should at that point that I realized that these are not cartels. There's no way that cartels have the technology. I know that cartels have the Mexican cartels. They have all this plays out. Military grade technology. I mean, it's kind of like they have. When I was testifying technology, very big kind of technology that we were deployed coming from the battlefield in Iraq and Afghanistan. That same kind of technology, they crazy. There's AOC, there's Matt Gates, there's Timbershad, there's like people, Garcia, like people that are just eye to eye on those subjects. They're not shy about using whatever technology that they have. This elevated the phenomenon from want to be second class to something much more sophisticated and frankly more sinister.
And it's like, wait, the chief executive, but also
before you went down there, you heard
policy.
reports from
You
other
don't tell them about
in the
it.
same general
It's not
region,
to
but
be
not
afforded.
this, but like
So how do they,
laser beam type
as
of
chief
thing,
of
burn.
state,
It
how
tend
do
to be
they form
intentional.
policy?
Is there anything like that here? Other
Well,
than
they classify the existence of Russia.
wounds on the throat.
Right. So you're actually, non-constitutional by not allowing our commander in chief all the information. And I don't know where you talk to Joe Biden. Certainly the substance here.
And they said that their relatives were reporting the same phenomenon.
Giving him an overly classified briefing right now because it hasn't been. And I'm happy to talk to Jake Sullivan.
One or two of the villagers had been injured by some sort of a laser beam.
Like she's supposed to
That these guys, although they don't carry any visible weapons in their hands, they're not carrying conventional weapons. They're not carrying, for example,
director of National Intelligence about everything.
Rather, they have some sort of a laser technology that they can deploy. Now, no one has answered the key for Yahoo to a laser, but then now they can at least have the certification in Peru, all over the jungle region where people have been hit by these lasers.
Listen, David,
If these lasers have the ability to stun, and as I said, half a dozen people have been injured by it. In San Antonio, the Yahoo, the one injury that was sustained, was sustained by Talia, by the 15-year-old girl. And it was her story that I found most compelling. And it was by far the most detailed because Talia had this terrible conversation. Briefly, she was one night, and by the way, they tell me that she's going to show up. Usually show up, but usually they will turn into the village right at dusk and right at dawn. So right after the sun goes down, right before the sun rises.
This episode is brought to you by LikeForlike. For many of us, the holiday season means more travel, more shopping, more connecting online, and potentially more of your personal information being exposed to identity. LikeForlike Identity Theft Protection, you have a lot less to worry about during the holidays and beyond. Because LikeForlike monitors and alerts you to the identity threats you can easily miss on your own, even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements. And if your identity is stolen, your own US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it all, backed by the multi-million-dollar protection package. The last thing you want to do this holiday season is face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft all by yourself. Give yourself the peace of mind that comes with LikeForlike and spend more time doing more of the holiday things you love. Go to likeforlike.com/JRD to save 25% your first year. That's likeforlike.com/JRD for 25% off. LikeForlike, identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner for
This episode is brought to you by Carvana. With Carvana's new value tracker, you can track your car's value over time and learn what's driving it. It'll make you feel like an expert. Check it anytime to get an up-to-date, competitive value on your car, and find out why your car may fluctuate with personalized insights. Visit Carvana.com to start tracking your car's value today.
Another guy coming up on another one of these platforms. This guy landed in front of her and grabbed her feet. They proceeded to lift her up together while floating on this platform.
Saying my name, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
This chicken soup, this fabulous chicken soup, and that falling in the house. And it was there that they proceeded to take out a model where they said, she said that it was the first thing that they did was they took out this carrot cake and they mixed with cream. One of them mixed with cream and his hand. And then they took a nasal syringe and stuck with the cream. The syringe shot up her mouth. Then they took out a larger they took out a larger tube that she described as like a toothpaste tube. And it also had cream, a different kind of cream. And they proceeded to smear this all over the face. And when they put this on her face, it usually made her face go low. And they used
And I feel like I didn't use it really good, but yeah, it was still fun. I got to go in my spot at the gig, and I got to go to your spot, got to do the little play. Yeah, so, yeah, it's fun. Austin's like, it's a new day. It's like an exciting thing. Yeah, it used to be like, before COVID, Austin, as far as Texas goes, Austin was like, the place to go, too scared to like go to New York. Yeah, people were like, just go to Austin, they stay busy. But it was also like very low. And so you had to be like prepared. And now it's like, nice, yeah. But I like that, yeah, it's more wild. Yeah, well, you know what this is Kill Tony. Kill Tony is here. That show is sexist, man. Because it's all just about fun. And people realize, like, this idea that you're supposed to have, like, some sort of fucking social message. Yeah. I think it's just a lot of Californians and New Yorkers as well. It's like everybody started moving down here to be able to actually be on stage from New York to Mexico. And yeah, I feel like when they got here, they were like, everybody from California goes to no. Well, it depends on where you're from. You know, you're coming from the comedy store, it's roughly what? But if you come from some of the other clubs in LA, it's not. It's just, they're all fun, like, exactly. I think another reason that it got so popular is because during COVID, if you were coming here because you already like met you know, if you're really that same person, you're probably also that like woke comedian. I feel like when people stay back, or everybody was ready for a while, it came down to go follow that for a while. I think you nailed it. Yeah, I think you nailed it. People that can't do it, fuck this, like fuck telling you, fuck telling you. Yeah, especially when you go on the road, you realize that if you just live in LA, you never leave LA, people from LA. And then you go to Nashville and you go, oh, they haven't lost their mind. Yeah, they lose their mind in Nashville. They were normal. Like you go to Dallas, they lose their mind in Dallas. People kind of got a little freaked out for COVID for a couple of weeks, and everybody sort of settled in. I remember when I came down to Austin, a lot of the comics from like LA were like, Jesus Christ. Like they were like waiting like you were like live in the club. I was like, yo, put it to a fresh Joe Rogan, man. Because I think it's not all LA comics. There were a few that maybe felt like the Austin comics were showing love to the LA comics. That's what the lines, some of the shows, the LA comics got to do our own thing. Like they were like just, I heard a couple guys so like what we say kind of tough. But I feel like I brought everybody together. Yeah, it's fun. Everybody's together. It's fun artists can run. And it should be fun for everyone. There's no us versus them. Raw comments. Yeah, you do it silly stuff. I think it was I think it was a little bit during COVID when everybody's been rushing in. Because when your major work this hard, you need to distinguish network major work. Everybody has a higher level of anxiety. And to take a chance when you're young and you're coming up and everybody tells you LA is what happened. You age 27, 28-year-old comic. Oh my God, you got to LA. That's what I always heard. Yeah. It's not the case anymore. That's not real. The thing that helps you work
more difficult than ever, but that's about to change. California is leading the way with a certified wellness food profession to support schools and communities alike. It's time to spread the wellness. Sponsored by the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information.
God, good shit. Now it gets out. Like, that's not a TV show or you had to be a star, like you were in the 90s, you had to be a star of some NBC sitcom to sell kind of tickets yourself. Just from clips online. It's beautiful. For comedians, it's the greatest thing that's ever happened. I feel like it
it's letting people decide if it's blow up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It used to be like, because I wasn't there, but I feel like it used to be the industry had to decide when you get your break or not. Like, they switch you off this short track. But stand-up is partially the meritocracy. You know, stand-up, the quality of stand-up is women are people to watch. That's for the most, it's always for the most. So if someone is undeniable, they always go. Yeah, they always go. But they also have to be hardcore. You gotta actually understand these guys. Just go to one club or they go, you know, they don't want to go. There's too many guys that like they miss this window of opportunity. They could have been like national headliners. Just never developed the following out there in the world. I love 100%. I know a handful of comics like back home or in New York who I feel like are some of the funniest people in the world and don't have a lick of work ethic, so the world will never know. It's hard. Some of them, it's not the work ethic. Some of them, jobs, like it's something like top 20. Oh, it's fucking heaven. This shit is so tight. It's so looking at me like, how is this guy not selling out? How is this guy not selling out? Owen had a great job. He's got a bunch of great clients. Run a sitcom. He's got a great show.
For most of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your
happy, right?
yeah, bone-telling stories by Marino about those girls, 5-year-old girls. Oh yeah, two things come out of the sky, drugs on their face, and we're preparing to do something unspeakable. Not just her story, but we're here multiple
I saw that, that's all cutthroat shit.
before they can do something even more so-called faceless. With one segment remaining with 10 days to take a call to kids on
I mean, I really didn't go that route. I don't know if I could ever go that route. You could have gone that route in the 90s.
Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sundell. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in your line of sight. Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, codenamed Adam Bound, series of singularity and kid-oriented magazines. Join them at iRacket.com and iRacket.com. It's on the rise and it's devastating what can happen to you. Listen to the alarming words of Apple's own child research. I don't need to know your subject is also security. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document, and not involve against the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house is there.
Now I'd like to know, just like my sister.
For pennies a day, what this virtual burial
Obviously the Kardashians but I can take on your show. But what about like
AG1 has
been helping me feel healthy this podcast all we talk about not just the yes, I tell you, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal like gut optimization, stress management, and improvement. So you cover all your bases in one drink in the morning. And that's my
savings with physical practice metals will get free service
well,
for
you get everything starting from you don't have to remember 20 different pills of vitamins or something. Just one scoop of cold water is good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now, and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. For many of us, the holiday season needs more travel, more shopping, more connecting online, and potentially
more of your personal information being exposed to identity thieves. But with LifeLock Identity Theft Protection, you have a lot less to worry about during the holidays and beyond, because LifeLock monitors and alerts you to the identity threats you can easily miss on your own, even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements. And if your identity is stolen, your own US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it all, backed by the multi-million-dollar protection package. The last thing you want to do this holiday season is face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft all by yourself. Give yourself the peace of mind that comes with LifeLock and spend more time doing more of the holiday things you love. Go to lifelock.com/JRE to save 25% your first year. That's lifelock.com/JRE for 25% off. LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. Wait, like Fear Factor. It's complicated and stunts and all the stuff they have to do. But you don't have to write a script. Like, all that stuff plays out on its own. It's like people competing. It plays out on the drama just happens. You have good editing, good music, all that shit. But a sitcom, write a good one. Well, that shit is brutal.
Yeah, props to writers, man.
Props to writers.
I don't know, hard. TV in general just kind of scares me. Acting, writing.
You're just so attached to other people's opinions. You're constantly getting chosen.
Stuff. I feel like even though I've never done that, I do get tired of comments. I know they say never read the comments, but I'll read them. But it'll be like the I can take a joke, I can take getting roasted, especially if it's people who follow me. It kind of feels like, oh well, I mean they follow, it's some sort of support. It feels like you're getting roasted by your cousin, right? They still on my team, fuck it. But the ones that piss me off, I don't know why they shouldn't, but they just throw me over there I want to fucking hit this guy in the face. Is if I just left. Let's say I did Miami last month, and then or 2 weeks ago, and then I post a flyer for next show's month, next month's shows. And people are like, what the fuck, you avoiding Miami? I'm like, hey, man, I was just there 2 weeks ago. Would you start following me, asshole? Stop making me look like I don't show your city love. You can't pay attention to that. That's just someone else's looking schedules. I hate it.
Yeah, but that's that's a crazy person. That's a lack of information.
Yeah, but I don't know why. I stopped checking social media. I'll check it once throughout the day, and if I happen to catch your message or your comment, I catch it. If not, fuck it, tomorrow.
You know what it's like, man? It's like when you're out at a party or a club or something like that, and someone yells across you, "Yo, what's up, Ralph?"
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, what's up, man? He goes, dude, I'm a fan. What's up? How you doing? Then he'll give you some love. But it's checking you to see if you'll react to him.
Bro,
That's kind of what they're doing in the comments.
Somebody
come to Miami?
Man, yeah. Somebody tried to do that in I think it was Denver. I was already pretty drunk, and I was tripping off mushrooms, man. And I was in a playful mood. I can't help it. Some guy stopped me while I was walking out of the club, and he was like, yo, Ralph? And I don't know why my first reaction instantly was just yo, Rodrigo? And I didn't know who he was or nothing. I just we're guessing people's names now? And he just he went blank face. He's like, what? And I was like, I'll fucking with you, man. I was like, what's your name? And he was like Eric or something. I was like, yo, Eric? And then I was like, nice to meet you, bro. And I was like, my bad, man. I just walked off. And when we were outside, man, it was snowy, icy. We're outside. And so I'm pretty sure that same dude. Hey, Ralph. He's like, man, you pussy, bro. And I was like, what's up? I was like, what's your deal, bro? What's going on? I had a feeling he was still real smiley. I had a feeling he was just fucking me or something. I was like, what's up, man? What's your deal? He's like, what? I was like, what's up, bro? What's your deal? He's like, what's my deal? And I felt so cool because I was smoking a cigarette. I was like, what you want to do, bro? And my friend Luis was really drunk. That dude just loves to fight. Luis pointed at my buddy Vince, who's the nerdiest guy in the world. He's a writer for that show, This Fool. This super nerdy guy with glasses. She's like, you see this guy, bro? He knows MMA. He doesn't, though. I don't think Vincent's ever been in a fight. That dude was like, nah, I'm fucking with you, man. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. But I was just kind of waiting for him to come at me. I usually, if I get into a fight, I'm going to get the first hit. I'm a small dude. I'm not going to risk getting knocked out on the first punch. I'm not like if he hits me, then I'll hit him. Like, if there's a fight's going to happen, I'm fucking swinging first. I'm going to lose either way, most likely, but I'm going to at least start swinging first before he knocked me out. But I wanted him to come to me because it was so snowy and icy. I was like, if I start walking, I fucking slip. I was like, I want him to risk slipping first before I risk slipping.
Yeah, ice fighting is not smart.
Yeah, it was the day before the Netflix special came out, so I was like, I'm not gonna have a video of me getting knocked out in the ice come out.
Yeah,
not good for the special.
You have to know jiu-jitsu if you're gonna fight on ice. 100%.
Yeah?
Yeah. If you're fighting someone on a slippery surface, all you have to do is grab them, and you're both going to the ground.
Alright, keep that in mind.
Yeah, but don't fight. Don't fight, man. Don't fight on
like
ice.
It's coming. Like,
don't fight with mice.
I'm getting heated just talking about this.
Don't fight, bro. You're a wild young kid. Don't do it. You got a great career. Don't fight. Don't fight. If you want to fight, go to the gym.
I went to a boxing gym for a little bit earlier this year. I went for like 2 months.
That'd be good for you.
Yeah, I liked it. I want to do something different though.
Boxing is one of the very best things ever for relieving like tension. Like if you're fucking tense, just like you got too much going on in your world. Man, you just put on some good tunes. I have a Wu-Tang playlist. I play when I hit the bag.
I go like early in the morning for like private sessions, and that's where I'll put on some Wu-Tang, some RZA specifically. There's that one song that like You Can't Stop Me Now.
Yeah,
it's like a boxing classic.
RZA's got so many jams. But for me, the number one is Protect Your Neck. That has to be on every playlist. And that's like we would drive to the arena shows, and sometimes we police escort. There's something wild about cop cars with flashing lights, and you're listening to Protect Your Neck.
Nice. We never had I've never had a police escort, but one time in a parking lot, I had a security guard escort. They had like the yellow lights. Those are just threatening or as fun. The yellow lights.
No, that's not as fun. You need blue lights.
It was also like a shopping center parking lot. So it's not exactly an arena, but
dude, some of the best comedy clubs ever. Those little shopping center mall places.
Yeah,
little fucking clubs that you would never imagine were great. You know,
the funny moments.
Yeah, man. Shit. I've never been that one that's at the Mall of America, but I heard that's dope too.
That was like the first club I got to do, like when I started hitting the road. That was like first, second club. I don't know. It was like November, like early November.
Are you from Dallas? So, like, Minnesota winter is a different thing.
Oh, I loved it. I love the cold. I'm tired of the heat. Yeah, I was so sick of the heat.
Oh, that's fun.
I finally had a reason to wear a jacket. Like,
see, I grew up in Boston.
Oh, so you're used
It's
to cold.
cold as fuck in Boston. And I'm like, fuck the cold. You can heat me up. That doesn't bother me at all. I know people die in the cold. People die in their car in the cold. Yeah. In the heat, all you have to do is get in the shade, get water, don't be stupid, be in reasonably good shape, and you can get away with it. If it's like woods and you have water. If it's the cold,
but I'm fucked. But I love it, man. I'm skinny out here. I just layer up like 2-3 jackets.
So that's great, as long as there's a place to get warm.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like you can't survive unless you can get warm. That's the difference. Like everybody's worried about global warming. Global warming freaks me out. Ice ages freak me out.
Yo, when Texas froze a couple years ago, I was somebody. I think I was watching like a video on Instagram. Somebody was just like, if climate change keeps getting worse, that will happen, but like for longer periods of time or for like colder temperatures. If that's true, then yeah, I'm pretty scared.
Well, that's all guesswork. Everyone's guessing. Yeah, there's definitely an impact. It's undeniable that human beings have an impact. But here's the problem. The climate is never the same. it's never steady forever. If you go back to like 1934, in I think it was Wyoming, got to like 118 degrees.
Holy shit.
Yeah, something crazy like that. And they were talking. I don't remember where I saw this.
I guess that's why they call it climate change. Just the dust bowl.
The Dust Bowl.
What was that? I don't hear about that.
Climate change.
The dust bowl. Bad farming, like a lot of, I mean, this is not exactly what it does. A lot of bad farming and drought caused a bunch of bad crops. They also different dust. They created giant dust storms all over the like western part of the country.
That heated things up.
It led to a bunch of shit in the air that like caused problems with storms and the sun. And especially the heat. So I bet they got the farmers in there right then and there.
That's wild. But anyway, the point is, if you go back in time, you know, when they do these things called core samples, so they take this giant slab of the earth, you know, hundreds of feet down, and through that you know what area, you do carbon testing, so they know like this is from 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. When they do that, it's all over the place, man. Well, they have these charts of the temperature of the earth throughout history. Have you ever seen them? All over the place, even before people. Like, it's always been wacky.
I'm learning a lot, man. I'm learning about Hollywood in the 90s and climate change.
Bro, I'm here to teach you.
That's what this is such a one-sided podcast, man. It's not even fair. Like, oh, it's not. Come on, man. It's not. I was thinking about that on the way over here. It is, but like, do you realize how like this is like, bro? It's not even fair, bro. I have everything to gain here. Like me. I'm 27, right?
Right.
And, you know, you're Joe Rogan. You got the experience. You got the podcast. You got all this knowledge in the world of comedy, business. I just listen. I'm going to learn some shit today. But you got to talk to like a 27-year-old. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, everything he's talking about, I'm learning.
I used to be 27. Come on, man. I love what you're doing right now. I really do. I love comics on the rise. It's exciting to me. Comedy's fun. I love comedy. I love good comics, and I love when people get better at shit. And I love watching it. I really do. I love watching people crack. It's fun. I love like
trying to get better.
You're fucking great, man. You're funny as shit. You're cool. You're relaxed. You're smooth on stage. You got a lot going for you, man. And I love it.
Sometimes I won't be smooth on stage. Sometimes I'll have a burst of energy and I'll let it out and I'll have fun that way. And I can tell some of the audience is like, this is fun, and some of them think I'm on drugs because they've never seen that. They're like, he's coked out. I'm not a coke guy. I'm not. I want people to know that. If you ever see me on stage and I'm not like super mellow and I'm actually energetic, just know it's not drugs. Mushrooms, maybe, not anything else.
Yeah, I know a few guys who done like guys who had problems with coke, who did coke and they did stand up and they said it fucked their stand up.
Yeah, I bet. I'm sober on stage like 98% of the time.
Yeah, you're smooth that way. Yeah. I like a drink. I like a drink every now and again. A little puff and a drink.
Sometimes you need that just to kind of like
just to get fun.
Yes.
We're having fun. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes you might be a little stressed depending what's going on in your day, your week, and you need like a shot, a couple hits to like take that off a little bit.
Take that edge off and just say, come around and enjoy the shit.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I try to chill sometimes just because I know that if I do start drinking, I'm not gonna stop. Like I'm not like a few beers in the night. I might, if I have two shows, I might drink a beer or two before the second show. I might drink another couple of beers on the stage. But I'm also like, when I'm on like the West Coast, from Texas to the West, my audiences are like 100% Mexican. Like there's no type of mix. And if you drink in front of an all-Mexican crowd, they're just gonna keep like chug. Bro, and there's no satisfying them. Like, I learned my lesson. If you chug one, you'll have to chug another. If you chug the next one, you'll be 8 years in, wanting to throw up on stage. Like, more dudes gonna bring your beers. Yeah. So I won't drink on stage. If I do, I'll let them know like I'm not fucking. You're not doing this to me. Yeah. But after the show, if I already started drinking after the show, I'll keep it going.
Mitzi's is a fun place to be. Have fish shows.
Where?
Mitzi's bar downstairs at the mothership.
Oh, yeah?
Tonight. Tonight after the show, we're going downstairs. All right. It's great. The whole staff's a part of it. Mitzi's now. Yeah, it's a great vibe. It's a real great sense of community and home. You know, that it's a real, like, home base. You know,
You need home bases when you're on the road a lot. Don't you?
keep you human. That's what we used to have in the store. It was home base. All these guys that would tour on the weekends, we'd all meet each other at the bar downstairs. It was a comedian's own bar. It was this beautiful bar, and the bar itself was Mitzi's. It was from her home, and they moved it. When she moved out of her home, they moved it, and they put it in this one. So you knew it was like, you're holding on to Mitzi's bar. This is hers. Yeah, it's her bar. Like you feel her bar when you put your hand down when you have a drink, you set it down on Mitzi's bar. There's something about that. And then we're Ron White's back there, Dave Chappelle's back there, Dave brings his own music sometimes. It's crazy.
I fucking love that.
Beautiful. It's just a hang, man. So that's what we do.
Dave has good music.
He's always got the best. I always have Shazam on point.
Yeah.
I have it set up so I tap the back of my phone 3 times.
Shazam pops up. I just have it on the little pull down menu or whatever. I want to show you my page.
You know, it's like the sweetest thing. I can tap through.
Yeah, so I got your hand.
There it goes. Yeah, I gotta get better pictures.
You're telling me, buddy.
Gotta work on my piano skills. I have natural piano players. That kind of dexterity in your fingers. Piano and guitar and anything you can do with your fingers like that. That's some wild dexterity.
There's Instagram videos. I got a trick for that. Yeah, there's no need for dexterity these days. Oh, I mean, if you're gonna play like a full-on song, then yeah, you need dexterity and actual piano lessons. But if you're the type of guy like me who just every now and then comes across a piano and you want to impress people, right? There's these Instagram videos that have like 4 keys tops, and if you play like the keys the way they tell you, it's a simple little pattern, but it sounds like you're doing a bunch. It sounds like you have dexterity. I just like to trick people. I have no real skills.
Well, that's a skill. You just have a very small skill.
Yeah.
Like you were playing pool earlier.
Yeah.
You can make a ball, right? That's a skill. You're just not a professional pool player.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
I know how to get by.
Yeah, you have
I'm like that. I'm like Leo on Catch Me If You Can. I'll get by with some money, but
yeah. Well, you know, that's one of the beautiful things about anything. You learn, and then you realize how much more there is to learn. Like, I remember when I first started doing stand-up, you know, all you're trying to do is just get loud. All you're trying to do is, like, figure out how to not drown up there. And slowly but surely try to find things that you think are funny. And that make you, but you're getting better, you know, over time, for sure. Everybody gets better. All of us get better, for sure. And there's something about that that's fucking cool. And it seems to never end.
That's what I love about stand-up. I've always loved to learn. Like, I've had various jobs just for the sake of learning that specific little trade. But stand-up was the first thing that I was like, man, this is never ending. It's like, I'm never going to finish learning. I'm never going to finish getting as good as I want to get. So that's the one that I really stuck to.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, too, because you get this amazing feedback from all these people. You make them feel better.
Yeah.
When people leave a great show, they have this fucking smile on their face, like, oh shit, that was great. That was so fun.
Yeah.
That was so fun.
Sometimes girls want to have sex with you after.
That's crazy. Yeah. You're bringing joy.
Yeah.
You're bringing joy to all these people. But you're getting better at it, too. Dom Herrera said that to me once. Dom at the time was in his 60s. He's like, Joe, I don't think I've ever been sharper. Because of all these sets at the store, I feel like stand-up's an amazing thing. Because you can just keep getting better at it.
I'm motivated to do more of it, whether I kill or I bomb. Because if I bomb, I'm like, bro, when I have to fix that.
Have you seen Ron White lately? Ron White's so doesn't drink better than ever.
Yeah, better than ever. See, that's why I want to stay so murder it.
I mean, murder it. Ron White's a fucking assassin. And he's like never been sharper. New bits, always working on new shit, constantly rolling out new material. He's going on tour again. He's gonna have a retirement party.
I don't think you can retire with stand-up. I think
I mean, what do I know? But he was saying that he was just going to do I'll just do the mothership. I'm like, yeah, for a while. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he's going through or anything, but I feel like this is the type of game where you could try to retire, you could try to take breaks. Wait, man, there's no finishing this. Yeah. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. The holidays can be really fun, and they can also be very stressful. It's a lot seeing a ton of family and old friends and traveling. Therapy can help you work through some of those feelings and stress. It can even be something to look forward to, a bright spot amongst all the chaos. If you want to start therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online and designed to be convenient. All you have to do is fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. And if it's not a good fit, switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Seriously, I mean it when I say talking to someone can really be helpful, both if you are having a hard or stressful time, or even if you're not. It's just nice to have that outlet. So find your bright spot this season with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. This episode is brought to you by ShipStation. The holidays are coming up, and I'm already ordering a ton of gifts for all my family and friends, and probably a bit for myself, and I'm not the only one. Online shipping is always crazy around the holidays, and if you're responsible for shipping to your customers, you probably already know. That's why we love ShipStation. You can simplify and automate your shipping no matter how big your business grows. Plus, it saves money, which is amazing, especially around the holidays. You can get discounts up to 84% off USPS and UPS rates. Probably the best part, though, is that ShipStation also manages returns. And you know there's always too many returns. So let ShipStation take care of it. Let your customers shop risk-free this holiday with ShipStation. Go to ShipStation.com and use the code JRE today and sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, code JRE. There's just no way to finish. And you do it with people that are like you. Yeah, we're weirdos. Yeah, we can find other comics to hang out with. They're the most forgiving, understanding, ridiculous people. Talk shit to each other all the time. Everyone's laughing. That green room at the mothership, at any given night, it is just like a full-on show, and we're all howling at each other. You know, Hinchcliffe's cracking on people, Shane Gillis is cracking on people, Ron White chimes in, Brian Simpson dumps on people. It's wild back there. We're having so much fun. Just all laughing at each other, just all falling down on the ground, slapping tables. Just, it's beautiful. It's hard to it's hard to go back from that. Like, when you get used to talking shit with comics. My group of friends that I grew up with, we talked heavy amounts of shit to each other. Like, there was no line. And I feel like with comics, you can do that too. You know, everybody is shooting the shit. But it's tough sometimes, like going home or trying to I've dated people where I meet their family or whatever, and you know, you start to get a little comfortable. But you forget that they have their line is way down. Yeah, and I'm like, fuck, like how's their line? You passed their line in the third grade. Yeah, I've said some jokes in front of like the family of girls I've dated or something like that, where they're just like, oh shit, man. I'm like, all right, my bad. Yeah, it's tough to go back, but sometimes I kind of miss that too, to be around somebody who's like not a comic. Like, I don't know, my uncle has a body shop, and sometimes there's just random dudes that'll go hang out, dudes that are getting their cars painted there, and sometimes I miss those guys, because I remember them just talking shit about just random things, regular dudes. Yeah, sometimes they're curious about things and they don't have the knowledge of the celebrity world or the outside this or that. You know, just kind of shooting the shit. Yeah. Sometimes I do kind of miss those combos, but I don't know. I don't like them getting mad at jokes. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of friends that are very good jobs. One of my best friends works at the maintenance guy in high school. I've known him since I was 24, 23.
Do you ever imagine, like,
Shout out to Tommy Jr.
yo, what up, Tommy Jr.? Do you ever imagine, like, going back to something like that?
Like, to like regular life.
Yeah, do you ever?
Yeah. Well, I think everybody that gets real famous is a certain amount of pressure that comes with that. That's not comfortable for some people. You know, like you think how it is, like reading your comments. You imagine if I read my comments?
I was gonna ask you about that too. Do you ever read them?
No, they're not good for you.
They're not.
Yeah. I think the bad ones are not good for you, and the good ones aren't good for you either.
No, they can't be, because you gotta stay you no matter what.
And that's difficult. It's, a lot of guys lose their mind. And I've lost my mind a few times. Got it back. You can lose your mind. You get lost in, you know, other people's opinions of you. Who are you really? You're not. You need at least some amount of time in your day to self-reflect. Just self-reflect. You know if you half-assed something or if you did a good job. You know if you prepared for something the way you should have. You know if the show went well. You know if the show sucked. You know you were off. You know something. Whatever it is, you know. And if you don't spend enough time thinking about that and working on those things, whether it's with your personal life or your stand-up or your hobbies or anything that you're doing, if you don't have at least some time where you're not thinking about other people's opinions, where you're just looking at it yourself, then you got too much noise coming in. And too much noise. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. And then you see people where their whole life is engaged in these meaningless disputes with people. Meaningless. Energy that you could spend on positive things, like friendships, like a hobby that you enjoy, like your loved ones, like positive things about life. And I think for some people, they get trapped in this world of other people's opinions, and they don't take enough time to look at themselves. Think about yourself. Think about you. Think about what you're doing.
I'm learning that. At least for me, I don't know. I feel like stand-up is about like a fight or like racing a car. Like everybody can have an opinion on like why you won it, why you lost it, the race, but nobody's really in the car with you. Nobody saw if you actually shifted wrong or correctly,
Right.
or if it was because you ducked when you should have punched or something like that.
Right.
Only you know.
Only you
Learn that.
Yeah, but I guess that's the case with everything, and there's nothing wrong with people expressing opinions, but I just don't think it's good for you to get engaged with them. I just don't think that's mentally healthy.
Oh, I've engaged.
I'm sure.
I engaged for like a good 2 hours. But here's where I fucked up. Not only engaging, is I waited to post a clip. And I had a feeling that a few people would talk some shit. So I waited to post it on an afternoon where I'd have some time to engage. Like I knew I was
Did it on
engaged.
purpose? You're ready?
Yeah, I was like, nah, because I want to see what people say, right?
Right.
But after a while, I was like, all right, I've engaged enough. Like, but yeah, after that, I was like, nah, I'm not doing this again. That was kind of my like, all right, I'm good on engaging point. That was when I realized like I should not check social media anymore, or not as often. Posting to make fun of the company. I didn't even like say anything harsh. They got mad. I didn't say. All I said, they look weird. That's like the heaviest thing I said. That it's weird to see a dude with an accent. Like you guys told me because you're like wondering when they got here. Like right. I was like, I don't understand they're wrong. I mean, fucking roll the touch is weird, but I mean you need it, right? Like maybe it's working. I don't know. I'm not saying they're wrong. I just said it a little weird. Well, there's a shitload. Yeah. All the people that came to the comments section. Oh, you're in Texas. Yeah. So a lot of the people who came on this, yeah. A lot of the people who were commenting were like people who came from communist countries. And I don't know their experience. I don't know the experience of anybody really. I'm just talking some shit. But I wasn't trying to change anybody's mind. I wasn't like, you should. Yeah, like you shouldn't be. Rap doesn't understand politics. Yeah, I don't. It's a joke, like, yeah, just talking shit. Also, just say you don't believe it. They say nothing wrong with it. The Versace shirts are weird. They're nice. You know what I mean? Isn't that what Shane got from the fight? He got a Versace shirt. Versace shirt with that shit was dope. That's a bold move. You know? You got a Versace shirt on. Let him give him a short. Yeah, I saw that. You put, yeah, I saw that. I posted a picture, right? With the president, with the former president. That's a badass picture, by the way. Like, I'm not like a Trump supporter or nothing, but that's just fucking dope. You get this one. Yeah, fuck yeah. You have like an ashtray all right there. I was Trump supporter. I want to take more than like that. And I don't think you put like a caption, right? I don't think you put a caption. Bro, that's fucking genius. That's why this is like the next goal. Oh, yeah.
They reissued these remastered versions of the red and blue albums, but they're like crazy over again. Now it's aware for every step of the way, doing whatever needed to be done, enjoying life and legend and stardom, and also yearning for something of his own. The story ends in tragedy, but there are a lot of laughs and also jaw-dropping moments along the way, put together by himself in a particular emotion. Right from the beginning, also remember viewing these days the folks that may be publicly available. One that never happened, but which has now emerged thanks to Tito's father, journalist, and his woman. Who ripped off 4,000 books, and the man who supported all the blues expedited his store for one. Advice, knowledge, fancy, and cocaine.
You know, and then you got John Diaz, who's like bang, 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 bang. He hits you with those bang, bang, bang. I love the other that comic store love. We also have like every Californian publisher one. Yeah, they're all comics. But you're giving them a chance, man. A lot of comics run the club to try to like get in with the club, like across the country, whatever the club is. And sometimes even they don't give you a chance. You know what I mean? That's what all came from but that's the only way to do it.
24/7 lifetime protection with a smart law and wireless indoor camera. Monitoring engines complete foodporn helping stop crime in real time. A powerful technology exclusive
game decision.
Simply safe for 60 days risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for a full refund. For limited time, listeners can get a special 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Best Protect plan. Visit simplysafeglory.com. That's simplysafeglory.com. Go safe like
to say, like, this is a renewable resource. This beautiful thing is going. People talking shit and us laughing. It's the most beautiful thing. I love it. The art side of the business side. Yeah, that's got to be a balance. That's where you can choose. Yeah, you gotta. I don't know anybody else who did it this way. We had to do it in a way where we all got up here. We all took the chance to come here. And a lot of guys did. So we're just doing the phone here. And they heard that, oh, we're going to do wild ass shows. In November of 2020. We have to do. We're doing this. He goes, when are you gonna get your fucking club open up? I go, let's fucking go, Mom. Let's do this shit. Like, let's fucking go. He's just gotten off stage. Then he gave me his card. I like him, but they're getting a new star. I never smoked cigars, so I want a bigger crack. Yeah.
Professor of English popular music at Monmouth University. He's the editor of Interdisciplinary Library Studies. Over the years, he's shared his work with public libraries and community organizations across the country, as well as audiences at Princeton, Harvard, Foundation cigars, terrific website.
I'm new to this cigar world. I just got into it like in the summer.
I guess it's to say, well, you were on the program a couple years ago. Right. It's great to be back with you and your listeners. My gosh, I read this today. It's just a terrific book. So much fun to read it. You must have had fun researching and writing it. But from looking at your photo, and I saw online, it looks like you're too young with this left under the video during
we probably traveled to stuff like that.
You were 100% correct. I'm a second generation fan. I discovered them in 1977. I would have been 11, and they preempted my favorite show, is this silly thing called New Zoo Review. And I would have my breakfast cereal and watch this animorphic thing. And suddenly the Beatles cartoon came on because my show had been canceled. And I gotta tell you, I was mad. And the cartoons, of course, were so poorly written. But it was the music that got me. I couldn't believe that I've been missing these songs all these years. You should get more of them. Have you thought the school or how much home you do this person? Not only have I, but it's a permanent part of the curriculum. Also, in fact, when I was becoming a mom, I taught the Beatles at Penn State in 2002. And we have a course called Introducing the Beatles, where we talk about their career. Oh my God, you've worked your way into quite a bit here. I'm very, very fortunate. There's no doubt about it. And, the funny thing about the Beatles course, though, is that particularly the cover is a so-called blow-off glass. You can actually fail it. We're going to jump into the book right now. One more question first. Now and then, because a couple weeks ago, we played it on the program. How are you advised as I am about Christianity? I am absolutely enthusiastic about it. I was fortunate to go to a listening session at just a few months back, and I was blown away, and I still am. The power of the Beatles to lead across generations and space and time is not just something for me. It's just something like that. It is to get the last Beatles song, but I don't know about you, but I just scared the shit out of me. I would have heard the guy laugh. Probably an error. They have been treated like he laughed. I was like, never mind, bro. Curiosity and wonder. He laughed. He's like, what are you going to tell me? It is amazing. Say a magic spell. Hear young people who discover it. He was talking about, maybe I don't remember all of it, but I remember he was talking about, like Christianity used to be kind of like control. It just keeps cranking up. Ground with the watchers. I think there are a lot of terms you could use to describe the role of the Beatles. I mean, he was a bouncer, a bodyguard, driver. Yeah. I mean, it was for sure. I'm not learning a lot about Christianity that I forgot, but it's that one way you have to question that scared the shit out of me. And I was watching the clip like at 1 a.m. I turned that off and then turned the lights on in my room. And what's interesting about Christianity is that he was devoted to the cause of salvation. Like everybody knows, everybody needs to know. When you look at any exemplary career, whether it's Charlotte Bronco's doing, I don't really like that. Give me one simple Steven. Now, if you choose to follow or not, that's not you. But don't change it. Even if it is the right cause, all that is unadulterated. Fighting a bit, or obviously, and eventually, you ever do that very different or they just like a barber company. But he has this long event and sat down on the and our instructor whispered a secret first person all right, you gotta just keep whispering the secret down the line, and by the end of the line it's a totally different sentence. That shit made me never want to check out the Bible. Damn. A lot of people for sure. You're religious at all? Like you go to church or anything? I'm not religious, but I feel like I'm on something like that. There's something going on out there. I mean, I grew up like somewhat Catholic, like I'm also Mexican Catholic, so I don't really go to church. So like I'm still like, but yeah, there is. I do want to have a religion. I'm not gonna lie, but that's a good one. I think like really locked in.
I just like that people really like lock into something, and I don't know, man. I wanna like defend something. I wanna be like that way, blah blah blah. Right, the nice gang, right? Very aggressive gang. But I also feel like the gang I belong to, whether I like it or not, is like the comedy world. Yeah, make fun of everything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think religion helps a lot, and I don't necessarily think, oh, I think it came from something. And I think there's like real wisdom in these stories that people wrote down thousands of years ago. So I'm very good, and translating shit from like the Dead Sea pottery vessels, scrolls all made of animals. That's the whole thing. That was the paper they wrote on animals. One of the ways that they figured out is how to put it all together again, all apart. And so they have to do DNA testing so that they can figure out, okay, these samples are all from this cow. And so we'll put these here. And it took the fucking years and years and years. And how to publish this years of years they try to work publish them and make that was a more dimension. There's also economics. There's theology. More study. More these words, where they come from. This guy's for about 12 years. Temporary worker who came in one day and found it and said, "You can throw this out." It's revealed about psychedelic mushrooms and fertility just to get it out of that there's people that all the stories what he did. Alan immigrant Hale is all this information. He wouldn't know that. And that's all. It's a very, very controversial question. But all of the they got it at once. You probably get that. Yeah, I got it published. And the next thing was going out by the time. I didn't know the Catholic Church was buying out books. They didn't want to. And you can watch it. Already voted on Facebook, so nobody said what it was. Yeah, they said it was no Catholic Church bought out GameStop. They're responsible for battle. Yeah. Man, that's crazy that they were writing on like cow skins. Cows, man, cows have never had it easy on this earth. No beef. Even when they have a good life, it's only cold beef. Right. What is it like in Japan where they really like massage it? Imagine being that cow and just being like, damn, I heard about cows that get slaughtered, but man, I got looking for this life. And they're like, oh, you got fighting with you. The other cows, well, yeah. Think about cows. Care about like something. They can buy materials for that cow died. Great life. And then you say like, no, we should let them free. They should be free. Yeah. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. Most of them are not the big cow. Looking at the kids who were serious. They bring wolves back. They brought wolves back. Let's take badass. Oh yeah. Well, you know what they meant. The Beatles were. Oh yeah. About that. Little Red Riding Hood. It's already grabbed. That's what they're not sure. Like when we heard that music coming up on the thousand steps, grandma's walking down the morning. So you have to go and wait. And let's go into the Department Club, which of course is Rabbi. In World War I, there was a ceasefire between the Germans and Russia, and there the Beatles were so many soldiers. They decided to band together. Oh shit! So maybe they got a problem. The world is very split right now. Maybe wolves are gonna come back together. Also, maybe we need to bring back psychedelic Christianity. Maybe that's what Red Riding Hood was on. That's what she got the grandma and shit. Probably tripping. Yeah. That's how high up.
You tell the story of living the
I'll tell you this, so on the whole, like I said,
more and more in there.
what time I ate like 9 different shit, and I swear to God, it was a face. Like for some reason in my mind, I was like, that's God.
Really big dude with glasses.
And then I just, yeah, thank you. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's just because on the inside I'm always, I've never done mushrooms out in the, like during the day. I know some people are like, yeah, man, do mushrooms for fun. I do believe there's like God out there, some sort of God, and I don't think it's necessarily like the good God of the TV show. I think it's God. You ever had like a boss, like at a place, and maybe he's not exactly fair, maybe he's not exactly nice, but he's a fucking boss. I feel like maybe that's what God is, you know? And I feel like if I do mushrooms, I would do something like that. But do them at night, I usually go on hotels. I would research on hotels that have like artwork and stuff, like Hotel Indigo. Great place to do it. You know what, in Houston, if I go to Houston, I'm staying at the Hotel Indigo. But yeah, the ceiling, man, it's so hard. And the face came out, and it looked like a hat, and like an elbow. I felt like an elbow on my neck, and I couldn't breathe. I started trying to breathe real hard, and my buddy was like having a night strip. Like, that's right, man, breathe. I was like, don't tell man, like I can't breathe. Like, I was joking. Yeah, I got like pressure down on my neck. But I feel like that was maybe my mind. Yeah, you know, like just feeling pressure in general. I wonder if I'm doing the right thing and all. Yeah, well, a lot of changes happen. They'll write some stuff and then open for them 1 weekend, January 2022. And then you go up and then you call you. And you're like, well, I'm headlining all this stuff now. Nah, he said, sorry. That's what he said. Sorry's a little different. He said he was doing great. I mean, yeah, he said it was here in a few months, and he got a hold of you and you were headliner there. I shouldn't say how this story went because I'm not even sure. I do remember we spoke and I was just telling him, like, man, I'm like, I do want to open for you. Fucking Brian Simpson, hilarious, hilarious. But at the same time, I was like, I kind of want to take my chances headlining my show. But looking back on it, I mean, there's no regrets. I feel like as long as I'm doing whatever I feel like doing in that moment, there's no regrets, you know? But looking back on it, I do wish things would have gone maybe a little slower for me, just because I was still a feature. I wasn't used to headlining shows when I started headlining shows, and I feel like a lot of my shows were still very much learning and getting comfortable with that one. And like I love my nephew really loved it. I'm really proud of it. I want people to watch it. But I feel like after the special came out, is when I actually got to like enjoy headlining on the road. And I feel like now I'm at a much more comfortable level. And now, I mean, I appreciate that for a lot of times, but I feel like this material now, this is where it's at. Yeah. I don't even want to post. Like, I want to post it. I have certain jokes that I'm like, bro, if I just post this, we can post it up there. But there's a lot of it that I'm like, nah, if I don't post it, I can just keep doing it, like, on the road, and maybe people will have a show. And put it together in the next special. You're on the road, you're going to go past now. That's what it's about. I'm only 1'7". Yeah, I like 27. 26 was better. But 27 is alright. I know it all keeps passing. You gotta accept that, yeah. You know, you can't. You gotta get right time, right available, having a great set, and having a piece that get out and tell that one. But it's, you know, it's a gift for the universe. You gotta ride that gift. It's weird for me. You go from Italy, all of a sudden you're headlining everywhere. I felt like a young rock. Like, you know how Rocky won? He's like kind of older already, and then I don't know, he's shot, you know, right? I felt like maybe like a younger, inexperienced Rocky, and then I got like a shot. Yeah. And that's the audience score. But they know they're trying to do this, but they love it. She helped me out a lot, by the way. That girl at the same time, yeah, she was doing comedy like a few months, something like that, and then been like viral on MySpace. Bro, she was selling out clubs, and then she was leaving the headline. That's gotta fucking piss off. Oh my god. Can you imagine like this packed through the headline and you throw them in the middle of what a drag, man. That was real. That was what was going on for a while with her. She's telling me about that for a while. She's so nice. She sold out. She's like doing theaters or whatever. Yeah, yeah. She's doing like theaters. She's doing theaters. She did like a special. Like 20. What year are we in right now? Like 22 maybe. Might be getting it wrong. Almost there. But she put out the special, and she had been like, doing theaters. But after she did her special, she booked a lot of club gigs. She booked me. So she went to San Antonio to the LOL. Just booked back-to-back gigs to keep running material and shit. And I don't know, I kind of just took like a page from that book. I was opening her for like 8 of them. And we did LOL in San Antonio. Like Mexico City. So like I had a lot of tickets to sell there, man. So anytime they wanted to have a show, I was like, yes, add it. Like I'm just gonna work out so much shit. But then now that I did it, we did the first weekend was 10 shows. This next one coming up weekend was the next 10 shows. One like 5 shows in. I was like, oh no. Not as productive as I thought it was. Every audience is 99% Latino, Hispanic, Mexican. And I'm like, fuck. I need to work out material in front of everybody. It can't just be only my audience. It can't just be Hispanic. They're gonna baby me. I'm not gonna grow. So I came down here and I was like, no offense to my audience, I love them. But keep coming out, I'll fuck with them all day. But I also need to get in front of strangers. I also need to get in front of different people. Some Asians, some Indians, some white guys. Like I need to get in front of everybody. Like, truly want to grow. At least that's my, I think that's shared by a lot of people.
I think getting in front of as many different audiences is real important, especially in the early days. That's why the road, I think, is so important. You live in New York City.
Oh, yeah. I love New York too, though, because you get a little bit of like those diverse strangers. Oh, New York's great. New York.
This episode is brought to you by Roka. If you listen to this podcast, you know I'm a huge fan of Roka. Roka is a premium eyewear brand. People give a shit. And before I tell you more, I want to start off with a little secret. They have some great deals right now for Black Friday. So if you can hear me talk about them and wanting to get yourself a pair, this would be a good time. Roka is based here in Austin, Texas, and they're most well known for their work with hardcore competitive athletes like Tour de France cyclists and Ironman athletes. What we may not know is that over the last several years, they've taken all of that cutting-edge sports technology and packed it into normal-looking glasses that you can wear for just about anything. Wear for sports, social events, for work, on your vacation. Roka glasses are super versatile. And what really makes Roka glasses different is how they feel on your face. Roka calls it Float Fit. Float Fit is the combination of all the stuff that happens behind the scenes to make an amazing product. It's years of experience, precision design, obsessive engineering, and cutting-edge material science. I've been wearing Rokas for years. I wear them every day. I love them. I have a pair right here. And they make an amazing product. And I wear their sunglasses, their readers, and I also wear their tactical glasses when I'm on the range. You guys know I can wear whatever I want. I choose Roka. Check them out and feel the difference for yourself. Go to roka.com and take advantage of their limited time offers. That's ROKA.com. This holiday season, as you're pounding down potatoes and gravy, I want you to think about everything you've looked at on your phone in the last few days. Every website, every OnlyFans link, who's in charge of the Wi-Fi you've been enjoying that content on? Is it your dad, sister-in-law, grandmother? Well, guess what? That person has access to all the crazy shit that you've been looking at. Unless you do what I do. use ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an app that I have on my phone and computer that encrypts all my online traffic. So whatever I do stays private. If you think that incognito mode will save you, think again. Incognito mode does nothing except hide your history from yourself. If you don't have ExpressVPN turned on, you may as well read your browsing history out loud to your whole family. Same goes wherever you are, work, home, or travel. Are you really going to trust your boss, girlfriend, or Airbnb host to respect your privacy? I've been using ExpressVPN for 5 years now, since 2018, and I've seen with my own eyes how easy it is to get a full list of everything someone's looked at on your Wi-Fi network. It's absolutely nuts. There's no way I'd ever get on someone else's Wi-Fi without ExpressVPN, and you shouldn't either. Secure yourself with the #1 rated VPN in the world. I partnered with ExpressVPN to get you a special holiday offer. Go to expressvpn.com/Rogan right now, and you can get 3 extra months. That's Express, EXPRESSVPN.com/Rogan. ExpressVPN.com/Rogan to learn more. The art's in the face.
Like comedy, Jim, like comedy. You ever watch, was it Christian Bale's Batman? He goes up to like the pole to become Batman to like train. Sometimes, man, when I was frustrated, and especially before I got to tour, I was still just like a feature opener, you know what I mean? Like open my, crash on my buddy's couch for like a month or 2 in New York and just fucking work it out, you know what I mean?
You know, New York has always been a great place for talent. You know, there's always guys like Patel in New York. It's bars in New York. New York's a great place. It's just not for me, man. You know, it's too many fucking people. Too many people chant on top of each other. I'm just too. I don't like that much. I like
I feel that. I live out in the country right now. Okay. Yeah, I live out like an hour south of Dallas. My dad lives out there. He bought land like 20 years, trailer home, and he always kept it. He moved around a lot. He's an unstable guy. It's up and down, but he always kept that land, and also became more like a family man. Compared to my stepmom, I have younger siblings. He like, make sure that they live there. He got out of prison like 2019, and he went back to like painting cars, working on cars, started saving money, started doing like contractor jobs, started his own business. Now he does like pretty big business, contract type work. A couple other guys have their own business. And he like built his dream house on that land, no more trailer home. He gave the trailer home to my cousin, and they moved it like further back on the next piece of land. So now he has to like start his own little journey. But he built that house. It was nice, man. I started building a house on that land as well before my cousin's house, so I could like outshine my cousin's house. But it's not done. But my house is purely like I'm not even looking forward to. I'm not even trying too much right now to like actually build a house. This I want my kitchen and living room. I'm not even worried about it. The living compartment is on the upstairs. I'm worried about the downstairs. That's gonna be like my shop. I used to paint cars. I want to do that in my free time. What kind of painting? Like I was still very much like artistic. No, like paint the cars, like paint them blue, paint them red. Oh, just painting cars. Yeah, detailing them afterwards. I always wanted to paint candy, but you need a lot of experience. A lot of people don't know if you're painting candy, you can't just do the quarter panel and then move to the door. You gotta do like the whole. What do you mean by candy? Like candy paint, like real glittery, real pretty. Oh, is that what it's called? Yeah. Come on, man, you're in Texas now. You gotta learn about candy paint. I didn't know that was what it was called. Yeah, you ever go to a car show and maybe one car just has way more flake in it. Candy paint, but it's tough to paint. You gotta be skilled, like experienced painter. You can't just fucking. You always gotta be careful how you adjust your gun, right? Well, you don't want your patterns to white or whatever. Oh yeah, man, painting. I thought that was my thing. I get so discouraged at open mics. I'm like, let me stick to painting. Let me just stick to painting. But that's fucking dope, man. And my uncle's like, in my opinion, he's like a grandmaster painter. He learned. So my dad had a body shop when I was a kid, very small. Now back in these days, my dad was involved in less than equal business. His body shop was a front, technically. You know what I mean? But I mean, they got business. And they got good. And my dad hired this painter named Alfred. Rest in peace. Alfred was a badass painter, crazy old guy. He used to know how to break dance. He was bad. Alfred taught my uncle how to paint. My uncle Jose. My uncle was young. My uncle was kind of like a knucklehead at one point. Involved in like, as a teenager, he was involved in like gang shit, drug use, whatever. But my uncle had a kid very young and like snapped out of it quick. Just wanted to be like a respectable man, just do the right thing, you know what I mean? And he's still that guy to this day. My uncle's been working in the body shop since he was like, I might be getting the age wrong, but he's like 20. Right now he's in his like late 30s, mid 30s. He's still like the guy who goes into the shop at 8 a.m. will stay there till fucking midnight if he has to. Puts food on the table, you know what I'm saying? But he learned from this dude Alfred, fucking badass knowledge on painting. My uncle would teach it to me when I was a teenager. My dad also had a car wash. I'd go work in the summer sometimes. And I'd be so mad at the car wash. Like, I hated it. I'm like, bro, anybody can just fucking rinse the car off, put the soap. Like, it was next door, like across the street from the body shop. So after work, we'll hang out at the body shop with everybody. I would tell my uncle, because I don't know if my dad would take it seriously. Can you teach me how to paint? Like, I don't want to work over here. Like, don't even pay me if you don't want to. Just teach me how to paint. Have me over here. Like, I want to sand the cars. I want to shit, you know? He teach me every now and then. As I got older, I'd spend a couple weekends over at the body shop with my uncle, whatever. After high school, while my dad was already locked up or whatever, my uncle, I guess, to like check on me, make sure I wasn't like getting sad or some shit, he would just call me, kind of wouldn't give me a choice. Like, hey, I need help. Help me out with it. But all right. Then I started getting good. I went to paint school for a while to get like certified. Those guys took me up with a job, like at a better shop. My uncle, I would also cut hair. My uncle would always be like, man, you get a barber. Like, you don't want to be in the shop sweating your ass off, breaking your back. Like, do something where you're going to be in DC. You know what I mean? Like, work smarter, not harder. But I eventually did that, but at the time, I'm like, I want to fucking learn this, you know? Yeah, let me do this. So I went and worked at a body shop. I worked at one. This painter, man, I hate, not to talk down on another man, that guy wasn't worth the fuck. Like, he was a cool painter, but he didn't care. So I was the paint prepper, you know, he started, he didn't care. Like, he wasn't in there to do good work. He was in there to just get his paycheck. And he wasn't even, like, there a lot of the time, man. You know, like, there's a lot of preparation that goes into painting, a lot of sanding. So you gotta fucking sand. Make sure you sand this. You gotta clean it this way. Make sure there's no like type of chemicals in there. Like you can't keep like armor off or anything they use for detail part. You can't have that in the same painting. You get a chemical reaction. Paint jump like shit. Yeah, there's like just in the air. Yeah, there's tons of little details. Mechanic work and paint work cannot be in the same room. Yeah, you just can't. You can't have it, you know. So armor all just being in the room will fuck up your paint. Yeah, bro. If you like, let's say you like sprayed some armor on some shit, or you wiped the car down, and you weren't supposed to, like, which is anything that was like cleaning product, you have to be careful what exactly you're using. So you're saying if the armor all contact with paint, because not like even if it's just kind of like. Yeah, I mean, at least that's how careful we were. Like, what do you mean? Oh, all the paint stuff. Oh, it's killing armor. I mean, the paint is worse than the armor. We're like breathing in like primer. We're breathing in like Bondo dust. We're breathing in so much stuff. But there are a lot of people that have like lung problems. Oh yeah. Even if you don't like get the lung cancer, right? Let's say you live a full life as a painter. They've done autopsies on painters. Their lungs are like different colors. Oh, Jesus Christ, really? Yeah, but I mean, I'd rather have it different colors than just, you know, nasty pink. What if you wear one of those couch masks? They help. No, like, definitely wear your mask, wear your gloves. They help. But the shit is there. You know what I mean? And then even through those crazy masks. Yeah, for sure. You know, there's no way. And then there's different masks. There's masks that will help you block the dust from, like, primer or, like, from the body filler. But those masks aren't going to help when it comes to paint, like vice versa. Oh, that's kind of swap masks, sanding versus when you're painting. Yeah, so I started getting pretty good as a painter, especially when I went to work at a shop where my uncle was not like babysitting me. Now I'm like learning on my own. When I say on my own, I mean like, the reason I say that one painter wasn't worth a damn was because when you first work at a shop and you're trying to be a painter, you got to be like a paint prepper, like a painter's apprentice for like a few years. So it's my job to like prepare the car, I like every step of the way up until it's in the booth, taped up, ready to get painted. That's when the painter would just show up. I don't know, he's probably just been kicking it at the house all day. He'll show up, mix the paint it, spray it, clear it, and then he'd go home. So I've been prepping these cars for like days on end. I'm staying extra. Every now and then, if it was a smaller piece, like a bumper, or just like a small piece of the car, they just leave it up to me to let me go ahead and knock it out. So I started getting good. There was a guy there, I forget his name, so cool ass fucking guy. It was just kind of like a shop hand, like he didn't really work on cars, but if you needed help, you know, sometimes you need help moving a fucking hood or a door, like just random shit. He was there, and he had a Buick, like it was his grandpa's Buick, like a '99, just regular Buick. He was like, man, I want you to paint it. I want you to paint it. So I painted like half the car because only the front end needed it. That was like my only like big paint job. I started getting good, but that's when I really jumped more into comedy. So I just kind of quit and I did whatever I had to do to make sure comedy worked out. And I went back to like cutting hair because it allowed me more time to jump to open mics.
How'd you get on stage? And what was like the motivation? Your friends talked you into it? Is it something you always wanted?
I always wanted to do it.
You were always a fan of comedy?
Yeah, well, like I wanted to be a comedic actor. Movies, sketches, SNL, some shit like that. I love like Chappelle Show. I loved anything with Adam Sandler. I loved anything with just funny movies. And I was, even though I'm very mellow on stage, I'm writing jokes and I make sure I say them right. Before that, I was like a goofy kid. And I think once I'm comfortable with people, I'll still like the goofy guy. I'm doing impressions, I'm doing fucking voices. I'm allowed to do it once I get super comfortable. But I have to get comfortable, you know what I mean? And so then,
Where was your first work?
at Hyenas in Dallas on a Wednesday night. I signed up at 5 p.m., went up at 1:30 a.m. Got yelled at. There was one comic that was up after me, and he was there, or maybe two comics. There was two guys in there, but I know for sure one of those guys was after me. Where I was like second to last, and then to last. Fuck out of here already. He was like drunk. He's just mad. I had 3 minutes. I did what did I have? Because once he yelled at me, I was like, all right, that's my time.
Oh my god.
But that's the shit that we were talking about earlier. Is that like I saw how hard I bombed. It was fucking devastating to get yelled at 1:30 a.m. and just be in 3 or 4 people in the room that aren't even audience, just other open mic. And at leaving, walking through the parking lot, I'm like, this isn't for me. This isn't for me. I just stick to my job. I get here. But the next day, when I'm fucking sat in the car for 3 hours straight, the whole time in my head, I'm just like thinking of if I would have said different, or if I would have said this instead, or what if I tried this instead? Like my mind was always there, you know. So I go back, but then I get discouraged again. Older dudes will scare me. I'm a very introverted person. I've been breaking out of my shell more and more. You know, you kind of have to in the comedy world, but I was so introverted. Sometimes I'll tell people that, no, you're not. And it's like, all right, I'm not, whatever. But I am. Like to talk to people who feel like a tremendous fucking stress and fear. Like, even to this day, if I'm walking through the mall and somebody who might be a fan or something is walking up to me and I see them walking, the whole time in my head I'm just like, oh shit. And then they're like, what's up, man? Big fan. And I'm like, oh, okay, all right, hey, what's up, bro? Thanks, man. But as soon as it's over, I'm like, fucking thank God. But yeah, man. So that's why I never really stuck to paint comedy to whole comedy. When did you start? So when I'm like 19, 18, I'm doing it once every few months. But once I was 20, I just every night stop going. You know what I mean? Like just fucking like full blast. Yeah, because I think that's when I finally got like a laugh.
You remember the joke?
Yeah, it wasn't even a joke. It was like just a reaction to the dude in the crowd, man. That was like my first hard lesson in comedy. I went up at a place called Backdoor Comedy where you have to be clean. Which shout out to them. I feel like that's the place that really made me love comedy because we can't even talk about like the wrestling. So I feel like that forced me to really write, you know, get creative.
Right.
I'm not a clean,
Taking the easier way out.
yeah. And I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a clean comic now. I feel like there's no set style I want to have. Like there's a joke that's dirty or cuss words, fucking, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's funny, but that rule. I was so nervous. I was like, I gotta be clean, and it took place. Like the show, the little tiny. It's not even a club. It's just a room that used to be located inside the Hills Poetry. And the audience that was showing, they'd get a real audience for the mic, but it was kind of like classier, upper people. A lot of white people with money, which intimidated the fuck out of me. I was never used to leaving my own little circle. And as I was walking up to the stage, there was this dude, just like older white guy, bloody down, his arms crossed. That actually scared the shit out of me. I had a neighbor. Every time I walked by his house, if he happened to see me or just kids, he'd stare really hard. Like, I'm pretty sure he was a little racist, you know? Just stare, like, make sure we didn't take nothing from his yard. He just stared. He didn't care if you saw him. He had a glass door. He was standing behind the glass door. Staring hard. He looked like that guy to me. So as I walked up, I just looked at that guy to think about my jokes. I didn't think about nothing. I was like, man, this dude looks like he caught the cops off me already. And then the audience laughed. And the first lesson was like, just fucking, you know, say what you're gonna say, be vulnerable, be honest. Yeah, and that was like my first little lesson. Like, it worked. Yeah.
So then you start.
Yeah, after I got that laugh, it wasn't even like a huge laugh where they're gonna clap, but it was a laugh. But you know, that first time you get a laugh, it feels like you just destroyed the room. Like, and after that, I get a little better. I was able to deliver for a minute, and then I was able to do 2. They give me 3 minutes at that mic, so then 2 minutes would go good. Then I'd have like a killer 3. Linda Stockner, the owner of that place, started letting me host the weekends, which is 3 minutes. But there's like, it's like a showcase style room, and there's tons of comics. The show would go on for like 2 hours, and there's just so many comics. I take it, I host for 3 minutes, and then the next fucking 2 hours, just, you know, I do my 3 minutes set, and the next 2 hours just loads, you know, remember people's credits or whatever. But yeah, I loved it, man. I also just love going to different clubs. I feel like Dallas was too small of a scene for people to click up, but they did. Not as heinous comedy, but it's Dallas Comedy Club comedy. And there were, and, you know, Dallas Comedy Club was maybe where you go if you were a little more like on the woke side. Not necessarily too woke, but you know, if you were a little cleaner, a little friendlier. Heinous was where you go if you just wanted to say some shit, you know, a lot of shit. Backboard was definitely like where I felt like a lot of good fucking like comics would go on the weekend. Sometimes people would just pop in because they have some extra time on the weekend. But I like going to all of them, man. All of them, we had shit to learn. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's good to get a variety. It's so silly to figure something out. Because we kind of used to do that. But it's like
Even at the comedy store, I've seen, I mean, I've never lived in LA, but I've been there tons of times just to watch and shit, you know? Even there, you get a variety of comics, you have different styles, so that's what I fucking love. There's this Bruce Lee movie. I remember the movie, but I saved the video. I have like screen recorded on my phone. Sometimes I watch it on the plane, airplane mode, I have the video, where he's talking to like a grandmaster type of movie. He's questioning Bruce Lee. That world quote, I feel like just applies so much to not only comic, but everything. He asked Bruce Lee, he's like, what is the highest technique you hope to achieve? He's like, to have no technique. Bro, that's fucking it right there. That's the thing, you know what I mean? To me, like, I get it. A clean comic is a clean comic and they're funny, whatever, right? Some people only want clean comedy. Dirty comic is funny as fuck. Some people only want that. But to be able to do everything, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, to not subject yourself to one style of comedy, like, that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. That's the beauty of having to do like concept television. You do have to work on it. You know, and sometimes when you're working on stuff like that, it's a good exercise of being locked into a rigid structure. You can't talk about blowjobs, you can't talk about anything crazy. You have like a FCC set of rules. When you do that, it forces you to think of alternative ways for things to be funny, other than going to like a cheap laugh. Yeah, you know, sometimes cheap laughs are the funniest. So that's the problem. Like Joey Diaz, like he's got great great punchlines, but great timing. But it's also he'll go for it wherever it is. He doesn't give up. It's just like whatever's the funniest fucking thing to say right now. I'm going for that. Yeah, like there's no thought of like Joey would never do a clean TV set. Yeah, it'll be hell. You can't do that to Joey. Joey's got to be wild and like. For him to be locked into a TV set, that's not the way for him. But also for him, he's the funniest. I've never seen anybody funny in my life. In all the people I've seen murdered, all the Chappelle, and Chris Rock, and Shane Gillis, all the murderers. Joey Diaz in the original room at like 11:30 p.m. on a fucking Wednesday night or something like that has made me laugh harder than anybody. Anybody. I mean, there was like 6-7 comics in the back room at one point. He was doing this bit about Terry Crews, about that agent who grabbed Terry Crews' dad. Terry Crews was shaking his big dick in his underwear in those commercials. This guy was going crazy. Bro, we were falling on the ground laughing. We couldn't breathe. He hits RPMs. You know, like a lot of people redline at like 7,000 to 8,000. It's really funny. It's great. Joey gets to like 9. You're like, holy shit, man.
I've never got to see him live, but
oh my god. Still has it. Came to the mothership. Yeah. It was just one show.
I love people like that too that are funny as fuck on stage and off stage.
Oh, well, that was the thing about Joe. It's like when I brought him on the road. I brought him on the road for 2 reasons. One, because I love him. And 2, because he's really funny and it challenges me. I was going on after him. But also, he's funny all the time. Like, he's funny when you're at dinner. He's funny in the green room. It's a party. Joey brings the party. So when we would all go on the road together, it was just fun. It was family together, you know? Then Diesel would say. But it was like that. It was like we're good friends. So we're just having a great time. Me and Ari, Duncan, Joey, and we're in these different fucking towns, but it's always us. So we're always laughing. You know, we're in the fucking hotel lobby, just sitting on the couch, just laughing at 2 o'clock in the morning, just cracking jokes, laughing, just hanging out.
That's what I like about, I guess, traveling with my buddies. I do feel bad sometimes. I'm like, man, I should give somebody else a chance, like a local. I know sometimes they want to hop on the show. And for the most part, I give guest spots like crazy if people ask. I go 5, 6 cities in a row. Maybe nobody's been fucking with me in that city, or nobody's been trying to ask for a guest spot. Or maybe they ask the club. I don't know if the club's something. But if you ask me, like, you're there? Yeah, I only have to watch your set, bro. Like, your comic was taking the chance. I should have never said that. I should have never said that. I'm gonna get bugged like crazy. Oh my god. I also know it, but people, I also just stopped, checking social media. So it's a good luck fighting. But yeah, but for the most part, man, there's people that are like, well, it's also the way they ask, man. I don't want to like some people be like, what's up, bro? Let me hop on. What the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck are you like talking to me like that? I don't know you. Are you boys like that? But then for the most part, like the big comments are like, hey man, like any chance I can do some time on your show, big fan, whatever. Or like, you have room, if not, fuck it. I'll be like, yeah, bro, come on. You know what I mean? I might not be able to give you like full 7, maybe do a 5 or something. It depends on who else is with me. But yeah, bro, I'll come down. Or even if I run into people that I already have met before, or I feel like they're working at it, they're pretty funny. Like, I'll offer them some stage time. Even if the guys who are already with me have to do less time, they're pretty cool about like, fuck, they're not greeting. You know what I mean? Sometimes, like, the main 2 guys that have been with me, my buddy Jesus Castillo and Luis Fares, the comics out of Dallas. When I was early on, they were already kind of on and popping within Texas. So they take me to like open up San Antonio or Abilene and Houston, They get a one night here or there. So other dudes run the road with me now. Sometimes they might tell me, like, hey bro, like, is there any chance I can do a longer set? Like, I haven't really done a long set in a while. I want to fucking feel it because maybe they got a headline game coming up. Right. They've only been doing 10-15 for the last month or 2. Right. So yeah, sometimes then I'll be like, all right, fuck it. Let me close this show out. It's only you 2. Each does 20. If you want to go over, fuck it. This guy's gonna have fun either way. Right. But yeah, if I can, man, like I'm down to share the stage. Bro.
That's great. That's great. In best case scenario, it's all. I mean, I met a lot of great friends doing the road where I'd never seen him before. Tom Segura. I did a show with him in Phoenix. Never saw him before. And he went up first, and it was hilarious. And I said, hey man, where you working at? We started talking. I said, I went to
Did you know there's a way to outsmart COVID if you
But I
did?
called him up the
Now
next week.
there are
I'm like, come on, man,
medical
let's go.
Whether or
Let's
not
go
you've
have
been
some fun.
vaccinated, which
And
is great news,
we were like
especially
best
if you're
friends.
over 50.
I love that.
Taking the
He's
first
out there
5
too.
days of
Yeah,
having symptoms,
I moved down here
use
first.
medicine
It's one
to
first.
stop
Yeah,
the
me and
illness
Cliff
from
was
getting
first. Well,
serious.
Ron White
Call
was
a
here
healthcare
before all
provider
this.
or the
Ron
statewide
White had
COVID
told me, but he
hotline,
had already moved before the
423
pandemic. Oh, shit, I fucking love
422
Ross.
to learn more
Boston's
about
the
paper
shit.
medicine.
I can travel.
Brought to
Do
you
all
by
my
the
gigs.
California
It's the middle of
Department
the
of Public
country.
Health.
Yeah, man, I don't know if I can live in Austin. That's what I was thinking back then. Way, my podcast is there, the store is there, jiu-jitsu is there. I don't know if I can do it yet. But then the pandemic hit, and I was like, what? I gotta get the fuck out of here. And Ron was already here. And so when we first came down, Ron told me like where to go, what the spots, and I'd been here a few times before to stand up over the years. Never really spent like a lot of time here. But then when I decided, I was telling him, I said, fuck that place, man. Like, I'm thinking about opening a club. And I first started, I got this place that was run by a cult. The first building I got was this building called One World Theater. And it's such a cult ass name, too. Such a cult ass name. I think they named it that after the cult left. So one of the guys that was in the cult actually still owned it. So what happened was this dude ran a club in West Hollywood. And he's this really beautiful, handsome yoga guy. He's a hypnotist, gay porn star. Yeah, shit. Oh shit, yeah. So this dude runs this cult in West Hollywood. He pops on the Cult Awareness Network. It's like, they're like now investigating cults. And there's a bunch of family members that have been complaining about this cult. This dude, jets, takes off across the country. Goes to Austin, has all the changes his name, has all the cult orders eventually come out here. Wants it to real theater, radio, and dancing. Oh, that's the place I bought. Yeah, bro. And I bought it because Ron left. He's by that place owned by the cult. It's the shit. I did stand up there once. It's fucking beautiful. So, so he told me I should buy that place. I'm like, all right, that might be the perfect spot. And so we were in the middle of this whole thing. It all fell apart. There was some issues that had to be dealt with. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So, but the point is, that was the original spot that fell apart. It was a long time to try to find another spot. And then Ron White was like, grab me after I did that 7 He's like, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're doing this. I was like, okay, let's go.
You ever wonder if, like, Ron White is really just a figment of your imagination? No, that's a real dude. That's a real dude. I love him. Yeah, the man.
He's our like elder statesman stand up, Everybody loves Ron White. Oh, there's no Ron White. Ron White is a beautiful person. He's just everything. He's just great every time I see him. He's great. He's at the club all the time. Probably there tonight. He's in town. He's there all the time. He does weekends here sometimes. He does, headlines on weeknights sometimes. And that's what made him decide to go back on the road. Which is exciting. So I've never seen it better. He's as good as he's ever been.
If you could watch straight up chill, you could watch one last set, like your last set before you just disappear.
Of anybody?
Of anybody alive, like Joey. I'm about to ask you, Joey or Ron.
Either one. Boy, a show with Joey and Ron.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Joey, I love him so much. It's not just that. I think he's the funniest guy ever. I love that dude so much.
I'd probably go out watching it on like, go out came in.
Go out watching some
I feel like it's horrible. Bye.
I can't watch it.
Nah.
I feel like it's too dangerous. Like when I would go on the road, I'd have like terrible opening acts. It's always Bro, they would throw people up. They're like, they've been doing stand-up for 5 minutes. They've never done stand-up before. It's like, these people are terrible. Some of these clubs, they were so bad. And I would be in the green room and I'd peek my head out and watch this dude just eat shit. And I'm like, oh my God, I gotta get in my own head. I can't pay attention to that. Because I would try to pay attention to make sure that they're not talking about stuff that I talk about. I want to cover the same ground. So I'd like listen to the opening act to try to figure out, like, oh, he talked about that movie. I can't talk about that movie.
Yeah.
Let me adjust myself. me so down. Yeah, like I just gotta be in this fucking room by myself. I gotta listen to music or something. I can't do this, man. I think it's contagious. Like if you start thinking nothing's funny, there's nothing funny in the world. Nah, it's funny. This guy's not funny. But if someone's funny, then you feel like, oh, I'm losing it. They're out there laughing, I'm laughing, everyone's having a good time.
I also try not to listen too much to the comics before I start trying to write in their voice or something like that. You know what I mean?
That's a real problem in comedy, right? When people on the way up. A lot of people in New York sound exactly like David Tell. There's a lot of this. There's a lot of punchlines. It's kind of like Dave. And it's just because rhythm is so fun. It's so infectious. He's such a virtuoso. The way he's on stage is so smooth. And it goes into this. He's got this flow to him that's so contagious. And so you want to be funny too. You're like, maybe I need to talk like that. I need to talk like Dave. There's a lot of guys who get caught up in other people's. I did it for a while. I caught myself on stage once when I was an open micer. I sounded exactly like Richard Jenny. I was a giant Richard Jenny fan, and I sounded like I was doing like his timing, like his. It was like I was like, oh no. I realized it while I was doing it. I was like, yuck, don't do that.
I feel like a lot of the comedians I see in New York talk very fast, and I kind of tried to do that, but and I tried to do that when I first started doing stand-up too. I'd be so nervous, I'm just trying to get it out already. Yeah, but I can't talk that fast, and some people will get mad. Those are some of the that's some of the feedback I've gotten back on stand-up. It's just too slow for me. But I can't talk that fast because I won't be able to enunciate. And I think it's because my tongue is like kind of big, like this wide ass tongue. So this guy, man, I bet you if he sees these videos, he's gonna freak out. He loves like already. There's a guy named Bobby Olson in Seattle who would go to the back door with Michael on. And one time he told me, like, hey man, you're like funny, you have good material. But the audience doesn't know it because you're talking too fast. You don't enunciate. Like, slow down. It's like talk slow. Talk slow. So I just fucking like put the nerves to the side. I just said the jokes as if I was reading them off of paper. And I started getting more laughs. And I was just like, man, now I'm kind of finding my time. But like, I'll never be able to talk fast. You won't fucking understand.
Some dudes mumble, and then when they get on stage, they mumble. Like Ari used to mumble. And it was hard to understand what I go, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I'm your friend. Like, you gotta clean those words up. Yeah. Make those words real clear. These people don't know you. Yeah. You're a professional orator. Stop mumbling.
I feel like I'm still learning how to hold the mic. Sometimes I'm like 30 minutes into a set and I just angle it up a bit. I'm like, that sounds better.
Or you switch hands. I used to only have to hold it in my right hand. Now it seems like I don't want to use my right hand anymore. I hold it in my left. And I switch back and forth. For like,
I'll switch sometimes, but yeah, I can't. I have to hold it in my left.
That's the other thing about Joe. He's the funniest guy ever. He just leaves the mic in his stand.
Oh man,
that takes the mic out of his stand.
People always like hype up the chair. Like, don't get me wrong, I used to think that's one of my all-time favorite comics. I think it's fucking hilarious, right? But people hype up the chair. Like, it's so tough to sit in the chair. You gotta figure it out. Like, not just anybody can sit in the chair. You know, Tony Cosby and Ali that can figure that out. But I think, like, it's funny. When you're listening to a comedy album, you're not like, oh yeah, he's in the chair.
Brian Simpson sits in that chair all the time.
Right? But that is one like fucking thing that I feel like I just can't do is leave the mic in the stand. I've tried that. I fucking bomb. I don't know what it is. I can't leave the mic in the stand.
Joey uses both hands. He's got both hands going on. You know, so he likes that fucking mic in the stand, cocksucker.
Some people got my buddy Hyman. I grew up with my childhood best friend. Goofy fucking guy. To me, it's just like the funniest little line. Goofy nerd. Like, not to talk too much shit on Woody Hyman, but just goofy in the face. Like, I took him with me when I did Bobby Lee's podcast. And Bobby Lee was just like, who the fuck's this guy? I just met a little bit of instant. Like, started fucking with him and shit. So I know that he's always wanted to do stand-up. He's a comedy nerd. He's the one that really taught me how to, like, love comedy. Watch movies, shows, and work his ass off and shit that most people don't realize that that's an intentional joke. We
had like a falling out. And when things started popping off in comedy, we still weren't talking. Then we, started talking again. Whatever. He's a photographer. Videographer back home for like nightclubs, very much like the water center. So I tell him like, hey man, like come on the road with us, just take pictures, record my sets, like keep getting clips, like if you want to. Like, yeah, fuck it. Come every now and then, and he started coming just every weekend. And I was like, go to 5 minutes. Fuck it, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever. Tell a story. Tell them what we did last night when we went out in Chicago. And, man, just fucking going well. I've never, like, I'm not even trying to hype this dude up too much, but I've never seen somebody go up on their first time and get that many laughs. Not saying he had a fucking, like, just destroyed the room, but to get heavy, like, laugh that heavy on the first time, I'm like, bro, there's something there. Like, you're a true fucking comedy fan. You're like a comic at heart. Like, just keep fucking trying. I was like, I'll keep throwing you up on stage. That's beautiful. But, I also told him, like, still doing it? Yeah, he's doing it a few months now. But I tell him, like, you gotta get mics more at home. Like, I'm not just gonna fucking throw you on stage and get babied by mic crowds. You know what I mean?
That's kind of, he's got even more of a lucky break than you got.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
You're throwing him up in front of packed houses.
Yeah. But he'll go up there and won't take the mic out of the stand sometimes. Like, it's so jealous. I'm like, you're doing good this early on, and you're not taking the fucking mic out. Like, oh man. And he was up there like, he looked so cool. He looked like fucking Lord McDonald with his body.
Well, he's a comedy fan, so if you're a comedy fan, you watch like, Eleanor Carrigan. She's hilarious. She opens up the dice play all the time. Okay, she was a waitress in the comedy store. I always knew her as a waitress. And then she was a pro wrestler for a while. She did like pro wrestling. We all went to see her. And she was at the Forum. She was an easy rider.
Out there wrestling?
Yeah. Bro, she was like a motorcycle lady. She would fucking crush a pool ball in her hand.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just one access against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make repairs, reducing your sexual focus. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with us.
So I called Hart and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit health.gov/fair housing. That's health.gov/fair housing. You fear for your safety, call 911. Public service message from HER, in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance. And I don't want to get off on too much of a tangent and get back to talking about now. I want to talk about the Rolling Stones for just a moment. You, as a longtime Beatles fan, would appreciate the Stones and Beatles. They go way back, of course. Stones have always been rivals and always been overshadowed by the Beatles. They just came out with a new album 2 months ago. First original stuff that they recorded in 18 years. Much Valley Blues, it comes out, and then bam, the Beatles come along with their new recordings, new releases of their Red and Blue album, overshadow them once again. It must be incredibly frustrating at this point. I think at some level that's probably true. That new Stones album, pretty darn good actually. I enjoy it. So yeah, here they are. Like, once again, the Beatles come out, and they're a different and often bigger story. And I think it just has to do with the pure artistry, the Beatles, in terms of creating something lasting, happen to be the bigger act, but that still doesn't take anything away from the Stones. The period from Beggar's Banquet to Exile on Main Street is a pretty amazing period of growth and musicianship from them. That's a great, and I think what's that? If anybody has seen them in concert in the last 10 years, they're terrific. They absolutely are. And, it's a shame that we lost Charlie Watts, but I happened to see their last tour with Charlie alive and well, where he belonged behind the drum kit, and they were amazing. They're legends in their own right and deserve everything they get, of course. When you think about that kind of rivalry, that really was created out in the world more than anything else. They were great supporters of each other back in the day. The Beatles you know, whether it's the live recording of all the club or that night when they made A Day in the Life, they were really well connected in all the right ways. So the rivalry is good for both fans, I think. Back to Al Evans. You know, he was taking long stretches, like the home of Husky days, but they were around in Europe and with well friends, and they would pick around musical ideas, and we eventually helped some stuff on Target Pepper. And to your point, you say that the company had told him, hey, I'll give you a writing credit, you'll get some royalties, and I know that never happened. Can you talk about that a little bit? Sure. I mean, part of this goes right back to just how incredibly artistically, you know, wonderfully secondary they were. As I like to say, they were always, you know, always cooking in terms of creating the musical art of the Beatles. And now with benefit, you know, or at least with participate, you know, Paul was known by lots of members of their entourage that they need a line here. And, you know, if you handed out a guy who's pretty clever on his feet right now, to help out. So, you know, the new guy was too big or too small, and he sure was to participate during Sergeant Pepper. He lived for a while at Paul's place in St. John's, and, you know, it was part of that team, and if they needed a line or an idea, he was there. I mean, it wasn't as if really the Neil Aspinall who came up with the idea for the Sergeant Pepper reprise or Keith Shot and John for those friends who would sometimes help out with an idea. And they all did now actually help write the song. For example, I think it's picoftheday. You had some role in it as with lyrics, and do you think there is credibility or the story that McCartney assured him he'd get a writing credit or get royalties? I mean, it's huge to track, and of course now cookies notes in the moment when things happen. You know, how much collaboration really occurs, I don't know that we'll ever know. Simply because now didn't give us enough material, frankly, on Kitchen Org. It was as simple as he was there in the room and Paul's music room there on Cavendish Avenue, or we had the material not that he was. I'm certainly not going to suggest put words in Paul McCartney's mouth. You know, these are songs that have brought millions joy. You know, according to Ringo, may have come up full flower with the phrase Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. So, you know, these are always going to be interesting kinds of things of contention, right? Because art is a social production, and it takes place often in spaces with one or more or more people even. Sergeant Pepper is a huge critical success. You know, massive worldwide deal, and then you have the most people below, and now, again, it's like a big one. So he's right there in the framing and doing the stuff that's necessary to get this crazy buck for off the ground. And so now actually had the advantage of having been a music tour at least one point in his life, the Black School of Animation. So he knew the ins and outs of it. That was one of my favorite parts to work on, because now was so instrumental in the construction of that project, hiring extras, et cetera. The stories about Mal and Neil working on that project, especially one of the other ones. I like to see those details on the side, so that you know now they were poster board, and they would fall off on the, you know, the rural highways of southwestern England. And then now Neil has to make them again. It's kind of hilarious, really, the kind of ragtag nature of that production. Sounds like a heck of a lot of fun, for sure. You know, the time comes when the Beatles decided to create Happy Life, and they ended up giving Mal a title and a job. What was the title? It's some kind of managing something or other. He was going to be managing director, so, you know, that is such an interesting story that I probably resonates with a lot more people who want to, they would rather not admit it, you know, the idea that, you know, you get an opportunity to become managing director of this new venture, this highly public venture, but it was serious, because, of course, they could never give up the Mal Evans that they would use while they're making their album, so that he could go run just wasn't going to happen. They've now really moved themselves into the Apple concept, and brought on several acts to be part of the logo. So I just played a song from that later, and of course, that song, no matter what, was the igers, was the name of the band. Now went out and found them and brought them to Apple, and they cranked up again. Oh, they really did, and of course now Kojima, no matter what, this is a top 5 hit, maybe their best known song, quite possibly, and he just adores that singer, and that's really one of the great tragedies of Mal's story, is working with that singer. He really wanted to see them through, and he didn't lay it out and climb the bad history of his dealings with the Beatles before. The way he treats Mal is absolutely cool. So they all took it from each other to Mal and Neil. He wants to get right in. It's a logical move if you're a con man trying to infiltrate the Beatles empire. You cut off the close string. Only he finds out you cannot fire them. They don't work for Apple. They work for Beatles and company. So he can't get rid of them. And what he does then instead is make their lives hell. Really pull the elects and all the dreams just really turn his life upside down. And in terms of now, when he realized that all Mal wanted to do was make giant hitmakers out of that singers, he forbade them from working with them anymore, and made it a company policy. And of course, as you well know, that singer maybe pop music is a tragedy. His suicide, so much problems with law because of the exploitation by Common and this bad management. Yeah, that's a sad story. Mal's story is pretty sad too. Let's ease into it this way. The breakup of the Beatles, we'll jump ahead chronology of the story, but the breakup of the Beatles, I could only imagine the terror that took place in their lives. Yeah, I mean, it was heartbreaking for him. His whole life, whole world was to nurture the Beatles' dream, and he was right there with Paul, sobbing in the garden of Cavendish Avenue after John Astor's divorce. It's heartbreaking, but with a little more measured perhaps than one might figure, because you've seen it coming for so long. You've watched, in horror things with that about crime, etc. So he was a little more measured about it, but it was crushing for him, and of course then it immediately put him in an awkward situation when he was suing the partnership and the other three. Yes, it was sad. So it's a story for how it ends up that Mal ends up moving to the U.S. So, he ends up becoming, because he's still working for Beatles and Company, he ends up working mostly for George, Ringo, and John, sharing in that order. And I kind of crafted a term for explaining what he would do. He would stage manage their albums. So, they would enjoy the fruits of having Mal available when they would do records like Imagine, the great Ringo album, etc. Mal would be there to help coordinate all the studio musicians, because now they have more and more players who would come in to hire. Mal would carry around enormous wads of cash to pay them before the sessions were over. So these were big productions, big albums. As you know, I mean, those are three top two albums right there that I just mentioned. So Mal comes to the U.S. Essentially, that's where the Beatles are. They're moving to California. The operation is in California for much of 74, 73, 74, even into 75. And George especially is up there working. And Mal's there to do what Mal does, which is make sure that their needs are taken care of, that they have plenty of cash, that he's facilitating whatever the arrangements are with Capitol Records, to of course has a relationship with Apple in the United States. So that's what gets him out there. It's simply keeping the train going. And that's where he got to know John Lennon a lot better. And fortunately, before the end of more focused short life, now things are really knowing well. weekend, they get all kinds of stuff early, and now it's right there. Like, yeah, they're lucky they got out of it unscathed. They did, of course, you know, big stars. Wilson was out young. You know, a lot of folks were tarnished, and if you're less than a heat by that kind of free and easy cocaine and alcohol culture that was taking place, and you had all these kind of itinerant rock stars who were kind of expatriates descending on Los Angeles, trying to figure out what's next. It makes a lot of sense in retrospect, right? Because nobody thought you'd be doing rock and roll in your 30s or your 40s. Now, surely, that's a kid's game. That's not going to continue. But here they were trying to ply their trade, and there was a lot of human wreckage during that period. And now it comes with just as deep into it as anybody else. You know, he starts out with this very health conscious and fitness conscious, swimming and biking and all that stuff. A very strong, powerful man, and the picture you paint there of him in Southern California, he gets deep into drugs. You wouldn't figure him for a drug guy at all. No, you wouldn't. In fact, they considered him to be kind of like the pretty straight-laced member of their camp. So he was right there doing everything anybody else was. And of course, for the whole time, we have to mention that he got his family from Liverpool, and then they moved to London in 1967, so that now catered to the Beatles' needs after touring. And they're just waiting for, you know, their mom with their dad and husband, and it just never comes. So he basically abandoned it. He really did. You know, he leaves in fact, he kind of blew eyes. He says, I'm just going here, I'm working. And in fact, he was moving in with a girlfriend in LA. And he lied to her too. You know, and what he's doing, and it's a dangerous game. He's living in these kinds of compartments. He's got people compartments, family compartments. Now he has LA girlfriend compartments. You know, it's a tricky business because eventually one or more of those compartments might collapse. We'll take one call before we go to the break. Bill in LA. Hey, Bill, how you doing? Hi, George. Hey, Ken, I'm a little older than you. I saw Hard Day's Night in 64, and I was playing air guitar to Rubber Soul in 66. And for what it's worth, I wrote the first news story on Yoko Ono's John Lennon teardrop drawings exhibit in 1986 for the Columbia Girls in School News Syndicate, and I beat the mainstream media by about 7 or 8 months. I'm proud to say. But I got a question for you. I heard a few years ago on a local Beatles show that John and Paul briefly got together at the Bill Clothing Sound Studio about 10 minutes from here in March of 1974, when coincidentally my own high school rock band was playing Beatles tunes for a 60s day tribute in nearby Glendale. You confirmed that informal jam session, so I understand there was no recording, but they just got together and goof around. Yeah, they did get together, and it's available on a bootleg CD called A Peep and a Snore. It's 74. It was a pretty lackluster performance. Harry Whitney doing what Harry Nilsson sessions that John Lennon was filming as producer, and Paul shows up. And it was this moment. They were breaking the ice on the tension that their business relationship, which was about to be transformed into something better. And they're now with their, and they sang with their, actually not a bourbon, it was record. We know this. I was under the same belief system for a long time, but I've now seen the session sheets and the record stamp, and sure enough, Stevie Wonder is there, and it has been preserved. It's not great material. Nobody was in any really good condition to record that night, but they did all songs like Good Feel. They had a lot of fun, and that occasion called to come by the estate where John and Harry and Ringo and Keith Moon were staying the next day. And it was a big moment in Beatledom that a lot of us didn't even know about for years, you know. Just fascinating stuff that's preserved for all time on those pretty primitive recordings. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. You know, it's good to think about Paul showing up there and he and John getting along, and the story about them almost going on Saturday Night Live with these near misses
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, man. Hey, good. Thanks for coming here. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's a pleasure. You've been on a whirlwind sort of tour. I guess we should start from the beginning. Yeah. So, first of all, lay out to people what your job was with the military and how this all started. Yeah. So I was an intel officer in the Air Force for 14 years, 7 active, 7 reserve. Then I kind of had like a parallel track in the civilian intel world when I became a reservist. And ultimately, I got brought back into the service in a government way at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency a couple of years ago at a senior level. So I was a major in the Air Force in a GS-15 at NGA, which is like a full-bird colonel equivalent civilian employee. Very humbled that I was able to kind of get that kind of job. But my career mostly, I didn't even really think about this topic. UFOs were not on my radar. I wasn't really a believer. I was agnostic about it. Most of my career, I did a lot of behind-the-door special access program, technical type activities. I was kind of a space intelligence expert, a cyber intel expert. And like I said, this was not on my radar at all. I would joke with my buddies because I used to handle presidential daily brief for the National Reconnaissance Office Director, my military capacity as a reservist. That was well clear to hundreds and hundreds of department and programs. And the joke was, when are we going to get the read on for the crazy shit? And that never happened. And I do remember the day that I really can remember that I was like, what's with this UFO stuff? I was briefing a senior person at the CIA into a couple hundred special access programs. And so I was at the headquarters at the agency, and after the indoctrination I was giving to the senior person, this person who worked with Lou Elizondo previously was like, Dave, have you ever heard of this guy, Lou Elizondo? He's running some UFO program at the Pentagon. We all think he's crazy. And I'm like, I don't know who this guy Lou Elizondo is, and I don't know of any kind of UFO program, so that sounds nuts to me. But lo and behold, and that was like early 2017, and lo and behold, in December 2017, that New York Times article came out with that named the ATIP program and the OSAP program, so Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program and Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, the was like, holy shit, wait, that's that guy with Elizondo that I heard about. Oh, you know what? I think I have heard of OSAP. When I was a lieutenant, I used to read these reports from the Defense Intelligence Agency on black holes and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's like stupid. Why is the DIA looking into black holes, time warps? It just didn't make any sense to me back in like 08 or 09 when I was a lieutenant. And all of a sudden, I'm like, well, maybe there's something to this UFO thing. I'm not saying I was like a believer either way on the subject, but this was a topic of concern apparently for the Pentagon. And in 2018, I started doing kind of what I call my open source literature review. Like, let me spin myself up on this topic, watching Chris Mellon and Elizondo, Leslie Keane, all these people talk about the subject, and then just trying to understand. So, what is this with UFOs? Has this been going on for a while? The answer is yes. Like Foo Fighters, citing some weird stuff in antiquity, etc., which we'll get into later. But and so early 2019 comes along, and my boss at the National Reconnaissance Office, kind of my Air Force major capacity, forwarded me an email from what became stood up, like I guess it was 2018, which was the unidentified, well, it was Aerial, now Anonymous Phenomena Task Force, UAP Task Force. So the UAP Task Force director sent my boss an email saying, hey, we're looking for a rep to the task force. And as like any good officer, I was like, well, I'll put it on my performance report. Hey, I was on a task force. And that would look good. And I had being well cleared and also bachelor's degree in physics, master's in intelligence analysis. I'm like, you know what? I'll figure out what this shit is. It's either going to be weather shit, maybe it's an adversarial program, maybe it's like a U.S. program. People are misidentifying on rare occasions. So, fuck it, I'll go see where the data takes me. And early 2019 or so, I joined the UAP Task Force. And then I started, interviewing pilots, flag officers, general officer type Navy folks, and they were seeing some really crazy shit. And like a event that I talked about previously publicly in a YouTube video on yesterday. There was this one 30-year senior Navy officer that he was going to work sober, predisposition for fantasy, all that kind of stuff. Because we saw this crazy triangle hover over his car going to work at a certain naval facility, and it blew his mind. He was serious. He on his car turned milky white after the incident. So that's, to me, that sounds like ionizing radiation, so like ultraviolet. Just like how your headlights get all foggy over time if you park your car out in the sun. Same phenomenon just happened within a 24-hour period. And I'm like, whoa, if this is true, and the testimony and crazy radar data that I saw when I was in the task force, stuff making turns didn't make any sense. Holy shit, what is this stuff?
This anomaly with his paint, is this documented? Photographs?
Yes, I saw photographs. It was documented.
And what is there a conventional explanation?
I mean, based on what he described, something to rapidly ionize his paint like that within a day. I can't think of anything off the top of my head in terms of some conventional aerospace technology. And this was a certain facility in the continental U.S. This is not overseas. It's not like our adversaries flying some spooky thing.
So this thing hovered over his car for how long?
A couple minutes while he was traveling at about 60 miles an hour. So it was pacing.
How far away from his
It's probably a couple hundred feet in altitude. It's less than 1,000 feet, which is also bad because from an airspace perspective, pilots will do this. Anything under 1,000 feet, unless you get special clearance, you only do that over controlled airspace, like a relative test range, people fly by.
So is he on what kind of a highway?
A conventional
Civilian house. Anyone can
yes.
it just happened to be this guy. Did he have any other experiences with this thing?
No, this was like a once in a lifetime thing. He kept it to himself for a couple of years, but then he was task force came out. I know. That individual's still on.
Let's call him Bob. Yeah. Did you say, hey, Bob, what the fuck happened to your car?
That's a good question. I don't remember if people asked him about his car. So he took pride in his car, so it actually was probably more upsetting than a person. What kind of car was it? It was like a Toyota or something. Yeah.
So also these Toyotas were off.
Yeah. And so
Did he have to report this? Is this something that
he did not report it to my knowledge to anybody. It wasn't until he reported it to us about 5 years later.
So, are these kind of experiences something that a lot of these pilots are embarrassed about discussing or have apprehension about discussing?
Yeah, a lot of people that are on flight status, they don't want to be sent to the sun, right? There's a whole aerospace physiology kind of empire in the military. And if you're an operator or a guy, missile key turner, you're on what they call a personal reliability program. If you're taking Tylenol, you got to report it. If you have a fever, you got to report it. Control nuclear weapons are on duties.
Right. And so this idea of being predisposed to fantasy, that's also something that they sort of talk to these people about or try to get a gauge.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years. And if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just the ads, but with guests and my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water. Good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now, and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Traeger. Now is the perfect time to shop at Traeger.com because they have a sale going on right now. They're offering up to $300 off on select grills, plus sauces, rubs, and pellets. But really, get that person who loves the grill. They'll take you there. Visit Traeger.com to learn more and use the code Rogan at checkout for free shipping. Yeah, these are people that are very sober-minded. I mean, this individual is early in the morning going to work, not under the influence of anything. And that person had a similar clearance as mine, no TSSCI, so you've gone TS top secret, Sensitive Department of Information clearance. Just like myself, I've been promoted to polygraphs in my career. So do these individuals.
Do you have any idea or any theories about why these things fall into that?
No, that's what freaked him out the most. He didn't have any experience in his life like this. He totally blew his mind when he looked out his moonroof and looked out the side of his carport, saw this triangle. It's a pre-dawn sky, but it was darker than the pre-dawn sky, and it had this plasma edges, these purplish glowing edges, these 3 lights that had this omnidirectional, almost like blue lights. You know how you can't really tell what light sources. And it was totally trippy. And that's just one example of many anecdotal, with some evidence, pilot stories. And that's what made me dig deeper when I started cultivating my network. Has the government studied this before? This wasn't just OSAP and ATIP and Blue Book and all this shit. Yes, right? This seems serious. So, certainly the government has looked at this. And, I went to search for that program, and that's what I was for.
So, how did you initially discover this program, and what was your first encounter?
A very senior individual in the intel community came to me when I guess I was asking a lot of questions because I'm a very inquisitive guy, and he was like, hey, I need to introduce you to somebody.
that certain person's academic credentials were beyond reproach, PhD level education, clearance, resume was insane. I'm like, well, okay, sure, I'll talk to this person, and I ended up meeting that person in a top secret facility, and he started to discussing like, hey, there's a program that was on it, and reverse engineering crash material that we recovered over the decades. I'm not joking. I'm telling you, because you guys have to report to the Deputy Secretary of Defense and Congress on this matter. Right? We were actively briefing like Secretary Esper, Deputy Secretary Norquist, other cabinet level folks, right? And it's like there's an oversight issue because you're the UAP task force. You should be read into this stuff because, like, why spend the taxpayers' dollars looking at stuff that we already have data on? Right. So that spooked me. That was like fall of 2019. And, I don't take a guy's word for it. I'm like, you know what? Myself and my trusted colleagues have had a lot of special accesses like me. We cultivated our network, and we ultimately interviewed about 40 people or so, all the way up to multi-star generals, directors of agencies, mid-level guys that literally touched it, worked inside of it, all the stuff. They brought intel reports for me to look at, documents, and a lot of that I could verify with other oral sources of my high-level colleagues around I talked to, and it checked out. Especially when I had enough information on, and I know who specifically to ask, like, hey, well, I want read into this. Like, I'm on the UAP task force, and we went to those, I'll call them gatekeepers, for lack of a better term, and they basically said, fuck you, So why were these other people willing to discuss this? Well, they determined I didn't need to know. I was already cleared at such a high level, handling presidential material and everything. It's like Dave needs to know, and they felt that coming to us, it was a form of a protected disclosure. They felt that they weren't really violating anything because we were I'll call it the investigatory body for the Department of Defense and the Intelligence Community and Congress at the time. And they, you are allowed to disclose to a government official in an official capacity, and I did that because I protected those people. And I took those people, a lot of them, and I brought them to the Intelligence Community Inspector General when I filed my complaint, because I don't want people to hear it from a secondhand source. People call hearsay, whatever. They'll have some first-hand knowledge. We'll eventually talk about someday. I'm trying to get it cleared, but through security processes. So they can hear it and hear the details, like what, when, where, why, where the shit is, who's in control of it, what are the cover programs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that's what deemed my complaint credible and urgent in July 2022, which is my complaint, yes, was about reprisal too. I filed that separately eventually to the Department of Defense Inspector General. That's an ongoing investigation, but it was my congressional oversight UAP crash retrieval allegations that was deemed credible and urgent, sent to the Director of National Intelligence, and then it was sent to the Congressional Intelligence Committees around that time, July of 2022. I eventually went to Congress in December of 2022, and it's a crazy story why it took so long. But I provided total about 11 and a half to 12 hours of classified testimony to the congressional staffers and lawyers for both the House and the Senate. And I went full open kimono, and I told them as much as I could within my time slot. So
this is obviously very compartmentalized. There's only a few people that know about this information, and they're not allowed to discuss it with other people. When did this all start? Is this out of Roswell? Does it predate that? Like when did they first realize that there are things that cannot be explained or can't be explained through conventional means?
Yeah, I mean, the program goes back a ways. The precise beginning of it, I talk about, but I did the security stuff, but I did talk about publicly the 1933 retrieval, and I did that tactically, and I ran that through the security and criminal office because I wanted to show that this is much older and it's international. It's not like a U.S. thing. I mean, this stuff is landing or crashing around the world, and unexpected countries have had this happen, and that's why I picked that, because I thought that was an interesting case. And then, of course, the Pope Pius XII from the Vatican were involved back channeling it through OSS, which became the CIA, to FDR, and that's how the U.S. something weird happened right before World War II.
So this is 33 was the first like documented.
That is the earliest one I can talk about. Yeah.
Is there something that predates that?
But you can infer that.
You can infer, yeah. So this 33 one,
Yeah, magenta. So it's about a geography. I think that's like west of what's the story? So basically, it looked like it crashed, right? The original shape most likely was like a lenticular disc-like craft, with like two dinner plates. So like two dinner plates, smushed together, right? It's like a bubble on top of it. Classic, like that. But it looks like when it hit, the edges broke off, so it became this like bell or acorn shaped thing, and there was nothing in it. It was like just an artifact. There was no biological remnants, if you will. So it's so funny because the Italians were so confused. They actually called up the Germans, and they were like, "Is this one of your Wunderwaffe? Like, what the hell just crashed in northern Italy?" Mussolini, and this is all publicly available information because some Italian researchers found all these original documents that some people were sitting on for years in Italy. They put a gag order on the press, etc. And Mussolini asked the Germans to come down. Of course, the Germans came down and they were like, that is not ours, but let's look at it together. So that's kind of perhaps a tertiary reason that kind of Axis powers got together. I'm not saying that's like the reason, but I think the Italians and the Germans were so intrigued with what they found from like an artifact perspective. There was at least some scientific and military collaboration during the war, the details of which I'm not sure of, but I know people that know that specific event that are currently still intel officers in this program. Detail.
So was there witnesses to the crash or some sort of an understanding that something had crash landed and then they discovered it?
Yeah, I forget the precise discovery. I don't know if it was like local police officers or local farmers found in the field, something like that. I don't want to misspeak. I assume some of the Italian researchers might have some fact witnesses that could really say, "Oh yeah, my great grandfather found it," or something like that. But I don't remember.
What was the scale of this?
It was probably like 20 feet by 10 feet, something like that. Not super huge, but
Do they think that this was a drone? Do they think that this was occupied?
there was nothing in it. So if it was piloted, if you will, by some sentience, your guess is as good as mine.
So what happened to that?
So we knew where it was being stored at a particular location after the crash, and then the military came in and we grabbed it towards the end of 1944, 1945, because, like I said, Pope Pius XII already kind of let FDR know. Well, interestingly enough, there's like a whole history of human intelligence prior to World War II and old money.
Vatican, the Italian mob, kind of the old country boys did a lot of informal intelligence collection for the U.S. And there's probably some books you can read on it, but it's really interesting. Human intelligence collection wasn't really formalized until the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, which became the CIA in 1947. You had Paul Mellon and all these other affluent guys with these old money families that basically created the CIA. That's probably part of it. So this thing that was recovered, this was the first documented one that the United States had access to. I can't get into if it was the first or not, but it was an early one, very early. So it's almost 100 years. Yes. And so they take this thing and then they bring it over. Yeah, I can't take this thing. Okay. So they bring it somewhere in the United States. And was the attempt to try to back engineer this thing, was the attempt to try to understand what it was. Yeah, I mean, first of it, obviously, it's understanding the situation, right? What do we have our hands on? And like I've said in some other videos and stuff, we took the Manhattan Project secrecy and avoided on this issue, because that secrecy would go off for top bomb developments and whatnots. And certainly, this whole program, in a nutshell, summarize the 90 plus years of history. It is a reverse engineering program to garner some kind of insight. And of course, not a lot of the things that we've learned from it are like directly, ripped off the technology we found, but it has inspired other innovations that made its way into other U.S. classified programs. The UFO folklore is that this is where fiber optics yeah, I'm not going to break the seal on anything we've discovered or anything like that. And, it's a place I can't go to and argue what you can discuss and what you can't discuss. Why do they let you discuss anything? Yeah, so anything sensitive that I want to say as it relates to like U.S. government activity, whether it be intelligence stuff, military stuff, etc., I have to spend called DOPS or DOD Office of Publication and Security Review. That is something anybody who's been an intel officer, anybody with like a clearance, has to submit that kind of stuff. Now, obviously, if you're writing a book about gardening, you don't have to. But if you're going to talk about anything military and intelligence related, you have to submit. So it's kind of a catch-22 for this office, right? They're only looking at it from a security perspective. They're not vouching for it or anything like that. And that's like any author, right? They can write a book about Navy SEALs, and they're not vouching for the story. They're vouching that you didn't say any nasty code words. You didn't burn a specific ongoing classified program. And for them, I mean, I'm not in their OODA loop, but certainly it's a catch-22 for them where if they want to redact, they propose a redaction. Like, hey, Dave, you can't say these sentences. You can write it and submit. We can't necessarily tell you what agency said to redact it, but you're not allowed to say this. They would be basically self-certifying. There's a there there. So, in my opinion, probably the policy is like, if it has to deal with the subject, we're not saying anything, we're not proposing any redactions. As long as he's not burning a conventional program, you kind of have to allow him to exercise his First Amendment rights. So I think it's like a catch-22 for that office. Short of so this episode is brought to you by Max, the Emmy-winning HBO original docu-series Hard Knocks is returning for an all-new in-season with the Miami Dolphins. Watch what it takes to become football's most explosive team with Coach Mike McDaniel, quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, and wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Watch new episodes Tuesday. Sign up for Max now for $2.99 a month with the first 6 months on the with ads plan. Offer ends Monday. Terms apply. Visit max.com for details.
This episode is brought to you by Carvana. Carvana has made financing your next vehicle as smooth as can be. You can get pre-qualified in just 2 minutes, and you'll have real terms personalized just for you. Then you can browse into thousands of car options on Carvana, all within your budget. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get pre-qualified today.
This is essentially one of the very early ones in 1933. How many crash retrieval incidents have there been? It is double digit. These specific numbers do know. However, I can't discuss that. I know it sounds like, oh, I'm being coy or whatever, but this show, any other interviews I do, right? Foreign intelligence services are watching, and it's like I'm not here to help Russia and China calibrate their intelligence collection. Like, oh, Dave said it's this number. We missed a couple. Shit, let's put it out for the KGB, SVR, GRU are now going to hit the streets to try to figure out which ones they've been. So I'm here to protect national security, and I'm just trying to put all the general topics out there for public conversation to hold our government accountable. So I'm here as a fact witness because we have a constitutional oversight issue because this program has not been reported to Congress in the appropriate way. And I can get into the senator I talked to that has died recently, so I can explain to you why I'm so sure. Besides what I read, which we can get into what intelligence I read, I did get some stuff from here. So during my investigation, I'm like, you know what? I need to talk to somebody at the highest levels, right? So this will give you an idea of the kind of people we talk to. This is the only one I'm going to talk about using their name because they died 2 years ago. So in spring 2021, I actually flew with a couple colleagues of mine to Las Vegas, and I met with Senator Harry Reid about 9 months before he died. And of course, he's a private citizen now, and I wanted to brief him on the topic, and I wanted to get his kind of thought leadership on it, because he was a Gang of 8 member, right? Top, most clear senators and congressmen, leader, for God's sakes, in the Senate. And I knew he helped sponsor the OSAP program that I mentioned, and where they looked at Skinwalker Ranch and some other things. And I wanted to understand, like, what does Harry Reid actually know? Like, why did he, give $21 million to DIA and Bigelow Aerospace for this? So I'm sitting there, Harry Reid's living room. Right next to him was some other witnesses that were there with me. And he straight up says, he's like, yeah, I knew we had UFO material. I was denied access for decades. I tried to get access, and then he explained some of his efforts during OSAP. And I was like, shit, the former majority leader just saying that he just confirmed this to me as well. I was already talking to these amazing high-level people, but I have Harry Reid literally saying, yes, we have material, and it was non-human. Did Harry Reid have personal experience with this? I don't know if he's had any personal stuff in his personal life. He didn't see it. He said, in terms of seeing the material himself, he said he was denied access for years. Decades was his term, and he actually told me, on behalf of me, he was going, so he had like a weekly call with President Joe Biden at the time, and he straight up said to me he was going to talk to President Biden about this issue. And then, when he was telling me about OSAP, I was like, holy shit, I have like 20 other people that told me this. So, the real history, what fucking OSAP was, because I think there's a lot of people out there that think when they were looking at ghosts, Skinwalker Ranch, yes, they went to the ranch as a secondary and tertiary objective. The real reason, so like there's a document that came out a couple years ago from FOIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency. There was this special access program request that Harry Reid, you might have seen this, I think, like George Knapp company reported on this, that he sent to the Deputy Secretary of Defense William Flynn, and it was asking for one of the most serious SAPs you can ask for, what they call a bigoted, waived special access program. So waived means it's limited congressional reporting. That is a class of special access program. names. And bigoted means it's like my name. It's like, it was like, you can read the FOIA documents, like Harry Reid, James Hoff, Lou Elizondo, etc. Like, why are you asking for the most serious sap to be created for a program that ostensibly is looking at Skinwalker Ranch and stuff? It doesn't make any sense. So what really happened there, and Harry Reid, God bless his soul, made this disclosure a couple weeks after we met in the New Yorker. You can look this up. I think it was like a May 2021 New Yorker story where he says, I knew for decades, and he made this disclosure, not me, so I'm going to say the name of the contractor. Harry Reid said this. We knew that Lockheed Martin had this material for decades. I tried to get access, and I was denied. And specifically with the Lockheed Martin stuff, he was talking about during the OSAP program. And for the people who are on this program, I submitted the shit to the officer, got this cleared, so don't freak out when I'm telling the truth here. So Lockheed Martin wanted to divest itself from this material at a specific facility that's known to me, that I provided to the Inspector General, like street address, all that shit, right? And the idea was, if they made a catcher's mitt, a security catcher's mitt for this shit, at most serious sap possible, the contractor and the other government customer, which was the Central Intelligence Agency, that specific Lockheed material, and it was they recovered from the 50s and stuff. It was like bits and pieces of hull structure, shit like that. And so they were going to tech transfer it, and the $21 or $22 million was actually for Bigelow Aerospace to build out, facilities in Las Vegas and material analysis equipment. And I saw the staff meeting slides, I saw the paperwork. Like, there's a paperwork trail I've seen on this shit, and I talked to the people involved in this program. And even Jim Lakatsky, who ran the program, who was a retired DIA officer, PhD in engineering, even made this disclosure in his book, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, page 152 to 153. And he also made a disclosure a couple of weeks ago, I think it was on Weaponized Podcast, with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. He's like, yeah, we had a whole craft and we broke into the hull and we gained access. And he ran that through the same security process as I did. And so Jim Lakatsky, who ran this program, is also going on the record that he is aware, personally aware of attacked vehicles. But as long as he gained access, what does that mean? The way he wrote it in his book, I can only infer it sounded forcible. So through some kind of, means, I don't know if it was like CO2 laser or something. I don't actually know how they gained access, but imagine it was not permissive access. They broke it into the thing. So this thing is essentially sealed. And it's some sort of, what was the shape of this thing? Lakatsky didn't disclose the shape of this particular vehicle. And as far as what about the dimensions? I don't believe he did in his book, but I think it's like chapter 11 in his new book or something. I glanced at it, but he did make that disclosure on video as well, and I do encourage both the Aero Office, which is the DoD's UAP task force successor, and Congress to ask Dr. James Lakatsky to come in for classified testimony, because the disclosure in his one book that he wrote with Colin Kelleher and George Knapp, and in the second book, well, the guy saying he has close personal knowledge, he needs to go to Congress. So I don't know James Lakatsky, but I do encourage him to be a fact witness. But going back to that transfer of Lockheed, long story short, can't get into all the nuanced details, but basically the CIA said fuck you to DIA and Lockheed, and it was totally killed. So Harry Reid's request to get the material transferred to the OSAP program was totally killed because of bureaucracy and kind of fiefdom stuff. So they used that money, and then they wrote those defense intelligence reference documents, the DIRDs, as a lot of people who's familiar with it listening know about. And then they did look at Skinwalker Ranch because they thought that
studying kind of the more woo-woo phenomenon aspects of this. And I've never been to the ranch, so I've never experienced the ranch for myself, but obviously we both know a bunch of people that are at the ranch who've seen some different stuff, or at least allege that. They thought that they would be able to gain currency with the program, and in this case, CIA, to unlock the key for the Lockheed Martin stuff. Which actually, I'll tell you right now, it's so weird to say that, but I ran that shit for security. It's amazing amount of body experience to talk about detailed sensitivity, stuff like that. But basically, they studied the ranch to gain favor and be like, hey, look at all this stuff we're figuring out, this paranormal stuff that's somehow connected to the phenomenon on the ranch. But ultimately, they never gained favor with the government customer, and then the program kind of died a slow death because of a lot of politics in the Pentagon. So that's kind of the long but short of it with the OSAP program. That I wanted to make sure the public knew it's not what you think it was. There was some other stuff behind the scenes that I wanted to speak truth to power.
So this particular vehicle that they had recovered from the 1950s, what was the source of it? Where did they find it?
Those details, I did not include.
So they have in possession this thing. They gain access to this thing. And what did they report? What did they gain access to?
Oh, those details I do not know. That's probably a question for Dr. Katsky. I presume he knows those details. I don't know.
So this thing is housed somewhere.
It is, yes, sir. It may still be in the same location that I know of. Yes.
And how many people have access to this? How did they prevent this information?
It goes back to the compartmentation and kind of ecosystem of secrecy in this community, right? Only a limited amount of people, at least at the time, on Lockheed Martin's side. And Lockheed Martin was complaining basically like, look, like the secrecy's ridiculous. Can't even bring the right engineers. Like, imagine you're like a hot engineer, hot shot engineer. It might be hot too, I don't know. But that you're fresh out of grad school. Maybe you're like the best PhD electrical engineer. You want to do cool shit. You want to publish an IEEE. You want to climb the ladder corporately. That kind of thing. A Lockheed Martin executive comes to you, yeah, dude, I can reach into something really crazy, but you're never going to publish papers on it. You're never going to be able to tell people what you worked on, and it's probably not the most career enhancing, but if you want to work on something cool, I can't tell you, because it's under knowledge until you sign this piece of paper, non-disclosure agreement. I'm sorry, but here's the raw deal. And, a lot of people are like, and it's not like Lockheed Martin can broadcast this to the universities, like, come work for us. You'll work on crazy shit. And that is very akin to a lot of other black programs in the government that are unacknowledged in nature. You don't know what you're signing up for until you get read in. And I've been briefed to a lot of that cultures.
So that's one of the problems that Bob Lazar, and I'd love to hear your take on Bob Lazar, one of the things that he talked about was that science can't really operate in a vacuum. When you separate the metallurgists from the propulsion experts, from the biological experts, and they're not allowed to communicate with each other, and they're not allowed to bring in other experts that are different.
Well, that was the frustration that I had some friends that I've known my entire career, like I was 14 years, right? I literally know them personally. I have a relationship with them. But they ended up, spilling the beans where, look, we're on the program. I'm an engineer for X, Y, and Z. We can't even cross like the cubicles, for God's sakes. Like, I can't. I'm looking at material X, doing some X-ray diffraction testing on it, which is like shooting a stream of electrons. I can't even crosstalk that with another aspect of the program. This is ridiculous, and that's kind of their frustration. I knew you're probably going to ask me about Bob Lazar. I know. I figured as much.
Why did they do that, though? If everybody was already sworn to secrecy, everybody already has NDAs, it seems the most effective way of reverse engineering or at least gaining an understanding of how these things are structured. Well, that's exactly how Manhattan was, right? People working on their fuses didn't necessarily know it was going to be a nuclear weapon. And so, and I've seen this kind of compartmentation of some too secrecy in other programs, and it is debilitating for progress. And honestly, as a former fiduciary of the taxpayer dollars, it's not the best modus operandus to do it that way. And very few people kind of had that top-down look across the silos and see what was going on. It just became very dysfunctional, and they were afraid of people being too cross-briefed into the different silos for counter-espionage, counterintelligence. That, you know, they were going to remember a bulk of this program was done during the Cold War, and you know, we were afraid of Russian spies, Soviet moles, and so we made it ultra locked down, but to the detriment of national security. And that was one of the crazy things that got me that I wanted to whistleblow on, because I'm like, this is so stupid. Like, we should be making more progress on this. Were there any breaches that you're aware of where foreign agents were able to gain access to materials or understand what we know? So I'll tell you about some intel documents I read that kind of obliquely answers that question. So there were sensitive human-derived foreign intelligence that I read. So I had access to kind of the ATIP, OSAP classified archives. I was thumbing through everything. Some other people were bringing me documents to evaluate. And I'll never forget, I had, say, stolen by the U.S. Intelligence assessment from a certain foreign adversary discussing the U.S. reverse engineering program. And I was like, and that was actually another, like, what the fuck? And so I had an adversary also confirm this program, literally, because of exfiltrated intelligence. And so they certainly had a limited knowledge, at least fact of, that the U.S. had a program like this particular adversary. And actually, I was like, well, I want more. Like, I know who wrote this, or who got it, right, on behalf of the United States government. So I went to that certain agency, reviewed it in an official way. And this is kind of part of the various reprisals against me. The agency was like, oh, yes, we have what you're looking for, Gene. You're going to need to sign a one-time read-in to something. You know, come visit us. You know, go to the vault, read it, right? You know, hard copy. But yes, we have what you're looking for. And ultimately, from what I was told by friends in higher places, my request kind of went up the flagpole at that agency. And all of a sudden, the agency ghosted my boss and I for like 2 months. And then when I really pressed them hard to gain access, because like, I have a need to know. I need to evaluate this intelligence for fucking Congress. And they debriefed me from all my accesses over in that other sister agency and made up some bogus excuse, like I shouldn't have briefed anything in the first place, literally. And basically gave me administrative middle finger, like, persona non grata, don't ever fucking ask us about that shit again. I'm sure the person who made the oops that told me they had what I was looking for probably got admonished and slapped on the wrist, because I never heard from that person again, even though it was somebody I actually used to work on occasion with. So that was also another way I knew I was there was a lot of smoke and fire, because I had stuff like that happen. So this, knowing that our adversaries were aware of this reverse engineering program, are we aware of their reverse engineering program? Yeah. Which countries? You can probably guess, okay. and you wouldn't be. It won't be too shocking. Okay. But I won't acknowledge what the U.S. made up. Right. So, are we aware of numbers in terms of like at least a rough estimate of how many are available to these other? Yeah. How many? That's like 2% of one. You can read it in that. Yeah. And has anyone made any progress? Yeah, I can't get into if we've made progress, if they've made progress, because that's like straight up some national security stuff. But like, I want, just to be clear, I want the U.S. populace to learn a lot of this, and this is why, another reason why I went public is like, I need to pull everybody out. I'm not here to admonish the entire government, mind you, but there is an element of the U.S. government and its clear defense contractor base that, we have a three-branch of government oversight issue, like going back to Harry Reid. Harry Reid didn't even get access. I fucking talked to him myself. He said he was going to go talk to Biden. Because I think there needs to be a disclosure plan. This goes back to what's currently in legislation. Because 90-some odd percent of this should be open for public discovery, public analysis, and academia. This should be like, at the very least, true nuclear programs such as nuclear physics is studied at university. Nuclear weapons, classified, because that makes people in the big mist. That's really sensitive. We don't need everybody to know how to do that. So I think the stuff that is like legit weapons-related stuff, that's like straight up national superiority stuff, sure, reasonably classify that. But these programs, we need a change, and that's why we saw the Schumer amendment, right? And I think you might have read that on air or something in a previous episode, if I remember correctly. Chuck Schumer, and I knew about the amendment a couple months before I went public, and that's kind of another reason why I did what I did. I'm like the only guy that kind of has the opportunity to do this. I know what's in the chute, so to speak, that Chuck Schumer and his staff had. The Schumer amendment, which is 67 pages of literal we want to disclose. And I'm like, I have to spike the football by going public because, I can read the tea leaves on the Hill, and I think that they were hesitant to do anything without being able to point to something publicly. And I'm like, the fucking guy just said it. And then, of course, a month after I went public, I guess I pushed Chuck Schumer over the ledge, and I do know he talked to White House about the amendment too. Not like Chuck Schumer's going to propose groundbreaking legislation like that without talking to the National Security Advisor and President. I imagine he did so. And, so you have the 67-page amendments, right? It's called the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. Notice the Schumer Amendment. Co-sponsors were Young, Gillibrand, Rubio, Rounds, and Young. And, kudos for those senators who stepped up to the plate because they know this is real. I know meetings that they've had with certain other individuals are, even more credible than myself. And so this act, which is super important, is currently in conference as we speak in Capitol Hill. So the amendment is wrapped in something called the Fiscal Year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. So that is the act that funds the military basically every year, right? So it's an amendment within this bill. And the act is really long, but the main meat of it is about halfway through the act. It talks about a presidential agency design person and a control area disclosure plan that's 6 years later. The secret military were in this bill, and you can read this, it's really long, but you can read this. They want scientists, economists, sociologists, etc. It's kind of like we would want to help craft the plan for the president. And this whole bill is actually built off the JFK Records Act, which I know they never released all the records, but we put some teeth in the bill, some domains, some other stuff that kind of force the issue. Now, granted, the chief executive, the president, has the final say. He can't tell the executive to do anything. And does support that. But so the Senate already passed the workshop. This is like we're good to go. But there's pushback in the House right now that is part of my language. So they're saying, for one, duplicating the DOD Arrow's office activities, video things, looking at UAP reports, trying to figure out what's going
cash and what's reasonable. And of course, they are doing an historical review to try to understand the U.S. history on this too. But the problem is with that agency, it's within the DOD. It's not above. So you have an issue bringing in the Department of Energy under, cabinet level agencies. You need a presidential level deal that classify stuff reaching other agencies. Tell certain secretaries coming in want your stuff under presidential authority. So what's happening in the House, what I'm told from that are working the issue right now, you have the chair of the House Intel Committee, Mike Turner, Ohio area, weird, and yes. And Mike Rogers, which I'm kind of surprised, from Alabama, is the chair of the House Food Services Committee. So I have a problem with Mike Mike. So Mike Turner, now remember, I just committed to something last year. He wasn't there, but his staff. And of course, he goes on Fox Business after the hearing, doesn't use my name for this whistleblower, he doesn't know whatever he's talking about. And I was waiting for someone to go and do it. I'm an intel officer or served in the military, or even American. They're really high up. We're voted the most corrupt person in Congress a couple years ago. And pull up this patent that I want to make all of the okay. So, and first of all, if you thought you needed more information or wanted to talk to me personally, why did you call me back when I reported it? So, and furthermore, besides blocking the bill, I'm sure you're familiar with Representative Burchett of Alabama, and he's been very outspoken on the issue. We may not agree with everything Tim says about conventional stuff, that's, here nor there, but he's been a champion on the oversight committee, and he was one of the members that I testified in public under oath regarding this. So, and Mike Turner is looking to fund, according to staffers I've talked to over the last 2 weeks, an opposition campaign for Tim's re-election in 2024. So why is Mike Turner going out of his way to destroy the career of a courageous Tennessee representative on the oversight committee? And why are you blocking a bill, and it's not going to cost much, a couple million a year max, for the panel, which is like vaporware in this government speak, right? There's nothing to see here. Why are Mike Rogers and Mike Turner in the House blocking this bill that is, in my opinion, the most important legislation for transparency in American history? If there's nothing to see here, I'm fucking crazy. Multi-star generals I talked to are crazy. The Utah docs that I read are incorrect. They're fucking forgeries or passage material or something like that. Good friends of mine that worked on the program are bullshitting me in some consorted. They're zipping around the Amazon jungle with jetpacks and maneuvering to the trees at nighttime with jetpacks is just absolutely ridiculous. And I knew that story was not true. There may have been some truth in my mind. I thought perhaps there's some sort of mundane explanation here, but it's not miners with state-of-the-art jetpacks. That is not the answer. So yes, that definitely was part of the equation in terms of the driving force for me to go and investigate it. It added to the mystery. So deciding to take this trip, I mean, it seems to be calling out to you, the fact that you live down there, that you speak this particular dialect, that you know the area, that you can communicate one-on-one with the witnesses. It seems like the universe chose you for this job, but as you said, it's a dangerous undertaking. You can't just go by yourself. We all know about cartel operations and other things that go on out there in Peru and the Amazon. It is dangerous, I would think, for gringos to show up with cameras, start asking questions, and you're bringing guns and equipment. Somebody could get the wrong idea. There's no question about it. In fact, the cartels in Mexico, in order to instill terror in their rivals, they actually do cut faces off and wear the faces of their rivals, of their victims. And so I was well aware before I went that this very well could be some sort of sophisticated cartel operation. And that was the worst case scenario because
from the border of Ecuador and Colombia there. And they do run drugs up there. Absolutely, they're running drugs up there. So that was my greatest concern. That and malaria, frankly. I got malaria 5 times. I contracted it every time from this region of the jungle. This is a red zone for malaria. And then I've also had yellow fever once, but I didn't really want to get malaria either. But so this is why I was a little reluctant to go. And then again, also the constraints on my time. Yeah, but also it's expensive. I mean, to travel down there to get to a remote region like that, you can't go by yourself. And as we're going to learn, I mean, you wanted to bring something along as a good load testing to these villagers who were undergoing some difficulties that we can delve into, but it's expensive. So you got some help from somebody, a church member. I did, yes. I did. The expedition was not cheap because the only way to do it was to bring all of the supplies that we wanted to bring. We had to get a big boat, and so I reached out to some friends of mine from the church, Conduit Church, Pastor Darren Tyler, my friend Jamie Brandenburg, and it's just a wonderful group of men from that church were more than willing, eager in fact, to help me undertake this expedition. They wanted to help fund it. And so once I was able to secure some funding, and I co-funded it, and once I was able to secure some funding that allowed me to make the investment, I really didn't have any excuse at that point. So I was able, by the way, to contact the village. I made contact with Christian, the same young man who filmed the incidents in the village. I'll tell you what, hold on, Tim. We're going to have to take a break. When we come back, we're going to tell the story about what this guy, Christian, told you. That sort of cemented the deal and made you realize you needed to go down there. We're talking to Tim Alvarino about the faith healers. Breathe takes us into the break, run through the jungle.
Ivory tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A Thanksgiving shooting shot 2 drug traffickers with ties to jail kingpin El Chapo. Police say both men died at the scene. The third has been taken to an area hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. President Biden says he expects dozens of hostages held by Hamas to be released in the coming days. Israel freed 39 Palestinians, all minors. 17 hostages held by Hamas released on Sunday, including a 4-year-old girl. Glendale police have arrested 2 people for allegedly pickpocketing at the Glendale Galleria. Police were able to nab the suspects as they were getting into a getaway car. And memorial services for former First Lady Rosalind Carter set to begin today at the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library in Atlanta. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy skies, highs around 70. Right now, 56 in Aliso, Viejo, and Huntington Beach. 55 in Hollywood and 53 in Carson. We do local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant. Good morning. Good morning. People not country for westbound between Colorado and City Road. We right now is blocked. There was a flash investigation there. So things are looking a little bit better with it as this year is closed. Innovation Park 1 from the Episode 5, which is a vehicle that's flooding up the west lane of traffic. So there's no further. And also have a problem with the windows actually get cleared off the district that stuff on the calendar. Maybe the system to the other way. There is always been a pressure there down. There needs to be known. From the creator and author of the new True Crime Weekly podcast series, with each episode of Talking to Death, join Team Lindsay and Death as they discuss all things crime, life, mystery, and
finances, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Getting through the frost with cocktail in my hand. Toronto is the best in the Southwest. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Toronto. Number 5.
It's a big giveaway. Earn 500 points on the rewards card and get that thing's awesome gift. Weekday, now until December 20th.
Number 4.
A no-stress one-less holiday. Get a full holiday dinner for 8 to go at a special price.
3.
Give yourself a gift on the side. A lucky blackjack side bet could bring you $5,000 in cash.
And the number 2.
Howie Manziel, live December 28th. Get tickets now.
And the number 1 reason.
Our New Jersey Gala is in full color. Live music, live DJ, countdown. This party will be colorful and full of good times.
Morongo, good times for everybody. Over the last 30 years, 8 million U.S. service members have returned home after serving our country around the world. The biggest challenge of returning to safety is getting back to everyday life. And a key to that is personal wellness. iHeartRadio has teamed up with some of America's biggest veteran organizations and programs to create Show Your Stripes, a one-stop destination for veterans and their families to find the resources they need. If you're a veteran facing challenges, or if you're looking out for the well-being of a veteran you know, visit showyourstripes.org today. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. You're listening to Coast AM with George Knapp. Beautiful song from Simon and Garfunkel called Condor Casa. They borrowed some Peruvian music to make that tune. We're talking to Tim Alberino about his recent adventure, his journey into the Peruvian Amazon to look for and investigate stories about alleged face peelers. That's the name the locals had for these beings that came out of the sky, riding these strange little tiny things that were attached to their feet. They attacked some people. Tim spoke to the witnesses. Guns were fired. These things were hit. They didn't seem to be affected by the boat. We're going to jump right back into that story straight after this on Coast to Coast AM. Hey folks, we need your music. Hey, it's producer Tom at Coast to Coast AM, and every first Sunday of the month, we play music from emerging artists just like you. If you're a musician or a singer and have recorded music you'd like to submit, it's very easy. Just go to coasttocoastam.com, click the emerging artist banner in the carousel, follow the instructions, and we just might play your music on the air. Go now to coasttocoastam.com to send us your recording. That's coasttocoastam.com. There's never a wrong time to protect your home, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new SimpliSafe home security system. It was named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, half the cost of traditional home security. With new 24/7 lifeguard protection and the smart alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agencies see and
Cricket
helping
and
check crime in real time. A powerful technology exclusively from Simply Safe. Try Simply Safe for 60 days risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for a full refund. For a limited time, listeners can get a special 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafenori.com. That's simplysafenori.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief. I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document, and then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house is being sold or until several loans or several banks start foreclosing on you. For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free to sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and find out in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com. You're gathering information as much as you can before you head off on this journey into the Peruvian Amazon. You connect with a guy named Christian who lives in this village where this action has been happening. What did he tell you? So I want to give credit to ufologist, not even expert. He's a Brazilian ufologist who connected me with Christian. That's how I was able to get in contact with the village. And when I talked to Christian, I found out a couple things. First of all, I found out that the villagers were still very anxious. They were in a state of heightened vigilance, and they had not been going out to their farms. So all of these villages in the Amazon, they have little farms. They call them shoppers, which are located, within a mile around the village, and probably a quarter mile around the village, and this is where they get their food. This is where they grow and gather their food, their sustenance. And because of what had been occurring in the village, they stopped going out to their shoppers for fear of being assailed by these people. And also they were not going and doing the other things that they normally do for money. They go in and they cut wood down and float down the river and sell it in the marketplace, make euros and so forth. And when he told me that, I realized that it would be good to addition to doing the research in the village. It would be I thought necessary to supply the village as well with food and medicine, and then also with some strategic technology that would help them to capture the phenomenon should it happen again, and also help them defend themselves. Because I learned that the men of the village were every single night they were staying up to 3 in the morning, walking the perimeter of the village with their shotguns and flashlights. And so that sort of changed the expedition a little bit for me. It gave me another, it changed the mission set so that I wasn't just going to investigate. It was also kind of a humanitarian thing at this point, and I was going to go up there and also supply the village, to provision the village. So with this, you get on the phone with Christian, and he fills you in on sort of the village is on lockdown. They're on alert. This is not a joke to them. It's not a hoax that somebody made up. Everybody is human. Everybody who lives there is alert, right? Yes, definitely. So, all right. How do you get there? Where do you have to fly to? Does Iquitos have an airport, or you got to fly somewhere else and then drive to Iquitos and then get a flight? Well, you can, in some circumstances, you can fly directly to Iquitos. Normally, you're going to have to pass through Lima, capital city of Peru, and then fly from there to Iquitos. Iquitos is located in the northeastern part of the country, the Amazon basin. In fact, the Amazon River begins there at Iquitos. And I flew into Iquitos. I was